Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 21. So, Liang, does this mean that the idols dug out of the river workers and the coffin prying open in the farm have a history of at least 300 years? Yes, it can be understood like this, but it is strange that the 300 years is indeed long, but it will not let you have a local sacrifice custom about Beijianiang. The old man also had no impression of her. But the local mind remembers it was clear. We also dug out her temples. The text records and realistic relics are available. It is not possible to have no reservation in folk customs. This is strange. Li Zhanyuan shook his head and said, Liang, a retired old professor once told me that existence is not necessarily reasonable, but there must be reasons for existence. Xiao Yuan, do you mean, there must be a reason if there is no existence? Well, I think that the mother-in-law may not be suitable for sacrifice, nor is it suitable to evolve into a custom. Her image, or the image of Beijia and Beijiachen, maybe it is very large with what we think. Enter. I just watched the local records you brought back by Brother Liang. It did record a lot of deeds about Beijianiang. They did do a lot of things in the Ming and Qing dynasties. But it is generally lacking. At the end of those strange stories, the descriptions such as the local people miss her, build a temple statue, and the incense are constantly. But the records about Beijianiang's record here are really just records. If you ignore it once or twice or not, it is okay, but all related records are not written. However, there are many other related temples in the local area. The heroes in reality, the monks in the monster, and even the prince of the Dragon King in the East China Sea have the record of me at the end. Even if the incense is bad now, you can find at least a festival temple. Therefore, I think there is an inevitable reason for the isolation of the Beijianiang and the local folk customs. Their deeds are cutting monsters and demons, but their behavioral purpose may not be for shelter. Liang looked at Li Ziwen again. He had forgotten that this was the first few times he looked at this elementary school student. Liang, do you remember the appearance of the temple dug out of the river worker? Remember, it is very small and very aggressive. If it is not the height of the idol, I even doubt that the people who build the temple will imitate the specifications of the land temple beside the village road. There are also chains. Yes, the chain, the statue is tied with a chain, and the other end of the chain is connected around the temple. It is difficult to push off the temple without smashing the chain. Then it should not be used for sacrifice, more like suppression. Suppression. Liang showed a sudden look. Yeah, isn't that, how can this use this image accepts incense sacrifice? Immediately afterwards, Liang paced a little excitedly. The layout and text on the coffin over the farm are also stating that they are suppressing. Are these two Beijianiang's behavioral logic, isn't it right? But how can the people do not appreciate this way of giving up their righteousness? If Beijia town only pursues the process and does not pursue results. Xiao Yuan, you mean that what the Bai family ladies want to suppress the evil spirits? As for whether the suppression is the evil spirits, how is this evil spirits coming? Ah! If the evil spirits were released by themselves, they were raised by themselves, and they would be suppressed by themselves. The people did not read them well, but they would avoid them. In this way, it is completely spoken. Li Zhanyuan nodded. In the records of the rivers and lakes, there are many records of Suanmen Xieshiu's death. This gang of guys who pursue corpse rising are the same. In their group, there is a relatively large common awareness, that is. The lake is a corpse, and the river is the ladder, and the river enters the sea, so it will be ascending to Tianmen. Nantung is located at the entrance of the Yangtze River, and Chongming Island is the gateway to the Yangtze River. Isn't it equivalent to the entrance of the group of people? The evil road Suanman in the upper reaches of the mountain city either spending his own skills to raise his corpse or the nest dove to occupy the coffin of others. After the opportunity is mature, he goes down the river and goes straight to the sea. It takes a lot of time and energy to plan. The Bai family was simpler and more simply, and forcibly suppressing evil spirits directly at Tianmen, and rushed to the right foot on the right foot. Thinking of this, Li Zhanyuan couldn't help but put his hands and rubbed his temples. Their group was surprised that there was a set of world views that could be substituted in the world. Xiao Yuan, this is why your sister's grandparents will die tragic. Although the owner of the farm has not found it, he may have been killed. It stands to reason that it should not be. If the Bai Jianyang is the party of justice, the seal in the porcelain bottle is the evil spirits, why can't the evil spirits can't wait to harm the benefactor who put it out, and they are so ruthless and don't leave any room? Therefore, it was the one who was really embarrassed and began to kill. Li Zhanyuan also looked at Shuiliang with a doubtful eyes. You know, Shuiliang has not seen rivers and lakes, but he can analyze very deep things through conventional clues. That Zhao Hequan. Shuiliang was still concerned about his classmate. Isn't it that the lady of the Bai family in Hagong has targeted him, and all the revenge is concentrated on him? If it's just an offense, then just apologize and say something nice, but if you have ruined someone's good deeds, then you will incur their revenge to the death. Shuiliang wondered, but why did the lady of the Bai family forgive you and me? No, this has nothing to do with you, should she let me go? Maybe, she can only choose one person. The scene in the dream that night was very clear. The woman could only take one away. For this reason, she hesitated many times between herself and Zhao Hequan. It seems that she noticed a little bit of her own specialness, which made her very entangled for a while. Ah! It's in the book. Oh, there is also this rule. Isn't Zhao Hequan doomed? I feel so. Then we. Shuiliang waved at Li Zhuiyuan, hurry up and set up the altar. Seize the time to completely break up with her. When Shuiliang thought that the other party did not forgive him generously, but was temporarily unable to deal with him, he felt the urgency. Okay. Li Zhuiyuan felt that what Shuiliang said made sense. He pointed to his cabinet, Brother Liang, the snacks are inside, and there are wooden stools outside. You pick them up and put them on 2 tables. Note that they are even numbers. Put 4 on each table. I'll go downstairs to get incense, candles and paper money. After assigning the tasks, Li Zhuiyuan went downstairs and took the candles and paper money. When he came up, Shuiliang had already set up 2 small altars in the bedroom. The 2 immediately began to offer sacrifices. In the east room, Qin Li, who was originally sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Yumei, who was fanning herself with a palm leaf fan and resting with her eyes closed, also woke up. She gently covered her granddaughter's face with the palm leaf fan, blocking her sight, and said softly, "Be good, it's okay. They are the ones who are trying to break the last cause and effect. You should have a good rest. We still have to go to play with Xiao Yuan tomorrow morning." Qin Li slowly closed her eyes. Lu Yumei looked at the screen window, through which she could see the night sky outside. After a long time, she said to herself with a slightly sarcastic tone, "What era is it? You are still dreaming that kind of beautiful dream." However, just when she closed her eyes and was about to fall asleep again, the next moment Lu Yumei and Qin Li opened their eyes together. This time, Qin Li's eyes were deep, and rarely, when she was not looking at Li Zhuiyuan, her pupils showed clear focus. Lu Yumei's expression was also a little more solemn than the last time, but she still held the palm leaf fan and swung it back and forth above Qin Li, as if she was cutting. Qin Li looked at her grandmother beside her. Lu Yumei said, "Be good, this is not for Xiao Yuan, go to sleep, don't play too much tonight, otherwise you will be exhausted, and you don't want to see Xiao Yuan with 2 dark circles under your eyes, right?" Qin Li closed his eyes again. Lu Yumei felt a little lost. She had gradually gotten used to it. It was sad but useful to communicate with her granddaughter in the name of Li Zuiyuan. She got up and got out of bed. Lu Yumei opened the screen window and closed the outer window, completely isolating herself from the outside. Out of sight, out of mind, go to sleep. After the sacrifice, Shueliang was responsible for cleaning up the ashes of the burnt paper. He was always very careful in his work. When he came back, he saw Li Zuiyuan looking at him. "Brother Liang, look at your arm." Shueliang rolled up his sleeves and looked at it. He found that there was no trace at all. He immediately asked excitedly. "No trace at all, Xiao Yuan, how about you?" "I don't have any trace either." "Hey!" Shueliang breathed a sigh of relief. "So we are done now." "Well, it should be, it's your classmate, Brother Liang. The two of them were disconnected, and the goddess Bai could focus all her attention on revenge. Shueliang was not very sad, but touched his forehead and shoulders in turn with his hands, and said, "The Lord will bless him." Li Zuiyuan's mouth was tight, and he wanted to laugh. He could feel that Shueliang was sincere when he said he wanted to help his classmates, but this did not prevent him from letting go of the plot of helping others after he found out the terrible seriousness of the situation. Shueliang stretched out his hand and rubbed the tip of Li Zuiyuan's nose, saying, "Everything, you have to think more open-mindedly. If you want to live a happy life, you have to learn to refuse emotional consumption." As he said that, Shueliang turned around and asked, "The shower room is in the back, right? I'll go take a shower first." Looking at his back as he left, Li Zuiyuan slowly fell into deep thought. Shueliang's words touched him. Perhaps, it was because he had been thinking about how to play himself well that he would become less and less like himself. The walls of Li Sanjiang's bedroom were covered with statues of gods. These were all bought in one go at the temple fair the year before last, and then thrown into the cabinet and never used. Today, they were all used. There was a painting in which the old man in the painting had a kind face and a celestial spirit. Li Sanjiang placed him in the center. He thought it was Laozi, but in fact, it was Confucius. After a day of hard work, he was indeed tired. After the decoration, he went to bed early. Then he dreamed. It was very strange. It seemed that he had been having unusually frequent dreams since he had performed the luck-changing ritual with Xiao Yuanho. This time, the dream is not on the top of the town health center, but on the road. Turning his head to look at the right side, there is a familiar door. On the side of the door, he also had a brand that he had kissed many times during the day. Behind it, footsteps came. Li Sanjiang looked back and saw the petite figure slowly coming out of the shadow, with great resentment. Without hesitation, Li Sanjiang ran directly into the police station. The girl stood outside the police station. Her expression was poisonous, her mouth closed one by one. The threatening sound was clearly heard when she dreamed on the first night, and she was going to die by herself, when the tractor beaten a child. Her voice was blurred. Now. She could only watch her small mouth and keep it together. Although she couldn't hear it at all, she should scold very dirty. Hey! Li Sanjiang smiled and lay down. When he encountered the reason, he didn't mind pulling down his old face, asking for a soft talk, and even letting him kneel down. But in the end, the evil spirits have changed, and some people can communicate, but some people cannot communicate. When I encounter this kind of, it is a waste of energy to take care of her. At least in the dream, Li Sanjiang had seen the world. How to say is the leader who jumped with a group of zombies in the palace museum in the dream. Therefore, Li Sanjiang lay down directly, his hands raised his hands, and put it on his belly button. I'm tired, sleep up. Outside the house, Shueliang wiped his hair and walked out of the shower room. He watched the willow tree obliquely opposite the house. The willow branches kept swinging, as if being blown up by the wind, but strangely, he didn't feel the wind here. Strange, why can't the wind blow in? He didn't think much about it. The main encounter today is too bizarre. When I returned to the bedroom, I saw Li Zhanyuan sitting in front of the desk and opened the lamp to read the book. Take a closer look and find that the words on the top are dense and small, and they are too small. I can't help worrying. Look at such a small word at night, it is easy to be myopia. No, Liang, look at it, you can recognize the content by feeling. So amazing. Liang didn't think that Li Zhanyuan was talking about false words, and went to bed first. The characteristics of the old-fashioned wooden bed are spacious enough. Xiao Yuan, do you sleep outside or sleep? I can. Then I still sleep outside. Children have a sense of security inside. When are you going to sleep? I will take a shower and sleep for a while. I think, just take these interests and hobbies, you still have to spend more care. Well, I know. In the past, Liang would definitely persuade a few more words, but today, he couldn't persuade it. Think about it carefully. Busy. Therefore, he couldn't help but change his tone. Xiao Yuan, it's really interesting to think about it. Before the day before yesterday, I really didn't expect that there was such things in this world, but I don't seem to be afraid. Not afraid, but not so panic. Fear originated from unknown. Brother Liang, you all found out Bai's mother's hometown, what else is terrible? Indeed. However, do you want to read a book in this area? Do you recommend it? Li Zhanyuan hesitated and said, these books are my grandfather. I can't be a lending to you. You have to ask me first. Forget it, you are doing this business for your grandfather. These books should be his baby. In this regard, Liang was wrong. For so many years, Li Sanjiang has just put so many boxes of books in the basement. Xiao Yuan, what is the phone number in your village? Let's leave a contact information. Li Zhanyuan reported the phone number of the village committee, and by the way, the phone in the village's small sales department also reported. Generally, the people in the village want to call them to go to these two places. When there are calls outside, they come here. When they say who wants to find, they will hang up after they are looking for. Li Zhanyuan remembered this phone number, and he also looked forward to his mother who could call herself, and the mother did not live up to her expectations, and never hit it once. Forget it, let me write it. Liang got out of bed, walked to the desk, wrote the number with a paper pen, and sighed. Although Li Zhanyuan kept reading, he could still use his mind and said, saying. Brother Liang, do you want to say that one day in the future, every family will install a phone call? Will there be this day, do you believe it? I believe, but now it seems that the paging machine is popular. A few years ago, the BP machine began to enter the country, and it was rapidly popular. The young people in the city were proud of a BP machine with a waist. I'm preparing to do one, then I will get it together, send you one. What, Xiao Yuan? Li Zhanyuan shook his head, I can't use it. Oh, yes. Liang patted his head, I said to buy snacks and toys for you, but I forgot to me. After I returned to school, I sent it to you. Thank you Liang. Then I fell asleep first. Liang went to bed again, and soon, he fell asleep. After watching the volume in his hand, Li Zhanyuan went to the shower room to take a shower. When he passed the bedroom, he also clearly heard the snoring sound of the grandfather across the door panel. It seems that the grandfather sleeps very fragrant. Back to his bedroom, put a new toothbrush in the wash basin, then climbed to the inside of the bed, lay down, and slept. The next day, Liang woke up very early. There is no mistake, 1619, one book, 1, a book. He has a characteristic that he often sleeps while sleeping at high sleep quality. He only needs half of the sleep time of others to get better energy recovery than others. Opening his eyes and glanced at Li Zhanyuan, who hadn't woke up next to him, Liang couldn't help but think that if the child really admitted to Haihe University and became an alumni in the future, it would be fun. He gently wrapped off his hands and saw the new toothbrush in the wash basin. He picked up the wash basin, was ready to wash, and just opened the door. Damn! Liang was scared to the ground and fell to the ground, and washed a cup towel and toothbrush. Anyone opened the door early in the morning, and a little girl stood silently at the door, fearing that she would be hacked. Li Zhanyuan was awakened, hurriedly got out of bed, ran over while rubbing his eyes, holding Qin Li's hand with the other hand, urging. Liang, you go to wash. Oh, okay. Liang immediately picked up things and went out. If he didn't know, Li Zhanyuan couldn't get a bruise in the body. Because Li Zhanyuan held Ali's hand, Ali's body was already trembling, which was a sign of upcoming. Originally, according to past habits, Li Zhanyuan could sleep lazily. Even if Ali came to wake up, she would quietly come in and waited for herself to wake up. It's just that Liang slept here last night and interrupted this habit. Moreover, because of his throat, he shouted the breakfast time of the whole house. After the washing, when I was eating breakfast, Zhang Ye in the village's small sales department shouted here, Uncle Sanjiang, call. Oh, come. Li Sanjiang pinched some pickles in, and then walked with chopsticks with porridge bowls and walked towards the porridge. When I came to the sales department, I waited for a cigarette Kung Fu, and the phone rang again, answered, it was called by Yingzi Aunt Chen Xiaoling. The phone said that the owner of the farm has been found. The widow's home in the town, the widow is quite affectionate and is about to give him a funeral. As a result, things were not found. It was said that the singer was also here, and they were often together. The singer is not a local, and the workplace has also been asked. It is said that people do not come to work without saying hello last week. The registered identity information is also fake. At present, the doubtful jewelry and porcelain bottle are in the hands of the woman, but it is very difficult to find her now. Zhou Hai should be suspected of being washed up and will be released at noon. Chen Xiaoling anxiously asked what the couple should do, because she had a nightmare last night. Li Sanjiang comforted her a few words, and told her to wait for Zhou Hai to come out, and the two went to the Wolf Mountain branch to burn a fragrance. Chen Xiaoling asked a little bit. Li Sanjiang also suggested that they have burned the other 4 mountains, that is, Junshan, Huangni Mountain, Ma'anshan, and Jianshan. In fact, it is useless and useless. Li Sanjiang has no score in his heart. He mainly does not want to continue to harmonize. Yesterday, she and the White family mother were also broken, and the evil break was also broken. He could no longer commit this trip to the muddy water for the Zhou Hai and his wife, but did not collect money, and he was not a close relative. That thing was so fierce. Why? Besides, it is what they are greedy and cheap, and they have long been reluctant. Thinking about the fragrance of the 5 mountains, Chen Xiaoling was full of confidence. He kept grateful to Li Sanjiang on the phone, and then hung up the phone with the second number of seconds. Zhang Ye said with a smile, Uncle Sanjiang is really too much now. When I went to Shigong wholesale department to purchase goods, I heard someone talking about you. It's not a good thing, it's a good thing. Come, give me the big front door. Okay. This is a kind of tacit understanding in the village. You can't let people run for you. You have to buy something when you pick up the phone, even if you buy 2 sugar for your children. When I walked home with the cigarette, when I walked to the intersection that was about to turn in, I saw Liang walking out. Uncle, I went back to school. What, are you leaving? Well, I asked for a day off. Then be careful on the road. Hey, okay, Uncle, I will see you again in the future. He he. Li Sanjiang laughed and waved his hand twice, and he had a breakfast after he slept and had a breakfast. He didn't make up for his great-grandson. This college student was fine. When I was about to go inside, I saw someone rushing to themselves in the distance. I was familiar with it. After thinking carefully, I remembered that this seemed to be the youngest son of Niu family and Niu Fu. The man quickly got off the bicycle, pushed towards Li Sanjiang, and said anxiously, "Uncle Sanjiang, please go and see my dad again, my dad is wrong." Li Sanjiang frowned and said directly, "Well, it still happened, but that's nothing to do, it was the number of God's will." Joke, Li Sanjiang is not selling televisions in the mall. "No, uncle, really, not only my dad is in trouble, but also my second uncle and my aunt. Everyone is panicking and asked me to come over and ask you to go and see again." "That won't do. That won't do. I can't handle making an exception once. If you keep making exceptions, how can I live? My coffin hasn't been painted yet." "Uncle, really, please, now the family can only count on you." As he spoke, he took out a red envelope from his pocket and stuffed it into Li Sanjiang's hand. Li Sanjiang's attitude was softened by the thickness of the red envelope. "Then, I can only go and take a look. Actually, if something really happens, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to do anything. All I can do is to pray for you young people, protect you, and purify the feng shui." "That's great, that's it, you can do this, really, we are very grateful." In fact, the young people, are not so concerned about the three old people, but they are worried that after the three old people have accidents, they will be the next batch. "You go back first, I have to pack up and prepare here, and go there in the afternoon." Okay, uncle, we will wait for you at home." After the other party rode away, Li Sanjiang walked along the rice field path while opening the red envelope. After confirming that each one was a big unity, a smile appeared on his face. "Hey, it feels good to make money early in the morning. Indeed, how can I always get bad jobs? In fact, as Lu Jingxia said, this line of work cannot avoid deception, and many times it is just a show. But you have to distinguish between people. Some guys are already full of shit. If you coax them and make money from them, you can make money. Just think of it as helping them to get rid of their misfortunes. It can be considered as helping them." When he got home, Li Sanjiang didn't make any preparations. He lay on the rattan chair on the second-floor terrace, turned on the radio, and prepared to take a nap until the afternoon before going out. While adjusting his posture, Li Sanjiang saw two children lying on a small recliner in the northeast corner, side by side. And the recliners were made so that one was missing the right armrest and the other was missing the left armrest. They were just a pair, and there was no gap in the middle. "You little brat, you really know how to enjoy life." Near noon, a shirtless teenager pushed a cart onto the dam. It was Runsheng. He accompanied Shandaye to get dentures, and took care of his injuries for 2 days. After using the money he earned from the Niu family last time to buy a batch of rice, flour, grain, and oil, he was driven out of the house by Shandaye. Aunt Lu greeted politely, "Runsheng is here, are you hungry? I'll cook in a while, haha." Runsheng nodded, "I'm very hungry. My grandfather didn't allow me to eat the day before yesterday, so I saved my stomach to come here to eat." "That's great. I've just made a batch of fragrant food. You can taste it when the meal is ready to see if it's good." "Okay, I'll wait," Runsheng said, and wiped the corner of his mouth. Li Sanjiang on the second floor heard the conversation below and was so angry that his teeth itched. He thought the old man had forgotten about it, but he didn't expect that he still drove his mule to his house to eat grass. But he came at the right time. He could let him push the cart to take him there in the afternoon. Although this kid can eat, as long as he is full, he is better than a cow. "Marquis Runsheng, you're here. Runzheng looked up at Li Sanjiang above and nodded vigorously, "Yes, I'm here, uncle, I missed you so much." "Uncle, I miss you too, good boy, take me to the Niu family to do some work in the afternoon." "Okay, uncle." Li Zuiyuan heard the noise and heard what the grandfather said, and knew that the cat-faced old lady had done the initial work. "Brother Runzheng." "Hey, Xiao Yuan." Runzheng and Li Zuiyuan simply greeted each other and squatted in front of the batch of new incense that Aunt Lu was drying. He was so hungry that he couldn't care about anything else for the time being. Li Zuiyuan walked up to Li Sanjiang and showed a well-behaved smile, "Grandpa." "Well, what's the matter?" "I want to go to Shigong town to buy some stationery in the afternoon." "Okay, then go with the grandfather in the afternoon." Li Sanjiang readily agreed. He felt that there was no danger at the Niu family. After all, the dead man had been killed by himself with a peachwood sword. "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Zuiyuan came forward, hugged Li Sanjiang's neck, put his face against his chest, and hugged him. Li Sanjiang smiled and patted Li Zuiyuan's head. "Yo yo yo, ha ha ha, it's just a small matter, Grandpa will buy you whatever you want, Grandpa is rich, very rich." This kind of intimacy from the younger generation made Li Sanjiang very happy. However, he himself also tasted it carefully. It seems that he doesn't like the younger generation, but just likes Xiao Yuanho. Although this child is not serious about studying, he is really likable. After talking to Grandpa, Li Zuiyuan sat back in the chair and continued to read. As he was reading, he suddenly felt two hands coming over. The movements were very slow and unfamiliar, but gradually hugged his neck, and then the face was also pressed against his chest. Li Zuiyuan immediately understood that Ali was imitating his previous actions to please Grandpa. Then, he noticed the confusion in the girl's eyes. Li Zuiyuan understood, so he also reached out his hand and gently patted the girl on the head. "I will buy you whatever you want. I have money, very rich." The girl was satisfied, let go of his hand, and returned to her normal posture. Her eyes were bright, at least in this corner, overshadowing the scorching sun. Downstairs, Lu Yumei, who was drinking tea by herself, was holding the teacup with her hands trembling slightly, and she cursed in her heart. "You have money, but you, a little kid, have no money." But in the sourness, there was also great relief, and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Since her granddaughter fell ill, when has she ever made such a move? Sometimes, the most difficult thing is often a breakthrough from 0 to 1. She has been fantasizing that one day in the future, her granddaughter will also hug her neck like this and let her pat her head gently. She lowered her head and continued to drink tea, then frowned slightly. "Is this tea bad? Why is it sour and sweet?" After Shuiliang left Siyuan village, he first took a bus to the Municipal People's Hospital to visit Zhao Hequan, who was hospitalized. Zhao Hequan's condition was very bad. After he was sent in, his symptoms continued to worsen. Now his whole body from head to toe seemed to be dyed, showing a purple color. Luo Tingrui happened to come to visit at this time. After taking a routine look at Zhao Hequan, he motioned Shuiliang and himself to come out. He really didn't like Zhao Hequan. As the dean of the department, he would often take them out of school to arrange field internships. Zhao Hequan was a talkative person. Even if he saw a dog peeing on a telephone pole on the side of the road, he would make a sarcastic comment. Luo Tingrui was a practical person. Although he also came from the student era and understood that the current social trend was like this, he still looked down on the whining of these people who left the workforce, because they only whined and moaned. On the contrary, Shuiliang had always been in his eyes. If this kid hadn't seemed to have made up his mind to go to the southwest after graduation, he would have planned to introduce his daughter to him. "Liang, are you going back to school?" "Yes, director, we'll go to the station later." "Come with me, there are comrades coming down from above," and with some local comrades, we're going to the riverside to have a look and investigate. After the investigation, we'll go back to school together. Okay, Director. Although the inspection team was put together temporarily, there were quite a few people. 3 cars and a bus were full. After leaving the city, they headed south to the Yangtze River, which belongs to the county under Nantung. After getting off the bus, everyone exchanged pleasantries, mainly with introductions from local comrades, and then everyone would ask Luo Tingrui for his opinion from time to time. Liang, who was following behind, understood that this was a planning concept for the future cross-river bridge. The superiors planned to build a bridge here to connect Nantung and Shanghai. However, it is still in the planning concept stage, and the conditions for starting construction are not yet met. But this is enough to make Liang excited. After all, any grand project cannot be separated from this step. A boat was arranged to take everyone on board, and the boat sailed on the river surface so that everyone could experience it more intuitively. Although there are ferries to solve the traffic problem, the lack of a real bridge still seriously hinders the local economic development. When the local comrades described the actual situation, Liang listened while leaning on the side of the boat, looking at the river surface, and admired the vast scenery of the river and sky here. Then, he frowned again, lowered his head, and looked at the river surface below. According to the wrong direction in the local chronicles, it seems that Beijia town now is right under my feet. Chapter 22. Li Zuiyuan felt hungry while reading the book, but Aunt Lu hadn't called for dinner yet, and people were still busy preparing the dishes in the kitchen. Breakfast was brought forward because of Liang's shout, and lunch was delayed because of Runchen's arrival. I guess everyone is hungry now. Li Zuiyuan went to the room to choose some snacks and put them between himself and A Li. At the same time, he remembered in his heart that next time Uncle Qin went to buy snacks for him, he had to remind him to buy them in pairs, otherwise it would be difficult for him to choose, because A Li liked to eat the same snacks as him. When the grandfather came back from the tractor last night, he brought him a box of Jianlibao. Li Zuiyuan also took 2 bottles, opened them and put them in front of A Li. A Li held the Jianlibao in both hands, lowered her head, and looked at it carefully. Li Zuiyuan immediately said, "Drink it, and you are not allowed to keep it." A Li lowered her head even more. "If you like, I'll get you another unopened bottle later. Anyway, this thing has a long shelf life and is sealed." Li Zuiyuan thinks that since Grandma Lu has experienced the destruction of rotten duck eggs, it should be easy for her to accept a can. Ali immediately picked up the drink and took a sip like Li Zuiyuan, then stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. "Is this your first time drinking?" Ali looked over. Her expression was not rich, but Li Zuiyuan could always understand. "If you like to drink, I still have a box. You can drink a bottle and take it away every time. When you finish, I will ask my grandfather to buy me more." Ali quickly took another sip. Although there was no other movement, Li Zuiyuan seemed to have emerged in his mind. A cute little girl holding Jianlibao, with curved eyebrows and eyes, and happily swinging her legs. "Let's play chess." Ali heard the words and immediately took out the small chess box that had been placed beside her. After setting up the chessboard, Li Zuiyuan and A Li started playing. They had always defaulted to playing fast chess, but this time, in the middle game, the 2 sides were evenly matched, and they kept competing until the end, and Li Zuiyuan was defeated. This was the most difficult time for A Li to win since the 2 of them started playing chess. The girl looked up at Li Zuiyuan. She was not unhappy, but even brighter. Li Zuiyuan, who lost the game, smiled. This time, he suddenly had the idea to apply part of the algorithm of theory of deduction of fate to Go, which had an unexpected effect. The chessboard was still the same chessboard, but in Li Zuiyuan's eyes, it became vivid, which also made his chess moves more flexible and changeable. However, when the second game started, Li Zuiyuan noticed that A Li's style had also changed. After he reminded her not to give him a handicap, she did not deliberately want to lose to him again, but she didn't mind playing with him more every time. She cared about the process experience, and winning was just an inevitable result for her. But this time, Li Zuiyuan found that Li's chess style suddenly became stable. Step by step, she almost didn't give herself any flaws and opportunities. No matter how flexible and changeable she was, it was meaningless in front of a mountain. Lost, defeated by the girl's chess skills. Yes, whether it is face reading or fortune telling, it just gives you another angle to see the world, and you are still yourself. Having an extra angle is a good thing, which is equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes or ears, but being too obsessed with it and thinking that you can really do whatever you want after mastering it is like a little ant standing on the head of an elephant and looking out, really thinking that you are so tall, that's ridiculous. Seeing Li Zuiyuan silent, Li reached out and gently pulled his sleeves. Li Zuiyuan showed a warm smile on his face. I was just thinking about something in the book, not because I lost the game. How could I be unhappy if I lost to Li? Just after comforting the girl, Aunt Lu downstairs finally called for dinner. The dining table was still separate, but after Runzheng came, Li Sanjiang finally had a lonely companion. Li Zuiyuan first divided the small plate for Ali, and just after picking up the chopsticks and eating 2 bites, he heard a gurgling sound from behind him, like thunder in a dry land. Turning his head, he found that it was Runzheng who was sitting in the corner whose stomach was rumbling. There was a big incense stick made by Aunt Lu in his rice bowl, which was already lit and burning. He was sitting there waiting for the incense to burn. Once a person is too hungry, the feeling of hunger is often not so severe, but when the delicious food is placed in front of him again, the dormant hunger will return twice as much. This feeling of being in front of him but still having to endure the timer and wait is indeed a torture for Runzheng. Li Zuiyuan asked curiously, "Brother Runzheng, do you have to wait until the incense is burned out before you can eat it?" "Yes, that's right." Runzheng swallowed hard, then made a stirring motion with his hands. "You have to mix it with incense ash before you can eat it." Li Zuiyuan remembered this habit, which Runzheng had told him before, but what he wanted to ask this time was, "Brother Runzheng, is there a big difference between eating it mixed with incense ash after burning it and eating it directly?" "Ah!" Runzheng was stunned for a moment. "I really haven't thought about this. Don't normal people have to wait for the incense to burn out? But will normal people mix rice with incense ash? Then I'll try." Runzheng pulled out the incense from the rice bowl, took a bite of the unlit end at the bottom, and when he chewed, not only did he not show a painful look on his face, but his eyebrows were relaxed, as if he felt it was particularly refreshing. Then, he picked up the chopsticks and couldn't wait to scoop a few big mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. After swallowing it, he looked at the incense in his hand with surprise and exclaimed, "Xiao Yuan, I really eat it, I'm not nauseous." Aunt Lu is an ancient legal incense. Although this stuff is not used to eat, there is nothing wrong with eating it. Well, it is mainly based on Runzheng's spleen and stomach. Essence. Runzheng bitten a bite with a happy bite, and then picked up the meal hard. It was called a cheerfulness. This posture seemed to be in his hand. Li Zhanyuan asked, "Brother Runzheng, do you want to have some sauce?" "Sauce?" Runzheng thought about it, and then nodded hard, "For the one." Aunt Lu got up into the kitchen, took a bowl of salted sauce for Runzheng, and placed it on his small table. Runzheng picked up Daxiang, dipped in the sauce, and took a bite. The delicious eyebrows couldn't wait to fly up. "Xiao Yuan, you are really amazing, this is much more delicious than finishing the fragrant burning." Runzheng seemed to open the door of the new world, so don't mention how much it is to eat. Li Sanjiang smashed a bite of liquor and watched the Runzheng of this meal, and couldn't help laughing and cursing. His mother, "I have to find a way to get you the authentic sauce in northeast China in the future, and it is delicious in east and west dipping." Li Zhanyuan drank his mouth soup, looked at Li Sanjiang, and asked, "Grandpa, Have you been to the northeast? Li Sanjiang wiped the corner of his mouth with his back, his legs were bloomed, and a mountain carving posture was put on. Didn't you be there? At that time, I was caught by Zhuang Ding, and I was sent directly to the northeast. Later, I was still flexible in my legs, and I ran into Shanhaiguan from the northeast. This box could not be collected when it opened. Li Sanjiang took another sip of wine and continued. After entering the customs, I thought about walking along the railway, and walked south along the way, but before I walked far, I was caught again, with a set of clothes, and was pushed to the front line to fight again. But this time I have experience. While Shang Guan was drunk, he aimed at the air, and a class wrapped in a class in the evening opened directly. When I was about to reach the realm of Zuzhou, my eyes were in front of my hometown, and I was arrested again. But this time it was very faster. On the third day, my team was scattered. Originally, the head of the header wanted to reorganize us. I was drumming below. San. Next, I had an extra heart, and I didn't dare to walk along the railway and the road. Wherever I was there, I went back home. After arriving at home, I was unhappy, and I was caught again, but I slipped out of my experience. They grabbed it during the day and I could slip back at night. After that, after returning home, he secretly dared to go out and dare to shake, and hid in Ansheng. Li Zhanyuan lamented, Master, you are really amazing. In the 3 major battles, all the grandfather actually participated. Although in the opposite side, he also contributed to the front battlefield. Li Sanjiang touched his stubble chin and humbly said, Fortunately, hey. Runzhung has been dried for a half pot of rice at this moment, and he is resting for a short rest and interjected. When I came in the morning, I encountered a movie on the road. It was said that it was going to put it on the town in the town tonight. Xiao Yuan, can you watch it at night? Brother Runzhung, we have to go to Shigong Niu's house after eating. Don't tighten it. Li Sanjiang waved his hand, fuck it over there, you should be able to come back early and catch up. Li Zhanyuan looked at A Li in front of him. He knew that girls could not accept so many people close to the scene. I still don't go, let me read a book at home, brother Runzhung, you and the grandfather. At this time, Lu Yumei suddenly said, A Li is going to go, even if you sit away, she has to watch this movie. Li Zhanyuan noticed the tremor of Lu Yumei's tone, turned her head and found that she was still eating normally, but her eyes seemed a bit red. This is the first time that he has seen Lu Yumei so out of attitude. After a meal, Runzhung pushed out the car at home, and Li Sanjiang and Li Zhanyuan sat up. Runzhen's cart is very stable and basically can't feel too much bumps, that is, this speed is still slower. Runzhen Hao, wait for the next few days, you will learn to kick 3 rounds, that's fast. Uncle, or you can buy a tractor, I learned that, that's it. Look at your uncle, do I look like a tractor? Run Sheng doesn't speak anymore. Li Sanjiang lit a cigarette and watched Li Qiangyuan and asked, Xiao Yuanho, do you say our family should we buy a TV? Grandpa, you can buy it if you want to see it. The grandfather asked you. Oh, I don't have much time watching TV. In the basement, there are so many boxes of books waiting for yourself to watch it yourself, how can there be time to watch TV? You are fine. Li Sanjiang also wanted to discuss his great-grandson with the TV, but he found that he didn't seem to have a lot of interest and gave him pocket money, but he didn't even go to the small sales department except what he bought. Runzhung of the cart was excited, goodbye TV, okay. Okay, push quickly, do you want to watch a movie at night? Oh. At the intersection of Niofo's front, Li Sanjiang got out of the car in advance, sorted out his clothes, and then raised his peachwood sword seriously, and wiped it carefully with cloth. After finishing these preparations, I walked into Niofo's house. The 2 sons and daughter-in-law who came to meet Niufu. As soon as Li Sanjiang came in, they gave me tea and gave snacks. Li Sanjiang sat down first and talked to them. This kind of employer is actually the best way to make a difference, because they will tell you everything like pour drops, and then you just perform along the ideas they want. Li Zhanyuan was looking for Niu Fu in the room. Several rooms were watched and founded without finding it. This could not help but doubt that Niu Fu couldn't help it. When I got out of the main house, I came to the firewood house next to the side of the house. In his original ideas, Niu Fu should lie on the bed and move. But I still think of the filial piety of Niu Fu's children. Niu Fu, who was paralyzed by half of his body due to unexpected wrestling, did not even have a bed, and was directly placed in the firewood house. The dry haystack under that body is his bed. On the left is the towering dyeing on the right side of the dry firewood. There are 2 bowls next to it, and the pour water in a bowl is clean, and the bowl is dirty, and I don't know how many layers of dirty dirt is accumulated. It should be a meal. As for Niu Fu's clothes, the upper body is naked, without clothes, wearing a pair of shorts, dirty, almost scabbing on the body, smelly. Also, children are unwilling to sleep in bed, let alone cleaning the body and changing laundry. Li Zhanyuan covered his nose with his hands and approached a little closer. When I saw Niu Fu last time, although the whole person was humpback, it was tough in other aspects. After all, he was only 50 years old. At this age, he still belongs to the category of strong labor in the countryside. But now, Niu Fu is too thin, and his mouth keeps stubborn, and he does not know whether it is a reaction to be talking or unavailable. When Li Zhanyuan came in, he glanced slightly sideways, and then moved back again, looking at the roof fiercely. After watching it for a while, Li Zhanyuan came out. Outside the firewood house, he breathed a fresh air with a large mouth. Meow! A cat came, and a disabled old black cat paced on the wall next to him. It looked at Li Zhanyuan, and raised his paws to lick. Don't you think, are you too quiet? The action of the black cat licking the claws stiffened. Everyone does not exist as each other, and lacks interaction. You can make a little movement at night to promote the intensification of contradictions. Meow! This time, there was an extra vibrato in the cat. Li Sanjiang did a lawsuit in the yard and washed the 2 sons who did not get the dishes for his father. At this moment, they all kneeled at the table with their daughter-in-law. After the law was done, Li Sanjiang patted their shoulders in order with Peach Mujian, soothing appeased. Don't worry, what kind of evil you have done by your own dad, you know that some debts, the old people will be cleared by the elderly, and will not be involved in you. Let's put your heart in your heart. If you feel that the mold is not gone yet, it is not possible to bring the remaining mildew to other close relatives, but you have to bite your mouth, but you must not say it, otherwise you will not be able to say it, otherwise you will not 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 say it. Even relatives had to do it. Quote, lead, we lead, uncle, please help us lead. Forget it, don't do it, it's too damaged, destroy me. When Li Sanjiang started to take Zhou, when a red envelope was sent again, he sighed. Okay, in this case, I will help you get rid of mold, but this matter, the mouth is closed, you must not leak out. Uncle, you can rest assured, we know, you know. Li Sanjiang performed a lawsuit again, and said after finishing. Okay, the remaining mold luck has attracted you to the third and third houses. Under the grace of everyone, Li Sanjiang took Li Zhanyuan and Run Sheng out. When I was on the cart to Niu Rui's house, Li Zhanyuan couldn't help but asked curiously, Grandpa, I originally thought you would talk to them. Preaching them? Oh, you are the older, my mind, I don't have water. Even those who need to give adults to preach, and must it be necessary to preach? It's better to have more money, I can buy more pork head and wine. It is hoped that if you do not have any trouble under the Niu family. If you see a nt happen again, I am not good at me. I am really afraid of smashing the brand. Isn't that death by you to solve it? Yes, so. Li Zhanyuan knew that it would not be an accident anymore. After the children were tortured to the ending, the old cat face would dissipate herself. When I was about to be on Niu Rui's house, I saw the dam. Niu Rui was squatting there with a small stove to fry the medicine, and next to him was the irony of his children to him, saying that his medicine was useless except for money, and he couldn't cure it. Niu Rui was killed when he was young. Although he relying on the butt of his mother Niu, the old lady knew, but his bones were still a bad temper. Actually, he couldn't hold back, stood up, and slapped his daughter-in-law who was still holding the child. The son roared up and hit Niu Rui, and Niu Rui fought with his son again. Although he had a strange disease, he was at his mouth that he had just been controlled at this moment. When Niu Rui's wife saw this, she screamed and scratched Niu Rui's face, scolding him, and scolding him. He was not a thing. The child's cry, twisted, scolded, gathered together, like a symphony on the dam. When Li Sanjiang arrived, they calmed down, and then the whole family's bruised and swollen faces were replaced with flattering smiles. Niu Rui was rescued by Li Sanjiang himself, and the Niu family also heard the voice of the old lady Niu who had passed away long ago from the old house, so they believed in Li Sanjiang very much. After respectfully inviting Li Sanjiang into the house, everyone began to cry and beg. After Li Sanjiang comforted them, he performed a ritual again. After the first set was done, Li Sanjiang said the same words to drive away bad luck, and Niu Rui's son immediately gave him another red envelope, and Li Sanjiang performed another ritual. But before leaving, Niu Rui secretly stuffed another red envelope, praying that Li Sanjiang would exorcise evil spirits and cure his illness. Li Sanjiang also accepted it, saying that he would help him set up a long burning candle after returning, but also told him that no matter what, he had to take medicine on time and could not stop. This can be regarded as the professional ethics of a sideline person. I will take your money and pray for you, which will serve as a psychological comfort, but you have to continue to take medicine and see a doctor. However, this entrustment will undoubtedly continue to aggravate the conflict between Niu Rui and his family. Because Li Zuiyuan knows that Niu Rui's disease cannot be cured, this will be a bottomless pit that constantly brings you hope and deeper despair. Niu Fu completely lost the ability to take care of himself after paralysis, so his status slipped all of a sudden, and Niu Rui is still in the stage of struggling. Although Niu Rui is not too miserable at the moment, as long as the current conflicts continue to accumulate, more brilliant fireworks will definitely be set off in the near future. Look at the hatred that his family has already raised towards him. The ending will not disappoint people. Therefore, this time when the black cat passed by him, Li Zuiyuan just nodded calmly. When he came to Niu Lian's house, Li Sanjiang was invited in by her family as usual. Li Zuiyuan did not see Niu Lian in the main house, and went to the firewood room to look, but there was no one. Finally, he saw Niu Lian tied with an iron chain next to the pig pen. On the other side was the family toilet. This meant that every time her family came here to use the toilet, they could talk to her while sitting on the dragon chair. They were quite considerate of the old lady, fearing that she would be lonely. The bowl she ate from was next to the pig trough, and next to the bowl was a spoon for scooping feed for the pigs. It looked like when they fed the pigs, they would also feed her. As long as the pigs had a bite to eat, they would not miss her. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1/6, one book, one bar. She was awake now, not numb. When she saw outsiders coming, she covered her face with her hands, which was to cover up her shame. Her grandson and granddaughter, Li Zuiyuan saw them, one had a bandage on her head and the other had a bandage on her arm, which should have been caused by Niu Lian's illness. The two children spit at her and threw stones at her, not in a playful way, but specifically at her body. The child's parents also saw it, but did not stop it. Instead, their eyes were full of hatred. The black cat walked out from the eaves above the pigsty. Li Zuiyuan did not speak and walked away. Then, Niu Lian's pleading voice came from the pigsty again, saying that her illness had been cured, and begged her children to let her go. She was already cured. What greeted her was the abuse from her children and the fierce kicks from her son. Niu Lian was kicked and curled up in the corner, howling like a dog. Obviously, they had believed before and were cheated. The black cat jumped down from above along the high and low objects step by step, and finally walked to Li Zuiyuan's feet, rubbing Li Zuiyuan's trouser legs with its cat face. Li Zuiyuan bent down and touched its head. The black cat enjoyed it very much, and its body almost leaned over and opened its belly. The grandfather began to perform rituals. As usual, he received an extra red envelope to help lead the bad luck to the two families. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. When leaving Niu Lian's house and heading home, Runzheng, who was pushing the cart, held the cart steadily with one arm, and began to count with his fingers with the other hand. The first, second, and third families all asked the grandfather to pass the bad luck to other families. Isn't that the same as not passing the bad luck? Li Zuiyuan corrected, Brother Runzheng, it's different. What's different? Because the grandfather collected 3 extra fees. Yes, Xiao Yuan, you are right. When we got home, it was just dusk dinner time. After eating, Li Sanjiang yawned and waved his hands, I won't go to the movie. I'll take a bath and go to bed. I'm so tired. Today's rituals were intensive, even young people couldn't stand dancing 6 dances in the afternoon, but the grandfather still gritted his teeth and persisted. His physical fitness is really nothing to say. Uncle Qin was waiting with many stools, and Aunt Lu didn't bother to clean up the dishes as usual. She put aside the housework and waited together. Lu Yumei changed into a cheongsam, and also wore jewelry and rouge. For an old lady of her age, makeup is often not for beauty, but to express respect. The movie was shown in the open space next to the town market. Before it started, people came to take seats early. Uncle Qin and Runzheng squeezed in, put down the bench, and forced a gap. With their physiques, the people around them dared not say anything, and could only lower their heads and move their stools. However, Uncle Qin took out a lot of candy from his pocket and gave it to the children, and took out cigarettes to distribute to the adults, and the people around them accepted it happily, and no longer had any dissatisfaction. Lu Yumei and Aunt Lu sat between the two. Although she was old, she still had a graceful posture. From the back, she seemed out of place with the surroundings. As for Li Zuiyuan, he and Qin Li sat in a corner far away from the screen. The viewing effect was not good, but it was quiet and no one disturbed them. In itself, such a crowded place was not suitable for Qin Li. There were several small vendors pushing carts and setting up stalls in the back, selling cheap snacks and toys. These vendors could also be seen at weddings and funerals. They went wherever there was popularity. Some children were buying things, and more could only watch enviously from the side, giving some advice to the children who had money to buy things. Li Zuiyuan touched his pocket. When he lived in Li Vihan's house before, Kui Guiying would regularly give him some pocket money separately, but every time the money came to him, he would be surrounded by his brothers and sisters to go to Aunt Zhang's store to buy snacks and share them with everyone. The day after he was sent to his grandfather's house to become a monk, Li Vihan and Kui Guiying came to give him clothes and stuffed him with some money. This time they stuffed him a lot more. In addition, Li Sanjiang would also give him pocket money, and Li Zuiyuan didn't have much consumption needs at ordinary times, so he saved all the money. At least in the circle of children, he was very rich. Ali, you sit here and wait for me. Then, Li Zuiyuan walked to a stall and bought 2 bubble-blowing toys. After returning, he had one and Qin Li had one. When the movie was playing, the two kept blowing bubbles in the back. Ali had a lot of fun, and the pot was soon empty. Considering that the girl had the habit of collecting, Li Zuiyuan bought her 3 more. At the same time, he scanned the 3 stalls and finally bought a pair of hand ropes. In fact, there were many small accessories on the stalls, such as bow hairpins, colorful hairbands, and so on, but Li Zuiyuan considered that Ali's outfit was designed by Grandma Lu every day, and felt that wearing these would not have a good effect. The most important thing was that he knew that if he gave it to her, she would definitely wear it, and finally decided not to deprive Lu Yumei of the joy of dressing her granddaughter every morning. Ali looked at the red bracelet on her wrist. She must like it very much because she stopped blowing bubbles. However, she soon looked at Li Zuiyuan's wrist again. Li Zuiyuan raised his hand and showed his blue bracelet. She was satisfied and continued to blow bubbles. The movie ended and Lu Yumei and the others came out. Runzheng was very excited and kept saying the lines in the movie. He also regretted that there was no war now, otherwise he could also be a scout crossing the river. Li Zuiyuan smiled and agreed with him. In his heart, he felt that Runzheng was really suitable and his professional ability was barely suitable. Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu were very silent. It felt like they had just attended the funeral of their relatives. Lu Yumei held a handkerchief and wiped her tears as she walked. Li Zuiyuan greeted politely, and when he saw that Lu Yumei was unwilling to say anything, he gave up. When the group was walking back from the town market, they saw Aunt Zhang from the store running over on the opposite village road. "There's a phone call, there's a phone call, Xiao Yuan is waiting for you." The on-site seminar on the boat on the river lasted much longer than expected. Local comrades will definitely seize every opportunity to promote this project. Luo Tingrui also played his professional expertise and began to tell the leaders around him about some of the key points and difficulties of the project. In fact, most of these comrades on the boat did not understand water conservancy and engineering, but this did not prevent them from listening with relish. Because the construction of this bridge is not only about professional things, but also needs to be combined with shipping needs, urban planning, highway construction and even military factors. The most important thing is the speed of social development. It's not that we haven't learned similar lessons before. At the beginning, we thought it was bold and radical to plan ahead, but not long after the construction was completed, we found that it was still too conservative. Finally, when it was getting dark, the seminar ended. The boat started to move towards the shore, and everyone took out cigarettes and shared them with each other. Liang didn't smoke, so he stood alone by the side of the boat. After learning that he might be at the Beijia town, he was a little uneasy. Suddenly, he heard some movement under the river. He looked down, and a figure seemed to emerge under the water. At this time, a hand patted his shoulder, and Liang was startled. Looking back, it was Luo Tingrui. "What's wrong, Liang? I just saw you were distracted." "Director, I'm fine." "Why, don't you like attending such meetings?" "No, Director, I may not have had enough rest. I know the importance of such meetings." "Well, since you plan to devote yourself to this industry in the future, you must learn to adapt. We professionals are prone to look down on administrative work, but without efficient and stable organization, many things cannot be implemented. Sometimes, the more professional you are in some aspects, the more amateur you appear in other aspects." "I understand, Director." Liang knew that Luo Tingrui was reminding him. "Let's go, we're going ashore. Have a good sleep on the way back, so as not to delay tomorrow's class." "Okay, Director." Back on the shore, Liang sat in the back seat of the bus. Not long after the bus started, he fell asleep in a daze. Sleeping and falling asleep, Liang suddenly found that his lower body was a bit cold. He opened his eyes, and then the whole person froze. He sat on the seat of the car, but he did not know where the water in the car had entered the water, and the water level had spread to his waist. He looked ahead, the small lamp in the car was turned on, and he could see the person sitting in front of him, and he could even hear a whispering conversation between them. "The car is water, driver, master, the car is water." Liang shouted, but no one ignored him, and everyone seemed to be unaware. Master, parking, the car is water, master. Director, director. No one still responds to him. Gradually, the water surface reached the chest position. Liang began to pull the window, but the outside was dark, and the window couldn't move at all. At this moment, a figure seemed to pass from the darkness in front of him, so that Liang mistakenly thought it was dazzling. But soon, the figure appeared again, and his face was posted on the window. Through the small lights in the car, the faint face reflected in the car, and it was not clear about men and women. Click! But at this moment, the window was suddenly opened and suddenly pulled to the largest. The next moment, the water in the car finally found the only venting mouth, all rushing towards themselves. Liang felt that the whole person was squeezed out of the water. He was rushed out of the window, fell into a darkness, and continued to drift without controlling his body. Wow! I don't know how long I have drifted. As if they were photographed by Zhang Tao, there was a severe soreness under her body, and people were awake. He lowered his head and found that he was lying on the bank of the river, below the stones, and his palms, arms and thighs, such as his hands and thighs. There is no large-bodied mouth, but this large area of scratch is really suffering. For the pain, Liang stood up hard, his eyes swept around, and the moonlight above his head was shrouded in a layer of grey mist, which caused the environment below to fill it. However, it can be distinguished that this is the riverside. It is not far from the position of the seminar on board the ship before. But I did not leave Nantung in a car long ago. Why did I return here again? Liang felt blank. Suddenly, he saw a woman appearing ahead. Women are wearing blue skirts, ponytails, holding a porcelain bottle with their left hand, and a black umbrella with their right hand. Why should she hold an umbrella? When Liang had this idea, he discovered that the sky was raining, and it was heavy rain, and the huge rain spots were painful. This rain? Is it all the time? Hey, who are you? Liang shouted to the woman. The woman didn't seem to hear him, and stood upright and walked towards the river. After closer, Liang looked at the woman's face clearly. Her makeup and eyebrows were a little windy, but they were very young. The main reason is that Liang came to the hospital and went to the river again after coming out of Siyuan village. There was no chance to see the police bulletin board. At this time, when I saw a woman walking towards the river, Liang reached out and grabbed her arm. What do you want to do? Don't think about it, you can't go forward. Women ignored and continued to move forward. Liang only felt that an incredible force came from the woman, and actually brought him over. Immediately afterwards, he found that his hand seemed to be sticking to the woman's arm, and couldn't break free, and she walked towards the river with her. This posture is really uncomfortable. Not only is it unable to maintain a balance, but also allows my lower body to experience friction on Shizir. When the woman stepped into the middle of the river, Liang lived with the buoyancy of the water, but then he was a strong sense of water and suffocation. This is even more scary. He struggled, but he didn't help. The woman continued to march. She walked at the bottom of the river and was dark around. Liang drifted up. One hand still stuck to the woman's arm, but the whole person came to the woman. He wanted to shout, but every time he opened, the water rushed in, completely stopping his voice. He had to use another hand to grab the woman's hair and wrap his hair in his hand, and he began to force him. The woman's body has not changed a little, and continues to move forward at the bottom of the river. Liang's original strength turned into a downward fit, which made him the whole person and put it on the back of the woman. The hair began to grow, and they were incredible, and they were extremely tough. Even if a few were hung there, Liang couldn't get off. Instead, the more attempts to leave, the tightly tied. In the end, he almost became a posture of holding a woman behind him and the woman was carrying him. The sense of despair is still continuing. Liang has been unable to calculate how long he has not breathed. He is uncomfortable and painful, but he does not know why he still keeps conscious. This is by no means luck, because it can make you tattoo more clearly and intuitively. Now, he is praying for himself to drown quickly, so he is relieved earlier. I don't know how long it took, and ahead, there was a shine. How can there be light under the Yangtze River? And under the light reflection, the shadow of the house is faintly visible. The bottom of the river has not only light, but also really has villages and towns. Suddenly, Liang felt that the hair that had bound him had all flowed away, and even the hand that was stuck could be loosened. He did not float up, but fell to the ground. The woman continued to move forward, following the guidance of the light, and kept walking towards the vaguely visible village. Liang was extremely horrified to find that there was not only the woman in front of him who was carrying him down, but there seemed to be many figures in the darkness at the bottom of the river within his sight. All of them were long-haired women, wearing clothes of different styles and even different eras. They all had dead faces, walked without emotions, and were all moving in one direction. The water flow around him seemed to have a fixed direction, and Liang, who was sitting on the ground, felt that his body was pulled in that direction uncontrollably. He instinctively wanted to grab everything under him that could be fixed, but he failed. He grabbed stones and the stones were overturned, and he grabbed mud and brought up a piece of mud that was quickly diluted and dissipated. No matter how much he resisted and how unwilling he was at this moment, he could not change the reality that he was being forcibly pulled away. Finally, he got closer to the light. From a distance, it was just a beam of light. When he looked closer, he found that it was a red and white lantern light source gathered together. The image of the village became more three-dimensional and clearer. The houses were neatly arranged. There was a niche at the door of each house, with a long burning lamp on it, emitting a green light. Right in front of him, there appeared a memorial archway, which was very majestic and simple, and covered with a lot of moss. 2 rows of hanging lanterns were hung on both sides, from top to bottom, from large to small. The left side was a red lantern, representing joy, the right side was a white lantern, indicating dead silence. Liang looked at the center of the memorial archway, with 3 words on it. Read from right to left. Beijia Town. Chapter 23. The previous woman was standing in the archway at this time. The umbrella in her hand was gone, and she held the porcelain bottle with both hands. At this time, Liang was surprised to find that after coming to this archway, not only did the water flow disappear, but even the horrible suffocation of the previous horror disappeared. He immediately breathed a lot, but he was just doing this action, but he couldn't harvest the effect he deserved. The mouth and nose seemed to be blocked, and no fresh air came in at all. Suddenly he realized that what changed was only his own feeling, what was not changed is the reality in front of him. He is still on the bottom of the river. But how did this do? He was water. When he was a child, he often played water with his friends in his hometown in Anhui. After going to college, he occasionally went to see a swimming pool with his classmates to travel back and forth several times. But he didn't feel that he was so outrageous that he was so outrageous. After so long, the limits of his breath had long passed. When I touched my ears, it was still the original skin and did not grow gills. He even looked back at behind and farther away. He doubted whether he had been drowned long ago, but now he is just. Liang hugged his head hard. He forced himself to calm down, and he could use the effect that was very effective when using the test and designing plan. At this moment, he lost his effect. His heart was still panicked, his body was still holding a child, and his teeth kept trembling. He was scared, afraid of the environment at the bottom of the river, afraid of the archway, and the woman who was holding a porcelain bottle in the archway. He eagerly wanted to escape from this, provided that if he could. At this time, the woman was moving, and she started to go. Liang didn't move. He didn't dare to enter this archway and did not dare to explore the town. However, between the woman and him, after pulling out a distance, the terrible suffocation appeared again. Liang had to go forward a few steps forward, and his sense of suffocation was gone. He understands that as long as he is too far away from that woman, it will feel. The woman continued to walk ahead. Liang could only keep up and entered the archway. He did not have to choose. For those who had just experienced despair and suffocation, he went back to taste, which was several times or even tens of times. The woman and him were obviously not involved, but there was a chain in the meditation, holding one head in the woman's hands, and circled in his neck. Behind the archway is the downward steps of more than 30 floors. Liang could not help but have some doubts. It is reasonable that unless the specific terrain environment has to be created, most of the ancient villages and towns with archways will not choose such a pattern of sinking when entering the main entrance. The ancient people prefer to raise a little bit. The archway is also in front, and the back of the ground is higher, so that it can be more imposing. And here, even if it is not high, it is a special person to repair it, and it is so concave. No wonder when you looked at it from the outside, the building in the town was very hazy, because half of them were actually covered, leaving only the upper part to see. In addition, the shape of the steps is also very strange. Generally, the position of the edges of both ends is smooth, and most of the middle area is for people to walk up and down. But here, there is a huge smooth noodle in the center. On the sides, the steps are very narrow and small, and it is still steep. When I went down, Liang sometimes had to sideways, and the people seemed to be here were small feet. After the steps, come to the flat ground, and the eyes are a stone tile road that is not very spacious and even looks a bit aggressive. Moreover, these stone bricks are not flat, all of which are erected by bricks, and they are facing up with the ends of small areas. This will not only consume more bricks, but also increase the construction volume. At the same time, because of the erosion of the years, no matter how good the ancient road surfaces are, it will be uneven, and because of this strange brick design, it is impossible for you to find an empty land that can be placed in a smooth landing to the foot. Each foot is stepped on, only a small part of the feet can be stepped on, and the rest is empty. You have to walk extra cautiously, and you can easily lavage and fall without paying attention. Fortunately, the woman holding a porcelain bottle in front, she didn't walk too fast. Liang could still keep up. After a little adapt to this kind of road condition, Liang began to look at the houses on both sides. The layout of the residential house is very compact. On the whole, it is the architectural style of the Jiangnan water village, with white walls and grey tiles. There is a groove that is less than half a meter between the door and road of each house, and there is a slate on the top. This should be a drainage tank. Liang couldn't understand, where is the significance of building a drainage tank at the bottom of the river? Unless, this town is the river that only entered later. On the left side of the door of each house, there is a niches with a candle inside, exuding green and lustrous light. At first, the houses of these residential houses that had just entered the eyes were closed, but soon, Liang saw the open, and the black puppet inside was not true. Liang's mind also showed an uncomfortable feeling. This feeling did not come from the oppression of the inner fear, but from a kind of unreasonable, especially behind the door of these houses. Thinking for a moment, he finally thought about it because there was no threshold under these doors. Modern buildings naturally have long abandoned thresholds, and people are used to seeing and using them, but the problem is that in traditional buildings, because the doors are often designed to be very high and long, once there is no threshold, it will give people a very inconsistent feeling. Too direct, too gloomy, like a monster opening its mouth, making you afraid. While walking, Liang suddenly saw a person sitting in a residential house with an open door on the right. He was frightened and took 2 steps back. The damn uneven ground made him lose his balance and slip to the ground, and the direction he sat down was just facing the door. Inside the door, there was an old woman. Her skin looked very pale and slightly swollen because she didn't know why she had been soaked in water for a long time. She was wearing a blue coat, the color was as bright as the shroud, but the design was heavier. Her head, neck, and hands were full of various jewelry. She just sat there, as if she had been sitting for a long time. Fortunately, she closed her eyes. Who? If her eyes were open, Liang felt that he might be frightened to death without paying attention. Although the environment he was in and the woman leading the way were very strange, the unique design of the residential building, combined with the people sitting inside, could create another more impactful horror in the already strange atmosphere. Liang got up, and the feeling of suffocation was faintly showing signs of reappearing. He immediately trotted forward and shortened the distance between himself and the woman. In his mind, it was still the old woman sitting in the door. Behind her, it was pitch black, and no furniture could be seen. This made this compact residential building with only 2 floors look like a tomb belonging to her alone. An open tomb. It turned out that this was not a vacant and flooded town. So, were there people in those closed houses that he saw when he came in? Will the owners of those houses with open doors but no one inside, be on the 2nd floor? Thinking of this, Liang subconsciously shortened the distance between himself and the woman. Although he was also afraid of this woman, when he thought that the houses on both sides were tombs, he walked in the middle of the tomb path, and it seemed that the woman in front of him could make him more comfortable. At least, she would move. As he walked, Liang saw the 2nd house with an open door and people sitting inside. This was a young girl, wearing embroidered clothes, with her hair standing up high, looking very solemn. She sat there with her hands folded on her knees, her eyes closed, and her lips were particularly bright red. After Liang took a look at her, he immediately shuddered and moved his eyes away. Then, he saw a woman wearing a cheongsam sitting in the door. She had a very thin waist and a very charming sitting posture. Her hands were placed on her sides, and there seemed to be a smile at the corners of her mouth. It seemed that she was silently hooking you, walking inside and talking to her. Liang found that the deeper he went, the more houses with open doors there were, and the greater the proportion of women sitting inside. From the time he saw the first old woman till now, he has seen more than a dozen women sitting in the doorway. They are of different ages and have different styles of clothing, but they all dress themselves up very formally, just like the rural elderly who buy funeral clothes and materials for themselves before they die, and want to leave their most respectable side at the funeral. This is what they carefully designed for themselves, their appearance after death. Because of the soaking in water, their skin color is very white, a little too white. But unlike those giants formed after being soaked in water for a long time, they generally have not deformed, at least, they have retained their original state before death to a great extent. What is even more difficult to understand is that the dead either died of illness or injury or died naturally due to old age. In short, the basic state is not very good. But among them, even the oldest old woman still retains a kind of calmness. It seems that they did not die when their energy was exhausted, but chose to die when they still had the ability to live calmly. To be honest, if there were all kinds of tragic deaths, Liang would not be so scared. But it is precisely this kind of atmosphere, I just dress up well on purpose, sitting here, to show you, or watching you, that makes him feel extremely stressed. In a trance, he will have a sense of loss of consciousness. Is he observing them, or are they sitting in the house observing him? In a state of confusion, Liang bumped into the woman's back. The woman stopped at some point. The woman did not move after the collision, and Liang fell backwards to the ground. The woman did not look back, but turned right and walked in another direction. Here, there is a crossroads with two small land bridges on both sides. There is no water underneath, and they are purely for decoration and feng shui purposes. Liang got up and could only follow the woman to turn the corner. Next, all the doors of the houses on both sides were open, and there was a woman sitting in each house. Ah! Liang felt that his spirit was about to collapse. Although they all closed their eyes, this still existing dense feeling of watching made him extremely painful and hesitant. He could only choose the most ostrich way, following behind the woman, half lowering his head, not looking to the sides. Although he could not help but see some of it from the corner of his eyes, and although his heartbeat began to speed up, he finally persevered. A normal person would go crazy if he came here. If Xiao Yuan was here, would he behave differently from ordinary people? Forget it, Xiao Yuan should not come here. I don't know if I can get out alive. No, I am not even sure if I am still alive now. Finally, the houses on both sides disappeared. Liang stroked his forehead and took a deep breath. Even if it was just a simple action, he needed to relieve his inner pressure now. Then, he immediately caught up with the woman. At this time, without the terrible gaze from both sides, he could finally raise his head and look forward. In front of him was a small open space, where an ancient building that was obviously different from other houses stood. It should be the ancestral hall of Beijia town. Liang couldn't help but stop. Should I go in? Then, he walked forward. What was he hesitating about, as if he had room for choice? Squeak! The dark door of the ancestral hall slowly opened when the woman approached. This ancestral hall still has no threshold, and after entering, there are still steps going down. The middle area is still smooth, and there is only a little space on both sides for walking down. Passing through a not very spacious square courtyard, the woman continued to walk in. As Liang followed her, his eyes were attracted by the old well in the middle. The well mouth was not upward, but concave downward, and a nearby area was also sunken downward. This was not formed later, but was designed like this from the beginning. Around the well wall, there are rusty chains. This made Liang wonder whether it was convenient for people above to go down to get water, or for people below, to climb up. The core position of the ancestral hall has arrived. The woman knelt down holding the bottle and did not move forward. Liang approached her, came to the side, and looked at the woman again. Why did this young woman, who was obviously dressed in modern clothes and had a dusty atmosphere, appear here, and was so familiar with this place, as if she was going home? So should I continue to stay here with her, or should I go inside and take a look? With her as the center of the circle, I can have a range of activities, but I have been following her before and didn't dare to go ahead. But he still chose to continue to stand beside the woman and not go anywhere. However, gradually, the feeling of suffocation reappeared. He began to feel uncomfortable and painful, and subconsciously grasped his neck with both hands. However, the woman was here, kneeling in front of him. Why did this feeling come again? Liang moved closer to the woman, but the feeling of suffocation did not disappear. Is it useless? He couldn't imagine that in such a gloomy and depressing place, he had to continue to endure the torture of endless suffocation. What kind of endless torture was this? Liang also knelt down, wailing in pain. His consciousness became blurred again and again at this time, and he regained consciousness again and again. He hated this clear mind now, because it made his spirit be repeatedly whipped and tortured. With a thump, Liang leaned forward and fell sideways. Because there was no threshold, strictly speaking, half of his body entered the core of the ancestral hall. At this time, he suddenly found that the suffocation was reduced. After a brief hesitation, he immediately moved his body inside again, and the suffocation was reduced again. He understood that the woman holding the vase was useless. The chain she was holding him with was broken, and the new chain was inside. He continued to crawl inside for a while until the suffocation completely disappeared, and he was finally able to stand up. Looking back behind him, it was pitch black outside the door, and only the woman holding the vase at the door could be vaguely seen. Looking in front of him, it was a huge red coffin. There was a shelf under the coffin to lift it up, so Liang stood on tiptoe and could only vaguely see some yellow lining in the coffin. He could not see anything inside unless he climbed onto the coffin. With a nervous mood, he slowly walked around the coffin, preparing to see something pop up at any time. However, after walking around the coffin, nothing scary happened. There should be a memorial tablet stand at the head of the coffin, but there is no memorial tablet stand here, only a chair. On both sides of the coffin are blue brick walls. The ancestral hall in the center of Beijia town seems too simple and deserted, like a house that has been built and decorated but has not yet been occupied. But is it really like this? Liang's mind emerged with the women sitting in the houses he passed along the way. If everyone died at home, it seemed that there was really no need to place memorial tablets in the ancestral hall. So, is there a way out here? Liang did not give up on saving himself. He vaguely felt that the way out seemed to be in this ancestral hall. Next, he was bold enough to stop just circling the coffin and start to explore a wider area, walking along 3 walls and groping. He made a whole circle. He even knocked on the bricks with his hands to see if he could find the hollow secret door. At the same time, he stomped his feet on the ground to test if there was a tunnel. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. The area here is not actually too large, but too empty. It's so empty that it's hard to hide anything. So, what about the top of the head? Liang looked up and saw that it was a very ordinary old-style beam roof design. He had no way to go up and explore unless he found some tools. But, go to those houses to find tools? When he thought of those women sitting behind the doors of the houses, Liang felt a chill on his back. He had to go around them and search in their houses. He would rather stay here. Hey! However, after walking around a long circle and coming to the entrance, Liang was surprised to find that the woman who was kneeling there holding the porcelain bottle was gone. The porcelain bottle was also gone. This sudden change made Liang feel terrified again. The woman he had followed all the way here was actually the most familiar thing to him here. Her disappearance was equivalent to putting himself back in hesitation and loneliness. He wanted to find the woman to see if she had changed her kneeling position or gone to another place, but when he was about to walk to the door of the house, he was still some distance away from the door, but the suffocating feeling appeared again. However, he had not felt this way when he had just entered the door before. Liang took a deep breath of air that did not exist at all, and then he rushed to the door with all his strength. The suffocation came again, and he endured the pain and went outside. He looked around, but he did not see the woman. She really disappeared. She was really not here. At the same time, the outermost ancestral hall door that he had entered before had been closed at some point. And now, it was his limit. He did not even have the ability to run to the yard. He could only run back quickly, his feet began to float, and he fell to the ground. His body was like a shrimp that was constantly squeezed dry. Finally, he climbed to the side of the coffin again, the suffocation subsided, and he was redeemed again. But when he looked up and looked at the bottom of the coffin above, he could not help but wonder, is this really redemption? After recovering for a while, he got up and began to walk tentatively to the side. He was horrified to find that as long as he left the coffin for a distance, the suffocation would appear, and it would be more rapid. But before, he could walk along the wall and even touched the bricks with his hands. This means that his range of movement has been reduced again. He came to the head of the coffin, and suddenly his eyes blurred. He seemed to see a person sitting on the armchair facing the head of the coffin. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. But when he looked again, the person was gone. No, it was not his eyes that were blurred. It might be like this in other places, but not here. Liang walked around the coffin again, and then came to the head of the coffin again in one step. This time, he saw that there was indeed a person sitting on the armchair, and that person was himself. Liang clenched his fists, and he felt that he was going crazy. He couldn't understand why the guy who looked exactly like him was sitting there. If he was Liang, who was he? He reached out and touched his face, and found that the touch surface was no different from the past. After confirming that he was still himself, he looked up again and found that the armchair was empty again. Although he would probably see the person on the armchair again if he ran around the coffin again, Liang did not have the courage to do it again. At the same time, he could not do it again. Because the feeling of suffocation appeared again, even if he was holding the coffin with one hand, the suffocation still came. It was shrinking, and he was like standing in an invisible underwater bubble. This bubble was moving before, and now it was shrinking. Once he lost its protection, he would never find a gap to breathe. Liang began to stick close to the coffin. He found that the closer his face was to the coffin, the weaker the suffocation. But gradually, he realized that it was not enough, and the suffocation was still getting worse. No, it can't be like this. Liang's feet began to step on the shelf below, and he began to climb up with his hands on the edge of the coffin. After he got up, he felt relaxed again. He successfully escaped the suffocating pursuit again. But when he lowered his head and looked down, his eyes froze instantly, his mouth opened wide, his arms lost strength, and he fell down. He saw that in the coffin, there was a person lying. A woman wearing red clothes, a red veil on her head, and her hands on her lower abdomen. The pain after falling down was secondary, and the most terrifying thing was being wrapped in the feeling of suffocation again. Before, Liang could run outside to check the traces of the woman, but now, as long as he left the safe range, he seemed to be unable to accept it at all. If it was just suffocation, then now, it's like a pair of invisible and terrifying big hands are pinching your neck hard. You are no longer just suffering from suffocation, but also the direct pain of your neck being pinched and twisted. Liang immediately got up, stepped on the shelf again with his feet, grabbed the edge of the coffin with both hands, and lifted himself up. Under the stimulation of great pain and torture, he overcame his inner fear, just to find that moment of comfort. Although, this comfort would probably not last too long. He tried his best not to look at the woman lying in the coffin. He moved his sight from top to bottom, looking in the direction of the coffin head, and he saw himself again on the armchair. However, the wearing on the chair is not the same as that of myself. The other person is a black gown that flows around. The lower body is purple trousers with a hat on his head and a red flower hanging on his chest. It looks like the groom's dress before. Especially the face that was exactly the same as himself made Liang scared, his tears dripping out. At this moment, he felt that he was more terrible than the woman in the coffin. Therefore, he lowered his head and looked at the woman. When she entered the town before, the women behind the houses were all sitting. They were sitting, and this woman was lying down, and she was lying in the core and central position of the ancestral hall. At this time, the sense of suffocation emerged again. Liang felt like an animal that was driven by a whip. Although there were already guessing in his heart, he still traveled his head and felt the strength of the sense of asphyxia up to the right. In the end, he found that his guess was right. Only inside the coffin could he be safe. His hands held the side of the coffin, struggling in the last heart. However, the constant approaching and stronger choking sense of suffocation greatly shortened his hesitation time. His waist was struggling, his feet were enough to get on the side of the coffin, his hands looked down, and hugged the inner wall of the coffin. He originally meant that he only let him go in the upper body, and keep the distance from the woman inside as much as possible. It was just that he overestimated his current physical strength. When his body was not easy to turn up, he was unable to continue to maintain a balance to do the next move. Instead, he did not control it, and the whole person fell into the coffin. He hugged the woman, and the woman's body was cold and slippery. But this slippery is not a conventional sense, more like jellyfish or some secretions. In short, it makes life extremely uncomfortable. Just then, Liang found that the woman in front of him slowly raised his head. Along with her movement, the red veil that was originally covered on her face, it also slowly slipped. OM. 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 On the white town archway, the white lantern on the side suddenly turned red. From its starting point, in the entire town, the candles in the niches of all residential houses also changed from the green color to red, filled with a gloomy and exuding celebration. Squeak! Squeak! Those closed house doors slowly pushed away from the inside at this time. The woman who was originally opened and sitting in it slowly stood up. Soon, women who dressed in different ages and different times have walked out of the door, stepped on the blue stone slabs on the sink, and came to the roadside. They appeared from all positions in the town, and then lined up to slowly move at the same speed. The direction of the gathering is exactly the ancestral hall in the center of the town. Although they still closed their eyes and no one opened their mouths, they kept the sound of siso, but kept emerging in the town. At first, it was very weak and messy, and gradually, the sound became neat. In the end, a neat sound was made, as everyone sang, and it sounded over Beijia town. Blessing of heavenly officials, Bai's family recruits. Nympho. Hello, hello, I'm Li Zhanyuan. Hello, do you know Liang? No. I seem to have heard your voice, my surname is Luo, have we ever seen it? You are, Director Luo? I am a child who is with Liang yesterday. Oh, it's you. Director Luo, what happened? It's Liang's accident. When he was in a coma, he thought of Xiao Yuan in his mouth, and he also read this phone number. Liang, what's wrong with him? He was falling on the boat and was rescued in the hospital now. The doctor said that the situation was very bad. Can I go to see him? Yes, I will send a car to pick you up immediately, give a specific location. Shijia Kiao, Shinan Town, we will wait for a car there. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Li Zhanyuan immediately raised his arm and found that the mark had long disappeared, and now it has not emerged. So, what's the matter with Liang? Is it that the Bai family's mother still remembered and came to revenge again? But isn't it all broken? Li Zhanyuan took out pocket money from his pocket and said to Zhang Yajing, help me buy a bag of cigarettes and take some sugar. Oh, this will give you, alas, just right. Thank you Zhang Ai. Li Zhanyuan put the cigarette and sugar into his pocket, and his expression walked towards the house with a dignified expression. He faintly noticed that this matter should be related to Bai's mother-in-law, and it is by no means simply falling into the water. Otherwise, when Liang will not be unconscious, he will still talk about his name and phone call. The most important thing is that if things are not weird enough, Luo Gong will not send a car to pick up himself at night, he should also be very anxious. Back to the Beizi, Aunt Lu was cleaning up the chopsticks and cleaning, and Uncle Qin was splitting firewood. These were the job delayed by watching movies. Donggu lantern was on, but the door was closed. Lu Yumei and A Li should be in the house. After watching the movie tonight, Lu Yumei's mental state was very bad. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of Uncle Qin and asked, Uncle Qin. Xiao Yuan, what's the matter? It's not my soy sauce bottle pouring, will you reach out to help? Uncle Qin. It was the college student who lived here last night. He had an accident. Now people are rescued in the hospital. I won't say this, let alone tell me Tei, so can you help Uncle Qin? Uncle Qin touched his pocket and took out some money. Xiao Yuan, is it going to pay him for medical expenses? Uncle has a little bit, and then ask your aunt to ask your friends later. Okay. Thank you Uncle Qin. Li Zhanyuan could only nod. It seems that he can only wake up the grandfather and ask the grandfather's opinion. However, there is no way to do Tai Yet, because that day, Tai Yet also showed a fear of Bai Jianyang, and chose to avoid retreat. At this time, Dongguo Gate was opened from the inside. Lu Yumei, who had changed her pajamas, walked out in her hair, her eyes were still very red. Ali, go to the hospital with Xiao Yuan to send money. Okay, I know. Li Zhanyuan looked at Lu Yumei unexpectedly. He just had the idea of trying it. I did not expect that Lu Yumei would not like it this time. Xiao Yuan, wait a minute, Uncle goes out of the bicycle. No need, Uncle Qin, we will go to the bridge on the south side of the road in the village, and there will be a car to pick us up. Oh, okay, then let's go. If you come back late, your grandpa is awake. You will help you say to the grandfather, don't worry. Do you need to get something? No, we can go now. Before leaving, Li Zhanyuan bowed to Lu Yumei, thank you grandma. Lu Yumei didn't respond and turned into the house. After Li Zhanyuan and Uncle Qin left, Aunt Lu walked in with a pot of hot water. After putting hot water on the shelf, she picked up the comb and walked to Lu Yumei to take care of her hair. The annual round of years will crush everyone ruthlessly. Lu Yumei was only silver grey last year, but now, only the surface is still this color, the comb is combed, and the soft white hair is below. Aunt Lu combed, and couldn't help taking a little choking. What are you crying? No cry. Oh. Lu Yumei put a tablet in her hand and put it back. I want to know why you promised this time. Even if Uncle Sanjiang does not know, it does have nothing to do with Uncle Sanjiang, but it is far away. After all, he lives here. Of course I know in case. Lu Yumei looked at a list of tablets in front of him, but I am in a bad mood today, and I don't want to care about it for the time being in case. Aunt Lu combed her hair silently and did not answer any more. Lu Yumei's voice suddenly raised, why, my old lady, is it that the qualifications of relicnaries are gone? No, you have. Lu Yumei stood up, reached out and pointed at the tablet, and said excitedly. These guys, when I took the fleet, I went there, and I didn't know if I would have passed. The whole family went up and down. Well, one by one is generous and died, and when I left my orphans and widows, did they think for me? They were unwilling to stay at all, and they all sacrificed them out, letting me watch these dead tablets in the past few decades, not even someone who speaks. Why can I only have to be willful? I have to stay here carefully, for fear that a little difference can cause blessing to fight back. This is unfair. Speaking, Lu Yumei shed tears in her eyes. She supported the table with one hand and covered her face with the other hand. Aunt Lu was so distressed, but she didn't know how to comfort. A few times. Lu Yumei put down her hand, raised her head again, looked at these cards, and laughed. Hee, have you seen it? You saw it, you are gone. How long this past, the white mice under the river, dare to climb ashore to disgust people. Lu Yumei's expression became calm and his eyes became sharp. Then I slap and pump it back. Let them remember. On this river. Who is the final say? Chapter 24. Shijia Bridge is on the road. For safety reasons, Li Zuiyuan stood on the side of the road under the bridge, looking south to see if the car had arrived, and then looking at Uncle Qin standing beside him. Uncle Qin saw that Li Zuiyuan's eyes kept falling on him, and lowered his head and asked, "Is there anything you want to ask?" "Uncle, is the movie good tonight?" "Yeah, it's good. It's a pity that you and A Li are sitting too far away, so you can't see it clearly." "I saw it clearly, and it's also good." Then, Li Zuiyuan stopped talking and stopped looking at the people around him. Uncle Qin stood up straight. He thought the boy would ask questions about that, but he didn't. This child seems to have always been very tactful, and it's easy for people to have a good impression of him. However, after thinking about it, it seems that every time when faced with a critical need, he will break the boundaries of propriety without hesitation, just like last time and this time. A black car slowed down when it drove to the bridge. The window rolled down and the driver stuck her head out. It was a woman with wavy hair. "Hello, is this Li Zuiyuan?" "Yes. Engineer Luo asked me to pick you up." "Get in the car." The car turned around and stopped. Li Zuiyuan and Uncle Qin got in the car and sat in the back seat. In order to save time, the car drove very fast, so sometimes in order to avoid those bicycles and tricycles without headlights, it was necessary to turn the steering wheel or brake suddenly. After sitting for a while, Li Zuiyuan felt that he couldn't stand it. He was carsick. The matter was urgent, and he was embarrassed to ask the driver to drive slower. He could only shake the small door handle on his side to open the window a little to let in some air. After shaking it for a while, the window didn't move. After shaking it a few more times, the small handle was shaken off the door by himself. Li Zuiyuan could only put the small handle back and leaned back on the seat helplessly. At this time, Uncle Qin leaned over, stretched out his hand, and put his palm on the car window. Accompanied by a sharp friction sound, the car window was pulled down hard. Li Zuiyuan breathed a sigh of relief as the fresh wind blew in from outside. However, he was still a little worried that the driver would be angry, but the driver might be focused on driving and didn't notice the changes behind him. Li Zuiyuan tried to turn the small handle in the opposite direction, and found that he could still raise the car window back, so he was relieved. Uncle Qin kept closing his eyes and resting his mind after helping to open the window, as if he had fallen asleep. Li Zuiyuan also turned slightly to the side, resting his head on the back of the seat, wanting to take a nap. But somehow, when the car started, the vibration was surprisingly loud, especially in this position where his ears were against the seat, and he actually heard the whirring sound of the wind. At first, Li Zuiyuan thought it was because the car window was opened and the airflow came in, so he rolled the car window up a little more, leaving only a small gap. But when he sat back in this position, the sound of the wind in his ears did not change at all. Li Zuiyuan could not help wondering, how come this Japanese car is as thin as paper? He curiously reached out and pressed the back of the car, and then pressed a groove, and it did not bounce back. Li Zuiyuan sat up silently, then he would not sleep, and wait until he got to the hospital. Looking out the window, there are no street lights on the township road at present, so it is pitch black outside and there is nothing to see, but every time he passes the town, he can see shops and slightly dense crowds of people. That is, the lights in this store are so dazzling. In a trance, it seems that the light outside is not coming in from the car window, but more like the whole car is shining. But this is not the city center, and the night shops in the town do not have dense neon lights. The car left the township road section and drove into the city. The road conditions became better, but there were more cars on the road. These cars seemed to be very unruly. There were many cars that cut in and changed lanes without turning on the lights. The driver was so angry that he kept honking the horn and muttering. Speaking authentic non-Tuong dialect, Li Zuiyuan felt that his grandfather Li Vihan did not speak the dialect as authentically as him. It was not easy along the way, and finally, the building of the People's Hospital could be seen in front of him. But at this time, Li Zuiyuan found that the driver was staring at him and Uncle Qin through the rear-view mirror. After noticing his gaze, the two began to look at each other through the rear-view mirror. This made Li Zuiyuan very confused, because the driver's eyes seemed to have never returned to the front. But he could see through the front windshield that the car he was riding in had gone to the opposite lane, and there was a truck coming towards him. "Watch out for the car!" Li Zuiyuan shouted. But the driver still did not move his eyes away from the rear-view mirror. Not only did he not step on the brakes, but he also accelerated. If this continued, he would collide with the truck directly. Uncle Chin opened his eyes, raised his feet, and stepped down. Bang! Li Zuyuan opened his eyes wide, and he saw Uncle Chin's feet stepped through the bottom of the car. Then, Uncle Chin reached out and grabbed the neck of the boy beside him, and Li Zuyuan felt that he was lifted up. It felt strange, because you were sitting in the car, but when you were lifted up, you seemed to be separated from the car in motion, and the next scene violated the physical common sense in your mind. Voila la! The car seat, rear windshield and rear compartment all hit him. The body felt the force, a little painful, but not serious. The next moment, Li Zuyuan found himself being lifted by Uncle Chin and appeared on the road. What just drove past was a car with a hole in the back seat. The cars hit the truck with an unprepared momentum. The expected impact sound did not appear, most of the cars directly collapsed, and the remaining part was crushed by the truck. Around, there are bars splashed out of the bamboo strips, and scattered colorful paper. This car is made of paper. Uncle Chin was on his side and took Li Chaoyuan to the steps. The truck drove past them. You can see that the driver in the cab was rubbing his eyes hard and kept looking at the rear view mirror. He also seemed to feel what he had hit before, and was doubting whether he had an illusion for driving because of fatigue. Uncle Chin put Li Zuyuan down. Li Zhanyuan took a deep breath and asked, "Uncle, what kind of car do we just take?" "You have seen it, there is the first floor at home." "But..." Li Zhanyuan looked around and looked at the hospital building in front. "Are we really going to the People's Hospital?" "Arrive." Li Zhanyuan subconsciously reached out and touched Uncle Chin's arm. He couldn't figure out clearly whether Chin Shu in front of him was really or fake. Uncle Chin did not hold soy sauce bottle this time. Uncle Chin stretched his fingers and pointed at the front. "The gate of the hospital is there, don't you go in." "But, is it really here?" Li Zhanyuan still didn't understand. "Otherwise, how did you do it?" Li Zhanyuan frowned. He could understand the papermen who lived, and he could understand the all kinds of bangs in his dreams. He could even understand that he really experienced a car that was tied with paper. But he couldn't understand that he could really sit in a paper car and came to the city from Siyuan village. Uncle Chin patted Li Zhanyuan's shoulder gently and said, "It was her back to us." "Ah." Uncle Chin does not seem to plan to continue explaining. "Go in, then rub, your big friend may be dead." "Oh, yes." Li Zhanyuan put away his mind and entered the hospital with Uncle Chin. At this point, he should go to the emergency department first. But on the steps below the building, Li Zhanyuan saw the female driver who was driving before, with the same clothes and wave rolls. The woman was holding a file or a detection sheet in her hand. She was anxious, and from time to time, she asked the medical staff who had passed by. The most important thing is that she doesn't seem to know the two of her at all. Even if she is so close to her, she has no response. "Uncle, is she alive?" Li Zhanyuan stepped forward and asked, "Auntie, I want to ask Liang where is now." "Children, who are you?" "My name is Li Zhanyuan, it was Director Luo called me." "Director Luo, not long after the car I arranged, did you come here?" That line, I'll take you up first." The woman led Li Zhanyuan and Uncle Chin upstairs. In a simple communication, Li Zhanyuan learned that although Liang had just ended the rescue, his current situation was very bad, and the organs of his body were dangerous. In the ward, Ludin Grui was standing next to Liang's bed, looking at him anxiously. He really didn't know why it was just because the hull was swaying and the water was saved immediately, but it would become this situation. At this time, Liang's face was pale, and he was still talking nonsense. No, I don't stay here. I don't do my son-in-law, don't come to the door son-in-law." Luo Ting Grui helped the glasses. He didn't understand why Liang said such a dream. He hasn't introduced his daughter to him by himself, and he is not interested in recruiting any son-in-law, so who is forcing him? But who can force him? Luo Tingrui knew what Shui Liang was in school. This boy was quite able to make money, and people did not intend to stay in school or stay in the local area, nor did they plan to enter a good public institution. Construction. To be honest, as the outstanding graduates of Haihe University, combined with the current post conditions and working environment in the Southwest, you are willing to go to others and be happy to get together. But the current nonsense, I do not understand, I can understand, at least I can understand. The nonsense that Shui Liang said before is, don't turn off me, don't hit me, don't want me, I'm so uncomfortable, I am so uncomfortable, please, let me go, don't torture me. At that time, Luo Tingrui even began to doubt whether Shui Liang had experienced any informal torture, leaving a shadow. The door of the ward was opened, Li Zhanyuan led Uncle Qin in, and Luo Tingrui nodded to Li Zhanyuan, but his eyes still fell on Uncle Qin. It is normal to ignore the children. He is already guessing that what can help is this middle-aged man. The doctor has expressed his efforts before. Although the detection instrument is inserted now, it can only continue to observe negatively. If the vitality signs worsen further, the ending will be difficult to recover. Luo Tingrui is not a pedantic person. He thinks that Zhao Hequan and Shui Liang, who are still lying in the hospital now, and Shui Liang. He has reason to doubt that what is caused by the statue has not ended. You go out first. Yes, Director. Woman was saved by Luo Tingrui. Immediately, Luo Tingrui pointed at himself and asked, do I need to go out? Uncle Qin did not answer, but walked straight to the other side of the bed, put his hand on Shui Liang's forehead, rubbing gently. Soon, cold sweat broke out on Shui Liang's face, and the amount of sweat was so large that it immediately soaked the pillow. Luo Tingrui picked up a towel and prepared to help wipe it off, but as soon as he wiped it off, he felt that the sweat was unexpectedly slippery, like the lubricant used in the workshop. How could human sweat be like this? At this time, Uncle Qin clenched his fist and smashed it into Shui Liang's abdomen. No! Luo Tingrui had no time to stop it. Bang! Li Zuiyuan noticed that Uncle Qin's fist did not really fall on Shui Liang, but stopped in advance, but the quilt on Shui Liang's body still sank quickly. A shrill cry suddenly resounded throughout the ward. Li Zuiyuan immediately covered his ears, but it was no use. His eardrums were so painful that they were almost pierced, and his entire brain was like being hit hard by someone with an iron hammer. Luo Tingrui only heard a strange sound just now, and then he looked at Uncle Qin in confusion, and finally, at the boy who was huddled against the corner of the wall. He wondered what happened to the boy. Uncle Qin's eyes also moved to Li Zuiyuan. Uncle Qin's eyes showed a look of surprise, because he did not expect that Xiao Yuan would be so sensitive in this regard. He couldn't help but think of Lu Yumei's instructions to him, only teach him boxing and kicking. Uncle Qin swallowed his saliva. Such a child, really only teach him boxing and kicking? Shui Liang, who was sweating first and then fake punched, although he had not woken up, but the whole person looked a lot more relaxed. Luo Tingrui was relieved, closed his eyes, and took a long breath. Ah! The screams finally stopped, but Li Zuiyuan still felt buzzing in his head. He was about to stand up by holding the wall, but just as he raised his head a little, he found that in his sight, in the southwest corner of the ward, there appeared a pair of red embroidered shoes, and above the embroidered shoes was a bluish-white ankle, and above it was a red skirt. Li Zuiyuan didn't know what was above, because he didn't dare to continue looking. He had seen several people who died, but none of them could give him such strong vigilance and pressure. She was not an object that he could observe, even if he looked at her secretly. If he continued to look at her, then a tragedy would happen to him immediately. Some powerful deadfalls were recorded in Jianghu's Higyilu, which used such a description. Seeing them was a death. Here, death was used instead of death, but sometimes death is more terrible than death. This kind of existence, even if it is just a contact with the eyes, disaster will fall on you in an instant. Uncle Qin noticed that Li Zuiyuan, who was squatting on the ground, changed the direction of squatting. He looked in the direction Li Zuiyuan had previously looked, and then looked at Li Zuiyuan again. He felt a little dry in the mouth. It's not because of the person standing in the corner of the ward. But... Xiao Yuan, can you even see her? He knew that Ali could see it, but Ali could see it, what's the point? She completely closed herself in her own world, almost completely isolated from the outside world. But this little boy can talk, do things and jump around. Li Zuiyuan heard footsteps, it was Uncle Qin's, he was moving, from the bedside to the corner behind him. Uncle Qin, go find that woman. This is indeed the case. In Luo Tingrui's sight, he saw the middle-aged man walk to the corner, not speaking, just standing there, as if facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes. Luo Tingrui couldn't understand it, of course, he also knew that if he could understand this kind of thing, he would not be in the current department. Shueliang Liang, whose condition had improved, started talking nonsense again. I don't live here, I don't want to stay here, I still have a career to pursue, I still have dreams to realize, you can't leave me here, I don't agree, I absolutely don't agree. Luo Tingrui was a little confused, was it because Shueliang Liang's condition had improved, so he was more confident and tougher? Li Zuiyuan stood up with his back to Uncle Qin, slowly moved to the bedside, and looked at Shueliang Liang. He didn't hear the previous 2 paragraphs of nonsense, only this one, and he was also confused because of the lack of key information. However, his current situation was also very distorted. On the one hand, he felt very dangerous, and on the other hand, he felt quite safe because Uncle Qin was there. Luo Tingrui pointed to Uncle Qin in the corner and Li Zuiyuan shook his head at him. Luo Tingrui understood and stood still. Shueliang Liang didn't continue to talk nonsense, so the ward fell into a strange silence for a long time. Finally, Uncle Qin broke the atmosphere. He walked back to the bedside, and then in front of Li Zuiyuan and Luo Tingrui, he took off his vest and threw it on the floor stand. Then, Uncle Qin began to scratch his arms, shoulders, chest, and other places with his index fingers. Every time he scratched, bruises of varying lengths and depths would appear. Any bruise on an ordinary person would make him scream in pain, but Uncle Qin seemed to be painting himself. His face was very calm, as if he was doing something very simple and normal. Luo Tingrui didn't understand what this man was doing. After Li Zuiyuan found that the bruises on Uncle Qin's left and right sides were symmetrical, he understood that Uncle Qin was drawing a talisman. The fingers were the pen, the body was the paper, and the paint was the new scars he had made. After painting, Uncle Qin walked to the door of the ward and opened the door. He once again looked at the corner of his previous standing. Open channel. I know what the main mother lets me come today, and I want to let me tell you the Bai family, Qin's family, it's not dead yet. After speaking, Uncle Qin thumbs his right hand and clicked in his own eyebrows. After moving away, he left a blood stain, which also meant that the rune was completed. Suddenly, the ward was in the wind. The wind was not strong, it was slight, but it was very cold. Li Qianyuan beaten a tremor unconsciously. The same as Lu Tingrui, and he picked up his arms. This wind is not just starting in this ward, but this whole layer, even several floors, all of them have the wind and gather here. Li Zhanyuan saw some vaguely, as if a lot of shadows followed the wind and did not enter the body of Uncle Qin, including a red shadow from this ward. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This is, do you put those dirty things into your own body? Qin Shu stood up for a while before taking the step, walked back to the sick bed, reached out and took back his vest, and went back. Li Zhanyuan noticed that the pace of Uncle Qin at first was a bit stiff, and even his facial expression seemed a bit dumb, but after wearing his clothes, he seemed to recover. It may be adaptable. And the lights in this ward also seem to have become bright and clear. In fact, not only the changes are here, the small half of the building has become brighter. In fact, sometimes the lamps of the hospital at night will look dull and misty, not because of the lighting, but there are more things like the hospital. And the appearance of the female driver and paper car before means that the terrible dirt has long covered the ward, and even Luo Tingrui's move is in its sight. Uncle Qin looked at Luo Tinggrui. I want to go to a place and need a car. Luo Tinggrui, I sent your car to pick up your car downstairs. Director Luo, the car is not there. Li Zhanyuan said. Then how did you come here? It's so fast. Li Zhanyuan, we are sitting in the 3 rounds of manpower. Then I'll arrange a motorcycle, will you ride? Luo Tinggrui looked at Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin nodded, yes. Okay, I will make people arrange it immediately. Luo Tinggrui took Qin Shu out of the ward and shouted the gay. After instructions, he motioned Uncle Qin to follow her to pick up the car. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. When they went out, Li Zhanyuan, who stayed in the ward, heard Shui Liang's nonsense. No, I won't marry you. There is no love between us. We met for the first time. I will not be so casual for marriage, don't dream. Li Zhanyuan couldn't help doubt, did Liang play the Qiang Yao drama in his dream? Nowadays, the boom of Qiang Yao drama has appeared, and the college students on campus are also one of the audience. Li Ziyuan can often see the chat drama and the big brother and sister holding the novel in his hand. At this time, Uncle Qin walked back to the door of the ward. Xiao Yuan, go. Here, Uncle. Li Zhanyuan followed Uncle Qin and took the motorcycle. After launching, he turned his hand and sounded. Uncle Qin drove quickly. After walking quickly in the urban area, he rushed to the suburbs. Li Zhanyuan sat behind because there was no helmet. In order to avoid the wind, he could only put his face on Uncle Qin's back and grabbed Uncle Qin's waist with both hands. He was surprised that he was planted in the field in the afternoon. He was still in the ward with the woman Qin, who was watching the woman in red, but now drove a motorcycle. Li Zhanyuan felt the madness from this world. At the same time, in the hospital ward, Luo Tinggrui heard Shui Liang's nonsense again. No, it is impossible to come back once a month. My work will not allow me to leave the construction site in the future. How many people's efforts are condensed, and I cannot be so irresponsible. It doesn't work for half a year. The large project will not be so short in the future, and the slightest errors cannot be produced. My future is not in Nantung, not in Jiangsu. I want to go to the southwest of Grand, where is my dream and my future. So, don't dream anymore, really, I won't marry you, don't want to restrain me here. Luo Tinggrui took off the frame, got angry at the lens, and wiped it with his clothes. He was both moved and sad and a little bit want to laugh at the same time. The smelly boy, all of which have been like this, dreaming is still thinking about building the big southwest. Dai returned to the glasses, and Luo Tinggrui sighed. Middle-aged people are always used to the idealistic aura of young people who disdain young people. They believe that this is their childish and immature, but rarely reflects. Is it possible for themselves to fall and lose? Liang, if you can get better this time, I will take you to the southwest in person. Nympho. The car drove to the river. Li Zhanyuan got out of the car. After Uncle Qin supported the car, he patted his hand and stared at the gaze of the river, with rich emotions. Li Zhanyuan remembers Lu Yumei once said that her ancestral home was on the river. From ancient times to the present, the great river has always been the birthplace of civilization. The two sides of the strait are accumulated by countless joy and sorrows, and there are not many stories and mysteries that they do not know how many stories and mysteries. With the years, they have precipitated at the bottom of this rivers. It seems that Liang Liang has said that the location of Beijia town, which is wrong in the locals hilly. Li Zhanyuan faced the direction of Chongming Island, and probably estimated the orientation and distance. In his heart, a guess gradually rose. Is Beijia town really at the bottom of the river in front of him? Uncle Qin began to take off his clothes. Unlike the vest he only took off in the hospital, this time he took off all his clothes, folded them and placed them on the shore, and pressed a pebble on them. Next, Uncle Qin twisted his neck first, then grabbed his hands under his ears, and then tore them hard. Li Zuiyuan heard the sound of flesh breaking, and looked closely. He found that there were 5 long wounds under Uncle Qin's ears. These wounds were constantly opening and closing while bleeding. Like bloody fish gills. Then, Uncle Qin began to stretch his body. Every time he moved, there was a crisp sound of bones and joints in his body, accompanied by the rupture of some flesh and skin. Soon, many dense stretch marks appeared on Uncle Qin's body. However, they were not on his stomach, but evenly distributed on his arms and legs. After finishing a set of stretching, Uncle Qin stopped, stood in place, and adjusted his breathing. The bloody wound under his ear closed and opened with the frequency of his breathing. Li Zuiyuan felt that Uncle Qin was a little different. His physique had changed significantly. Xiao Yuan. Yet. Watch the things on the shore. Okay, uncle. Uncle Qin nodded, then bent down, and started running under the moonlight. He didn't run very fast, but his body movements were very coordinated. He ran to the river, jumped, and disappeared in an instant after jumping into the river. Like a fish returning to the river. Li Zuiyuan looked at the calm river surface, and then looked at the clothes Uncle Qin left on the shore. He raised his hand and patted his forehead gently. After the incident happened, he seemed to really react. Is it really going on like this? Li Zuiyuan was standing at first. After standing for a while, his legs were a little sore, so he sat down. Time passed by. Uncle Qin had been down for a long time. There was no movement on the river surface, not even a special bubble. But all he could do now was to wait. Li Zuiyuan yawned and looked at the horizon. The night was like a piece of clothing that had been washed many times. The original dark color began to fade, and it would soon turn white. He shook his head and forced himself to dispel his sleepiness. After wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, he stood up again and continued to look at the river. This time, he saw movement. In the center of the river, it seemed that a figure appeared and then disappeared. Just when Li Zuiyuan thought that he was dazzled, he saw Uncle Qin walking out of the river by the river. His body was covered with shocking wounds, many of which were black and oozing pus. The most terrifying one was the one on his chest, which was so deep that you could almost see the white bones inside. But Uncle Qin was completely fine. He squatted by the river and began to wash his body with river water. Li Zuiyuan brought the clothes over. When he got closer, he saw many long nails and teeth still embedded in Uncle Qin's wound. Seeing this, one can even imagine how those things rushed to him and bit him madly. At the same time, Li Zuiyuan noticed that Uncle Qin's eyes were obviously angry. Uncle is angry. Uncle, what's wrong? Not very good. Failed. It was almost successful. Uncle Qin said as he reached out and pulled out a long nail. Then what? Li Zuiyuan stood behind Uncle Qin and reached out to grab a finger that pierced his back. After pulling it out with force, the finger was still moving. It was obviously a part of the human body, but it felt like a snake that had just been cut into pieces. After Li Zuiyuan threw the finger on the ground, it was still crawling towards the river. The blood-red nail cap had a strange luster. Smash it! Uncle Qin said. Okay. Li Zuiyuan picked up a stone and smashed it hard. His finger was deformed, but it was still moving. After smashing it several times, it finally rotted and stopped. Huff! Li Zuiyuan panted. He was reluctant to look down at the bloody mess. Beiji! Uncle Qin pulled out another finger from his body and threw it in front of Li Zuiyuan. The meaning was very simple. Li Zuiyuan could only pick up the stone again and continue smashing. If someone who got up early passed by here and saw this scene from a distance, they would probably think it was a warm picture of father and son. After cleaning the dirt embedded in his body, Uncle Qin picked up his clothes and put them on. Uncle, the wound. Let your aunt take care of it when we get back. Oh. Li Zuiyuan nodded and asked, Uncle, is Beijia town right down there? You know so much. Brother Liang told me. Yes, it's down there. So uncle, you just went to Beijia town. I went in, and the matter was almost done, but what happened? You'll know when we get back to the hospital. Your big friend is really impressive. He's a tough guy, really, too tough. Li Zuiyuan heard that Uncle Qin was very angry because things were not done according to his ideas, and the person who caused this result seemed to be Liang. Get in the car. Uncle, can you still drive? Then you drive. Li Zhanyuan got on the car obediently. When the motorcycle was traveling in front of a private house in the suburbs, Uncle Qin first stopped the car, took a coat on the clothes rope and put a coat on his body, and sandwiched the money on the rope. He was hurt too much, and he couldn't cover it with only vests. It was estimated that he could not enter the hospital. When the car entered the hospital, Uncle Qin stopped. When Li Zhanyuan got out of the car, he asked, Uncle, will Beijia town continue to do things in the future? Those Bai family ladies are simply ghosts, and Li Zhanyuan is really afraid that one will jump out in a while. It will stop for a long time, because the biggest white family mother has been talked about. In fact, compared with the injuries on his body, the result of the Bai family made Qin Li feel a headache. His task was to pull back the Bai family with a slap, but the slap was just half of it, and the remaining half couldn't move. He had to think about how to explain to Lu Yumei after going back. Uncle Qin, Grandma Lu is just in a bad mood today, but now it has passed all night. I think that after sleeping, Grandma Lu should be peaceful. Qin Li nodded. He felt that the boy was right, and he heard it. The boy was comforting himself. However, he was getting used to this performance of the boy. Go, Xiao Yuan, go up and see your friend, let's go home after watching it. Okay. Going upstairs and returning to the ward, I just saw Luo Tingrui's hot water bottle. You are back, just right. Liang woke up before, but I slept again. You can take a look at me, and I will pick up a bottle to open the water. Li Zhanyuan walked into the ward and saw that Liang had been removed from the instrument, and the whole person was no longer a coma, but was asleep. Uncle, is he okay? He is big. What? When he woke up, ask him yourself. I go downstairs to buy some bandages. Uncle Qin stood up and left the ward. At this time, Liang, who was sleeping, talked about his dream while molaring his teeth. 2 years? 2 years, at least 3 years. I can only guarantee that you will see you once every 3 years. Liang hugged the quilt and turned over, and continued to dream. We won't have children. Hearing Liang's words, Li Zhanyuan's face was shocked. He seemed to have pieced together, but because he was too outrageous, he felt that he had thought wrong. At this time, Liang seemed to wake up. He looked at Li Zhanyuan, who was standing beside the sick bed, and Li Ziwen looked at him. A short period of time, Liang retracted his gaze, sat up, leaning on the bed, his expression was dull, and the whole person had just encountered a major blow. Li Zhanyuan picked up an orange from the bedside table and slapped silently. Finally, Shueliang Liang spoke, his tone was lonely, with a strong stun and Xiao Suo. Xiao Yuan, tell you a terrible thing. Well, brother, you said. Li Zhanyuan peeled the oranges, took off a piece of orange meat, and sent it to Shueliang Liang's mouth. Shueliang Liang opened his mouth and ate it. Then, the original sad expression added a touch of sourness. Shueliang Liang opened his mouth and couldn't speak for a while, because the emotions that had been brewed were interrupted. He had just adjusted again and was about to speak, but saw that Li Zhanyuan sent the second piece of orange meat to his mouth. Xiao Yuan, you eat too. Don't eat, sour. Then you. The second piece of orange meat was sent into the mouth. Shueliang Liang had tears in his eyes, while chewing, he said with a vibrato. Xiao Yuan, my brother, I'm married. Congratulations. Li Zhanyuan picked up a piece of orange meat and handed over. This time Shueliang Liang did not resist, and he ate oranges. He didn't know whether it was sour or true. His tears covered his face. Your sister-in-law is pretty good. Just be good. Li Zhanyuan nodded. My grandfather said to us, looking at the objects is mainly to look at character and personality. Shueliang Liang looked at Li Zhanyuan with a bitter face, and his mouth picked up the piece of orange meat again. Your grandpa is quite enlightened. At this time, Li Zhanyuan finally made the logic. Uncle Qin was responsible for fighting at the front line, and Shueliang Liang was responsible for negotiating in front of the table. He and Uncle Qin came all the way from the village, went to the hospital to the river, and put pressure on it step by step. This also made Shueliang Liang's side, which can get better and better chips. Essence. In this regard, Shueliang Liang himself didn't know. As a result, Uncle Qin was almost hitting his hometown, and he was about to solve the problem completely. However, Shueliang Liang felt that he had got the best negotiation results and signed and stamped. If he persists for a while, you don't need to get married. It is no wonder that Uncle Qin would be angry. He was fighting desperately in front of him. Seeing that he was going to achieve success, as a result, he asked for peace here. Therefore, Uncle Qin left the ward to buy a bandage. It is estimated that this is an excuse. Probably staying in the ward and watching the one lying on the bed, he would not help but want to punch him. Li Zhanyuan couldn't bear to tell Liang's truth, which would be more sour than the remaining half of the oranges left in his hands. Mu has become a boat, and it is true that he persuaded him to see the opening point, and ask questions as happy as possible, and let him loosen his heart. Brother, do you want colorful gifts? This is not used. Very good, free love, new marriage. Actually, your sister-in-law still wants to give me a gift. Look, how good it is, others can't even envy it. But I definitely don't want it. Shueliang Liang held his neck high, like a proud little rooster. Well, my brother Liang is the most principled. That's right, I won't be a live-in son-in-law. I admire you. I've talked to your sister-in-law, and she agreed. I only need to come back to see her once every 3 years. At other times, I can go anywhere and do anything. That's great. Li Zhuiyuan suddenly realized that his worries were unnecessary. He is Shueliang Liang, a man with an extremely strong heart. No matter how difficult things he encounters, he will not think too much, but can quickly adjust himself. Otherwise, you can't explain the inexplicable arrogance in these words. Others are strong enough to find joy in suffering, but brother Liang can turn bitterness into sweet water. But, Xiao Yuan, I also took a step back. Oh! I promised her that the second child will take her surname. Chapter 25. A smooth marriage, long life and peace. Li Zhuiyuan remembered the face he had read for Shueliang Liang. Everything has multiple sides. As long as you change your perspective frequently, you can always find the good side. For example, this marriage is indeed quite smooth. Love at first sight, lifelong. Even if you only see each other once every 3 years, it can be considered a kind of compensation when you can live a long and safe life. Xiao Yuan, come with me to see Zhao Hequan and see if he is well now. Brother Liang, can you get out of bed now? Yes. Liang got out of bed, and then his legs began to tremble. Li Zuiyuan hurriedly supported him, so he didn't fall. Liang looked a little embarrassed. Brother Liang, you just recovered from a serious illness, and your body is a little weak. It's normal. Yes. Walk slowly, support me. Okay, Xiao Yuan. The two left the ward, went down the stairs, and came to Zhao Hequan's ward. Zhao Hequan's parents had already arrived from other places and were listening to the doctor's description of the condition. Both of them were dressed quite decently and formally, so their family conditions should not be bad. When they heard the doctor say that Zhao Hequan's condition suddenly improved and he was no longer in danger of death, they cried with joy. When they continued to hear the doctor say that Zhao Hequan had erosions and pus on his body before, some parts had to be removed, including the 2 eggs below. They cried even louder. Marriage is bumpy, and life is lonely. Li Zuiyuan muttered in his heart, and it seems that he was right again. However, he originally thought that it would happen after Zhao Hequan and his girlfriend went to the United States together, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Avoiding the 2 crying old people, Liang pushed open the door of the ward and walked in with Li Zuiyuan. At this time, Zhao Hequan had woken up and sat with his back against the bed. He looked very haggard and depressed. Li Zuiyuan remembered that when he just returned to the village and played with Pan Zilei and others, he saw a dog lying on the dam with no interest. He asked his brothers at that time if the dog was sick. Pan Zilei replied, it was just castrated yesterday and it hasn't recovered yet. However, although they were both wearing hospital gowns, Zhao Hequan's eyes immediately flashed with fighting spirit after seeing Liang. He instinctively thought that Liang came here to laugh at him. Li Zuiyuan knew that it was not the case. Brother Liang came to confirm whether the ladies of the Bai family had returned home and landed. After careful investigation, this should also be included in the negotiation conditions, and it is Brother Liang's hidden gift. Therefore, Liang should be Zhao Hequan's lifesaver. Zhao Hequan, haha, don't laugh too early. American medicine is advanced. When I go to the United States, the disease will be cured. Liang nodded and comforted, relax, it doesn't matter if it can't be cured. If they continue to deconstruct the concept of collective, your status in the United States should be getting higher and higher in the future. Zhao Hequan's face turned red with anger when he heard this, and his body began to tremble, as if he was stepped on an egg that no longer existed, or he had phantom limb pain. Hehe, I will definitely live a happier and better life than you in the future. I will live well and wait to see your joke. Also, I want to tell you that Lily has called me. She said that no matter what happens to me, she will not despise me. When we go to the United States, she will marry me. At that time, I will send you the photos of our wedding held in the church. Congratulations! Liang sighed, I'm already married. What are you talking about? Zhao Hequan was stunned for a moment, and then shouted, are you making up lies to anger me and even disregard logic? At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and it was Luo Tinggrui who came in. If a student of the school gets into trouble during the internship class, the school must be responsible. Not only must it bear the medical expenses, but it must also fulfill its compensation liability. Fortunately, the student is out of danger. Zhao Hequan. Director Luo. Zhao Hequan immediately smiled at Luo Gong. You should take good care of yourself and try to return to school as soon as possible to continue your studies. Okay, Director Luo. Liang, why did you run out when you just woke up? Be obedient and go back to the ward to rest. How can I feel at ease with you like this? I'm fine now, Director Luo. Why call me Director? Call me Uncle from now on. Okay, Uncle Luo. It is impossible for a person to lie when he is in a coma. Luo Tingrui already admired Liang very much. After this incident, he liked this young boy even more. He has made up his mind to apply to the school to participate in the Southwest Aid Project. At that time, he can bring Liang with him, so that this kid will have a higher starting point. Okay, I'll go out first, you go back to the ward and rest early. After saying this, Luo Tingrui went out to comfort Zhao Hequan's parents. Zhao Hequan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What tone did Director Luo use to him and Liang? He even asked Liang to call him uncle? He understood. No wonder Liang said that his marriage was settled. He was going to marry Director Luo. As a student of Haihe University, Zhao Hequan certainly knew that although Luo Tingrui was only a department leader of the school, he was definitely a master in the relevant field in China. Moreover, the higher authorities now encourage school professionals to work in the government. If Luo Tingrui was willing to leave the school, his status outside would be greatly raised immediately. Okay, Liang, I can't tell. No wonder you act so realistically on weekdays. It turns out that you are trying to climb up the ladder. I have also suffered a lot of psychological pressure, and I have to do so. You. Li Zhanyuan found that there was a white smoke on Zhao Hequan's head. At this time, Zhao Hequan's mother came in while wiping tears, saying, Hequan, the Shanghai experts that the school entrusted the relationship invited you is coming soon. Mom and Dad go to the door to welcome it. Zhao Hequan calmed his face and nodded. After the mother left, Zhao Hequan sneered, look, this is the case in China. You have to find a relationship in the country. Liang puzzled, how do you feel that a country with a recommendation system has no human relationship? You, go out, give me out, go out. You can take good care and pay attention to rest. Liang was supported by Li Chuan, walked out of the ward, and after closing the door, Liang said, don't go back to the ward first, go to the entrance of the hospital to buy snacks and toys. No. Yes, although I don't know what happened, but I know, you can come, prove that you have helped me a lot. Besides, this is what I promised you. Let's go, my brother bought something to eat for my brother, isn't this justified, unless you don't want to recognize my brother? Okay, brother. The two slowly went down the stairs. At the corner on the first floor, Zhao Hequan's parents stood there and were talking. Because Liang went downstairs, he heard a longer conversation. The sun is gone, can you really cure it? It's gone after healing, let's hurry up and work hard, and regenerate one. You can't make my family. I feel that I can still give birth, but if I have a second child, I work with you. Just make an application report to explain it, after all, the boss is disabled. Well, too. Liang and Li Zhanyuan did not stop or greet. They went straight out of the inpatient building and came to the store outside the hospital. Go and choose what you want to eat. You can take those toys, don't be polite to your brother. Li Zhanyuan went to take some snacks and stationery to cope with the errands. Just take this. Enough I eat. Okay. Liang settled the account, and then put the remaining money in his hand, all of the remaining money, all of which were stuffed into Li Zhanyuan's pockets, patted, and said, this is the pocket money given by your brother. Thank you, brother. When Liang returned to the ward, I saw Uncle Qin sitting on the aisle benches and waiting. After Li Zhanyuan and Liang farewell, they walked out of the hospital with Uncle Qin. You sleep, I carry you back. Okay, uncle. Li Zhanyuan was carried by Uncle Qin. He was really tired and trapped, and soon fell asleep on his back. I don't know how long it took, I just felt that my body was shaking slightly, and the sound of the car horn could be heard in my ears. Li Zhonyuan's first reaction was that Uncle Qin also used the trick of a paper car? Opening his eyes excitedly, then disappointed. There are people in the cars. This is a bus leading to Shigong town in the urban area. This is not the move used by Uncle Qin, this is a ticket to buy. Li Zhonyuan wanted to ask Uncle Qin about the paper car last night, but he still held back, because the closer to home, the more things could not talk about. However, I remembered that Uncle Qin said last night that she came back. Therefore, paper cars are just similar to a dream or hypnosis. In fact, it is a white family mother, carrying herself and Qin Shu, and running into the urban area from Siyuan village? From this point of view, it seems that there is nothing special. Isn't this a copy of Run's Hung? Don't sleep for a while. No, uncle, it's strange. I don't know what this time, so I will be full for a while. Because the road is traffic jam, it is now at 4 p.m. Oh, no wonder. The bus stopped, Li Qianyuan and Uncle Qin got out of the car, and the two walked along the village road. Xiao Yuan, my uncle asked you something. Uncle, you say. What do you think of your big friend? He doesn't know what happened outside, so it is normal to make such a choice. It can be understood. I didn't ask this, my uncle wanted to ask you, it was you, are you willing to enter? Li Zhonyuan stopped, first looked at the direction of the grandfather's house, and then turned his head to look at the Uncle Qin standing on the side. He didn't answer the question of Uncle Qin, but asked, Uncle, are you leaving? Qin Li didn't expect the boy would ask this way, and his face was shocked for a while. Why do you say that? Feel. Qin Li smiled, no longer attached to the answer to the previous question, and didn't speak any more, and walked home quietly with the boy around him. Qin Li took back her feet from the threshold, stood up, and held a small chess box to Li Zhonyuan. Li Zhonyuan looked at Lu Yumei, who was sitting on the baiza drinking tea. Uncle Qin was standing behind her at this time and lowered his head. After Lu Yumei nodded, Uncle Qin followed Aunt Lu back to the West House. Xiao Yuan, you are a master and run Sheng out. Lu Yumei said. Grandma Lu, are they living? This is not. Today, I just settled 2 batch of paper tails. You have money in your pocket, and let Run's Hung pull him to Shi Port Town to buy a TV. Li Zuiyuan could only sigh in his heart that his grandfather really didn't save money. He spent whatever he had in his pocket. However, he really didn't expect much from the TV. Now he had finished reading Explanation of Yin and Yang Physiognomy and Theory of Deduction of Fate. Although he hadn't fully understood them or didn't dare to understand them now, at least he could put those 2 books aside. Next, he had to go to the basement to find books again. Although his grandfather's earnest teachings were still echoing in his ears, and he knew the importance of laying a solid foundation, but he really couldn't help it. He didn't want to be a soy sauce bottle next time he experienced something similar. This kind of quick success and quick profit idea was definitely wrong and needed to be criticized, but who told him that he was still a child? Well, he couldn't always be too mature and rational. He was also controlling his condition. Li Zuiyuan first went to the drawer to assemble the flashlight, and then went into the basement. The difference was that this time he brought Qin Li with him. Ali, come, help me choose a box. This time, Li Zuiyuan was no longer obsessed with cleaning the first box. Ali walked to the box in the middle. This one. Li Zuiyuan gestured to Ali to hold the flashlight, and then he opened the box lid with force. Ali, help me shine it. Li Zuiyuan began to look for books in it. The books in this box were all thick and large sets, very similar to the Jianghu's Higyilu he read for the first time. They all started with at least 20 volumes and were well organized. But they were generally basic and conceptual, well, the most were health-preserving. Li Zuiyuan even saw a book Take Xuan Zhuangziu Jing. He pulled out a volume and flipped through a few pages. There were pictures, text, and various postures. Before Ali leaned over to read the book together as usual, Li Zuiyuan quickly closed the book. He frowned. These were not the books he wanted to find. Although he admitted that these books would be useful in the future, they were useless now. Li Zuiyuan leaned into the box, intending to take out the 2 sets at the bottom. After a lot of effort and sweating, he finally took them out. If these 2 books were still health books, then this box would be covered in dust forever. Li Zuiyuan immediately became excited when he looked at the cover of the book. The Righteous Path to Subdue Demons, Part 1. Although the title of this book sounds a bit like the popular martial arts novels from Hong Kong and Taiwan in the mainland, it is much better than the health books he had read before, and it gives people a strong sense of anticipation. But why is it only Part 1? Li Zuiyuan looked at the other set he took out, and the cover said The Righteous Path to Subdue Demons, Part 2. So, these 2 sets, with a total of more than 100 volumes, are actually one book? But why are they divided into upper and lower volumes? The books in the box are basically handwritten, not published, and they thought that the lower volume would be published if the upper volume sold well. Li Zuiyuan took out the first volume from each of the upper and lower sets. I quickly flipped through the pages and scanned the content format. The pictures and texts were detailed. There were also drawings of various deadfalls in various environments, and I saw things used to deal with deadfalls. But why did it feel familiar? With this feeling, Li Zuiyuan took out the first volume of lower volume and quickly scanned the pages. It was still detailed with pictures and texts, but there were bubbles in each picture and text, indicating that it was in the water, and the use of props became less, and more of it was close combat with deadfalls. So, the first volume talks about the environment on the shore and the methods of using various props to deal with deadfalls. The second volume talks about the methods of dealing with deadfalls in the underwater environment. However, these 2 should not be completely contradictory, not to say that all the methods on the shore cannot be used underwater. The author divided it this way, probably for the convenience of recording, and it cannot be copied rigidly. But this comfortable font and this familiar illustration style. Li Zuiyuan immediately took out the last volume of the second volume and turned to the last page. Sure enough, the last line reads, Written by Wei Zhendao. Looking at this name, Li Zuiyuan felt very familiar. Jianghu's Higyilu was his first reading material, but he never expected that Wei Zhendao would write a sequel. The former is a concept definition, and the 2 volumes in front of him are formulas. Li Zuiyuan likes this rigorous and orderly feeling very much. Looking around at the dozen boxes around, are there any books by Wei Zhendao in them? An idea came to Li Zuiyuan's mind. If this person really started writing from introductory popular science books and wrote higher and higher, then, in Jianghu's Higyilu, every death at the end is destroyed by Zhendao. Will it not be just the author's self-entertainment? But it is really, destroyed by Wei Zhendao. Before, Li Zuiyuan only thought that this author was very interesting, and he also thought that this idea was ridiculous. After all, how can a person go to so many places, see so many deaths, and kill so many in his lifetime? But last night, after witnessing Uncle Chin's style with his own eyes, he realized that it seemed not impossible. Just like the grandfather always didn't believe that he was taking classes in college, it is indeed easy for people to make empirical mistakes in their unfamiliar fields. If I finish reading all the books you wrote, then are you considered my teacher? If I write a diary in the future, what should I write next? So and so died. Destroyed by the inheritor of the righteous path? Lu Yumei was eating snacks and sipping tea, and then she saw Li Zuiyuan holding a pile of books and walking up the stairs, followed by her granddaughter, who was also holding a pile of books. The 2 children carried the books upstairs and put them in the bedroom, then ran downstairs again, and each of them carried a pile of books up from the basement, going back and forth many times. Lu Yumei felt helpless and wanted to laugh. Alas, This was her precious granddaughter who she had raised since she was a child. However, this was also good. As long as she was not allowed to continue to sit in a daze behind the threshold of the house, Lu Yumei would not stop the boy from carrying a hoe and taking her to the fields to farm. After moving the books, Li Zuiyuan first took out a towel, wet it and rubbed it, first helped A Li wipe her face and hands, then folded the towel and wiped his own sweat. Then, Li Zuiyuan took out 3 cans of Jian Lai Bao, opened one for A Li and kept one for himself. Next, the boy and girl sat on the terrace together, drinking drinks while enjoying the evening breeze. The girl's hair was blown up by the wind from time to time, sweeping across her face, itching. The boy occasionally turned his head and looked at the girl's profile. She was sitting on the west side, just in the same frame with the warm orange sunset. "I'm back." Runzheng pushed the cart, and the grandfather sat in the cart, holding a yellow cardboard box in his arms. "Xiaowenho, the grandfather bought you a TV." "I'm here, grandfather." Li Zuiyuan ran downstairs and greeted him, showing his joy and excitement. Unboxing, plugging in the power supply, erecting the 2 antennas on the top, rotating the channels, and watching CCTV, non-Tuong local TV and county TV. The county TV was broadcasting a new Kayang Yao drama. At this time, the local small TV stations would broadcast whatever they could get the source of the film, and they didn't care about the copyright issue. Anyway, they were all locals, and the radiation range was not large. "How is it, Xiaowenho? It's pretty clear, right?" Li Sanjiang touched the head of the TV and showed off to Li Zuiyuan. "Yes, I know. Grandpa, I bought the latest model." "Okay, Lord Runzheng, carry the TV to Lord Xiaowen's room." "No need, Grandpa, just put it on the first floor so that everyone can watch it. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. That won't work. I bought it for you. How can I not put it in your room? If I do that, I will be addicted to watching TV and affect my studies." "Oh, then okay, put it on the first floor." "Okay." Runzheng happily moved the TV in. He slept on the table on the first floor every night, which meant he could watch TV all night. Aunt Lu said at this time, "It's time for dinner." 4 sets of small dining tables have been set up. Runzheng held a big incense stick in his hand, and there was a bundle of small incense sticks next to him, which looked like green onions and shallots. Ever since Xiao Yuan reminded him that he had opened the door to a new world that day, he could no longer do without this way of eating, but every time before eating incense, he had to light the incense first and then start eating from the other end. Li Sanjiang took a sip of wine and shouted to Uncle Qin, who was eating with Lu Yumei and Lu Ting. "Li Ho, the day after tomorrow, the old Zhao family in Shijia village will hold a funeral. I met them on my way back. They ordered 16 sets of banquets from me. You should deliver the tables, chairs, bowls, and dishes to him tomorrow afternoon. Oh, and Ting Ho, please count again to see if there are enough stocks at home. If not, please make up for it as soon as possible and ask Li Ho to deliver it to the old Zhao family when he does business the day after tomorrow." Aunt Lu nodded and said, "I will make up the paper figurines. It's in time, but Ali. What's wrong with Li Ho?" Qin Li got up from the table, walked to Li Sanjiang, and said, "Uncle Sanjiang, my uncle in my hometown is sick. I'm afraid he's going to die. He has no children, so I have to go back to my hometown to take care of him. When will you come back, Li Ho?" "I don't know about that. At least, we have to send the old man away. That will take a long time." Li Sanjiang scratched the back of his head with the end of his chopsticks. "Are you going back alone? Where is Ting Ho?" "Uncle Sanjiang, I will go back alone. A Ting, my mother, and A Li will continue to stay here." "Okay, then you go. Uncle Sanjiang, you don't have to wait for me to come back. There are many things to do at home. We need a strong laborer. You should hire another person. It's okay, no need to hire. Li Sanjiang pointed to Runzheng, who was sitting in the corner eating fragrant rice with rice grains all over his face. Runzheng is here. Yes, I am here, it's okay. Runzheng not only did not refuse, but nodded vigorously on the initiative. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. I'll pay you. Uncle, you're being polite. I live with you, have meat to eat, and even TV to watch. I should work for you. Bullshit, why do I owe you this little bit of wages? If your grandfather knew that you were really working for nothing here, wouldn't he be so angry that he would die? Besides, you can save some of your wages from me, and go back to buy some rice, flour, grain, oil, etc. for your grandfather later, so that the old man won't starve to death. My grandfather doesn't have money. He made a lot of money at the Niu family last time. Young man, I'm not here, he can eat and drink for a long time by himself. Hat. Li Sanjiang snorted disdainfully, that old man has no luck in gambling, but he still likes to play cards. I don't know how long he can keep the money in his pocket. Then, Li Sanjiang looked at Qin Li again. Ali, when are you leaving? I'm leaving tomorrow morning, to the station. So soon? Are your things ready? A Ting has packed everything for me. There's not much stuff. Just take a few clothes back. Li Sanjiang reached into his pocket, took out the money, and handed it to Qin Li. Well, I bought TVs in the big head. This is the rest of the money. You must not have to give you a doctor to see the doctor when you return to your hometown. You bring this money first. By the way, don't forget to buy a little non-tuong specialty. Cake by Put is dried up. Uncle Sanjiang, I can't collect your money, you can get it back. Li Sanjiang's complexion, stink boy, ask you to take you with you. It's really okay, I can't get your money anymore. Do you see that my family is eating and drinking here, you also give work money. Your salary is also an uncle. Lu Yumei said at this time, take it, remember your uncle Sanjiang. Qin Li took the money and bowed solemnly to Li Sanjiang. Li Zhanyuan bowed his head silently, and he didn't believe that Uncle Qin returned to his hometown to serve his uncle. He had been to Dongguyu to worship the tablet. Uncle Qin left only because of last night. Li Zhanyuan could notice that they lived in Taiyet and had been trying to avoid some kind of taboos. Uncle Qin's departure was also for insurance. Alas, the cost of supporting the soy sauce bottle once is really large. She looked at Lu Yumei secretly, and found that Lu Yumei also looked at herself, and the two looked at them briefly. Lu Yumei's eyes were deep, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Li Zhanyuan knew that this was a silent warning. I can no longer come back to ask for the Qin family as I encountered a tricky thing like the past. I have to walk one by asking for one. There are really a few hairs that are enough for themselves. After dinner, Runzheng couldn't wait to turn on the TV and set up the stage. Li Sanjiang did not go to the second floor to lie down and listen to the book, sitting here, smoking. Soon, the exciting melody in the TV was a county platform and is playing Li Ouo. Run Sheng sat back, grabbed a few incense in his hand, ignited the match, and stabbed it carefully, as if he was eating spicy. Li Zhanyuan didn't rush back to the house to read Wei Zhendao's new book, but moved to a small bench and sat and watched TV with Li. Li Sanjiang asked Runzheng curiously, what are the guys in red leather clothes? Uncle, is a hegemon. What about the round flying? It's a disc, monster, bad. Oh, so. Runzheng didn't watch TV before, sometimes it was from the village, and sometimes it was intermittent in the employer's house, or even in the store. However, in this era, most children who watch TV are difficult to watch such a drama. It is also difficult to finish watching it systematically. It is inevitable that something will be delayed in the middle of the way. Although there is already a family videotape machine now, the machine is expensive, and the second is the inconvenience of the circulation of videotapes. Therefore, the rise of the video machine halls in various places has been born. At a fixed time, the boss will play the adult film. After the episode was released, began to play cream ads for cowhide moss. Runshung continues to stare at the advertisement carefully, hoping that the advertisement can continue to put a lower episode after the end. What programs will be released in several periods? Well, by the way, even those advertising lines can be memorized. After waiting for a long time, Runshung looked back at Li Zhanyuan and asked, "Xiao Yuan, have you seen this?" Li Zhanyuan nodded. "How many episodes?" 40 or 50 episodes. Wow, so good. When in the family's courtyard, Li Qiangyuan was pulled by several elder brothers to watch the videotape together. They collected a lot of complete sets of sets, but their version was called Superman Nova. During this period, the Chinese works are still mainly Xiangzhong version and the Treasure Island version, so the differences in translation habits will occur. Lu Yumei came over at this time and said, "A Li should rest." This is what Li Zhanyuan said. "A Li, go back to the house with your grandma to rest, see it tomorrow morning." A Li got up disobedient and returned to the house with Lu Yumei. When Li Zhanyuan left the small bench, when he stepped on the stairs, he looked back and passed through the paper tie in the house on the first floor. He saw Runshung and Taishi, who was still sitting in front of the TV and watching the advertisement. Thinking of the Uncle Chin, who drove his galloping in a motorcycle last night. The fierce collision between tradition and trend, backward and advanced friction bite, it is really hard to imagine that so many things can be stacked in the same era. However, people who are in this era, including themselves, can't notice most of the time, even if this stormy waves are beside them. Perhaps only after many years, everything has been settled, and when I look back, I will be surprised that I have been in a strange time. Xiao Yuan. Uncle Chin broke Li Zhanyuan's thoughts. He was standing at the stairs entrance on the second floor at this time, as if he had been waiting for himself. Li Zhanyuan ran up. "Squat. Good." Li Zhanyuan knew that this should be the last lesson. According to the teachings of Uncle Chin in the past, Li Zhanyuan picked up Ma Buletin, and started to vomit, so that he quickly entered the state. Uncle Chin's hand kept walking around Li Zhanyuan's body muscles, and carefully adjusted every force. After a period of time, Uncle Chin said, "Okay." Li Zhuiyuan stood up. He didn't feel tired, but relaxed. After reading for a long time, he gradually began to use horse stance to replace radio gymnastics. "Practice well, don't give up." "I remember, Uncle Chin." "Yes." Uncle Chin walked downstairs. Li Zhuiyuan felt a little disappointed. Uncle Chin had so many skills, but he seemed to have only learned horse stance. Fortunately, Wei Zhendao's The Right Way to Subdue Demons described the method of fighting with the dead, so he could practice that. Back in the bedroom, turning on the desk lamp, Li Zhuiyuan didn't rush to read the second volume. After all, he was still a child. Before practicing close combat, he should learn how to use the tools first. Open the first volume of the first volume and start reading from the first chapter. Next. Li Zhuiyuan abandoned all distractions and began to seriously study the correct cultivation of the boy black dog. In the morning, Li Zhuiyuan, who had just woken up, turned his head and looked at Ali sitting on the chair. She didn't wear a skirt today, but a white and green tight-fitting outfit. If she was given a sword, she could play a childhood heroine in a martial arts drama. Li Zhuiyuan smiled. It seemed that Grandma Lu had just changed her taste, and Ali also changed her style. "Good morning." After walking up to the girl and greeting her, Li Zhuiyuan's eyes unconsciously fell on the girl's belt, which was shining silver and had delicate carvings on it. It couldn't be. Li Zhuiyuan reached out and touched it. The girl didn't avoid it, nor was she embarrassed. She just stood there calmly. Sensing the touch transmitted back by his fingertips, Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but be surprised. The girl's belt was actually a soft sword. He couldn't help but sigh at the degree of obsession with perfection that Grandma Lu pursued. Perhaps, Ali's obsessive-compulsive disorder was also partly inherited from Lu Yumei. Seeing that Li Zuiyuan was interested in her belt, Ali reached down and pretended to take it off for Li Zuiyuan. No, 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 no need to take it off. Li Zuiyuan quickly held the girl's hand to stop her action, and then exclaimed, "It looks so beautiful." Ali's eyelashes twitched slightly, but this time it was not a sign of anger, but a sign of happiness. Li Zuiyuan was surprised to find that this was the first time Ali used such an obvious action to express her emotions other than running away. She is really changing. During breakfast, Uncle Qin carried his bag, said goodbye to everyone, and then walked down the dam. Everyone was in a stable mood, except Li Sanjiang. He was probably the one who was most reluctant to let Qin Li leave, not just because Qin Li, a guy who worked more for less money, left. After getting along for a long time, people always have feelings for each other. After dinner, Li Zuiyuan walked up to Aunt Lu, took out a list and some money. "Aunt Lu, you are going to the town market to buy vegetables today, can you help me buy these back?" "Okay, it's just a matter of convenience." Aunt Lu picked up the list, glanced at it, and was shocked at first, then turned to traditional doubts. "Xiao Yuan, what are you buying these things for?" "The school assigned extracurricular practical homework for the summer vacation, and these are the materials I need to complete the homework." This is a very lame excuse, but it doesn't matter, because only one reason is needed. "Okay, Aunt Lu will buy them all for you when the time comes." "Thank you, Aunt Lu." Letting Aunt Lu buy them for you is reassuring, and you don't need to explain anything, because it is likely that she is much more professional than you. In the morning, Li Zuiyuan continued to read the book. This book is actually quite simple, and the difficulty lies in the experimental operation. It can be said that without considering the practice, this set of volumes is more like a manual activity textbook. At the same time, Li Zuiyuan also noticed that many of the things mentioned here are actually also in his great-grandfather's place. Every time when Grandpa retrieved corpses or sat for a fast, he would bring a lot of things, but after careful comparison, it was found that those things of Grandpa were just similar in shape or name, and they were not the same things in essence. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help wondering, Grandpa actually relied on a set of fake goods to retrieve corpses until now? However, the things here are really difficult to deal with. For some utensils, you have to draw the design drawings according to the description in the book, and then ask carpenters and blacksmiths to make them. There are carpenters in the village, but where can I find blacksmiths now? I can't find the ding-ding-dong blacksmithing workshop described in the book now, or I can find a factory and ask the master to use a machine tool to make it for me. In the afternoon, Runzheng was going to deliver tables, chairs, bowls, and dishes to Lao Zhao's family. He didn't know the way. Li Zuiyuan knew where Lao Zhao lived, so he went with him. Lao Zhao's family lived on the east side of Shijia Bridge, not far from where Li Zuiyuan waited for the car last night. Runzheng pushed the big cart to Lao Zhao's dam alone and helped the Zhao family unload the goods together. The morning hall was already set up. Li Zuiyuan saw the deceased lying motionless on the bed in the middle of the main room. He was a young man, probably only 17 or 18 years old, not much older than Pan Ziai and the others. Two old ladies gathered together and whispered. "A good young man, how could he be gone just like that?" It is said that he was returning from a play in town at night, and he fell into the field on the way and died just like that. "That's true, what did Zhang Datong say? A sudden heart attack. What a pity, tut-tut, the old Zhao family is a small business, the family is quite rich, but there is only this one son." It happened that someone began to make up the remains, and the white cloth covered on the remains was opened. Li Zhanyuan saw the true appearance of the remains, the eyes were sunken, the eyebrows were paralyzed, the person was smooth, and the lower lip was sharp. In the face, this belongs to the Fuki edge, there is no shortage of the bottom pond. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This is the lower sign of the face, which means that the blessing itself is thin, and the gap will flow away. If you are happy and simple, you can barely live a lifetime, but if you enjoy too much, such as eating, drinking, and playing, enjoying it too hard and too anxious in advance, you can easily squeeze yourself. Based on what the two wives said, the conditions of the old Zhao family are very good. This kind of life exceeds the conditions of ordinary people around, but instead is not suitable for people of this kind of face. After the delivery, Li Zhanyuan walked home with Runzheng. Pan Ziai and Lei Ziai, who were running side by side on the road ahead, did not know whether it was wiped or glue on his head, and his hair was combed backwards. There was a very obvious seam in the middle. Essence. Ha, Yuanzi, we are going to Taiyi's house to find you, but I didn't expect to meet here. Brother Pan Ziai, brother Lei Ziai. Pan Ziai came up and took Li Zhanyuan's hand. Go, Yuanzi, my brothers take you to the town's video hall to watch movies, and will play the heroic character in the afternoon. The thunder on the side, the shot of shooting with both hands, and the sound in his mouth, bang bang bang. Okay, I'm going. Runzheng shouted. Li Zhanyuan didn't want to go. He wanted to go back and read the book, and said, I go back to get the money, please go to the movie, but I won't go, I still have to do homework. The money in the morning was given to Aunt Lu, and the other money was in the bedroom drawer. Go and go, how can you pay for you again? We are also a face-oriented one. We really didn't spend money before, but we didn't want to take advantage of your brother. That is, the two of us are rich now. I just went to the Zikan factory for a day yesterday. Speaking, Pan Ziai and Lei Ziai each took out the crushed money in the pocket, counted together, nodded their heads, and counted Runzheng in. In the last one, Pan Ziai laughed, just right, 4 tickets, you can buy 4 bottles of soda. Run Sheng was happy, I push back the car back first. Seeing that they were so high, and they deliberately moved the brick money to ask themselves to play with themselves, so they no longer embarrassed to continue to refuse, but they could only promise to go. However, while sending the cart back home, Li Zhanyuan returned to the bedroom by the way, took some money to put his pocket, and said to A Li, so he went to the town with them. In the end, the 4 came to a video hall, and the facade was small, and there was a simple sign on it. Sister May Video Hall. Chapter 26. Less than 1 meter into the house, it is a large wooden board, which is covered with large and small movie posters. The biggest one is Wang Zuxian. On the left side of the wooden board is an empty channel, you can enter from here, provided that you have to buy a good ticket in front of the small table on the right side of the wooden board. Behind the small table, a woman in her early 30s, with red vests and jeans on the upper body, tall and thin, and the vest neckline was low. You can see the flower butterfly in her clavicle position pattern. At this time, she held the cigarette with a cigarette and pressed the transmission machine without lift her head. How many people? 4 people, Sister May, I haven't seen you for a while, you're more beautiful again. Sister May, is your brother-in-law, are you looking at the shop today? Pan Ziai and Lei Ziai took the initiative to get close to money, saying good words. In fact, they are not familiar with this sister, but they are still a lot of age. As long as they have a sweet mouth, they know a little bit of good eyes, and the guests will not be able to stay here with a long-term ticket. 1 more 1 or 2. Sister May put the money into the drawer, issued 4 tickets, and scolded the smoke circle. Who knows where the bastard is running now? Sister May is called Leopard, which is a relatively famous blend of the town in the town. She is called Leopard. Without this background, Sister May is not suitable for this video hall. After taking the ticket, Li Zhanyuan and Runzheng followed Pan Ziai Lei to walk in from the left. The wooden board not only separated the channel, but also played the role of blocking the door light. The space inside is quite large, and there are low benches in the middle, like a simple version of the cinema. In the past, township cinemas can also rely on the collective votes of state-owned units of local state-owned factories and serve as temporary activities to maintain their popularity. Now, after being gradually separated from public attributes, it cannot be avoided. This also gives the private video hall like Sister May quickly grow and popularize the space. There is a long cabinet under the north wall with an old color TV on it, and there is a videotape. Runzheng was very excited to Li Zhanyuan's ear and said, "Xiao Yuan, this TV is much bigger than the grandfather bought yesterday." Li Zhanyuan responded with a smile, "No matter how big this is, everyone is watching together. No matter how young at home, you can see it alone." Runzheng also nodded, "This is the truth." But at night, all the platforms were not moving, and the sound of beep. I almost thought that I was watched as soon as I bought the new TV and scared me. Fortunately, there was another stage in the morning. Brother Runzheng, maybe people on the TV station have to rest at night. Runzheng regretted, "Unfortunately, can't they have a night shift?" "Brother Runzheng, let's sit." Although it was in the afternoon, there were already some people in it. The films that are now played are Prison Storm starring Chow Yun-fat and Liang Jiawei. At present, the film is half-placed. If there is no big accident every day, the broadcast time period is basically fixed, so the point of this buying ticket is also Panzi and they specially stepped on it. It is not easy for the teenagers to have some leisure money in their hands, and naturally they learn how to make a penny into two halves, and spend the least money as much as possible to maximize their entertainment. Li Zhanyuan also noticed that in the southeast corner of the video hall, there was a deep small door with curtains, which seemed very mysterious. It's not like cooking for cooking, because there is no smell of oil. Although the start of half part, this does not prevent everyone from being quickly put into the movie plot. The movie watching time passed quickly, accompanied by the iconic Xiao Suo of Hong Kong films in this era. The film language was over. In fact, before the end, Sister May came in and stood next to the TV. Regardless of the destructive atmosphere, she shouted the next one is heroes, and she was ready to add. After the end, several people left, but most people chose to make up for the ticket. Sister May swept Panzi and others, and did not say anything. It was considered that they bought this scene by default. Heroes began to be screened. At this time, Xiangzhong films belonged to the heyday, not only almost ruled the entire Chinese cultural circle, but also had great influence in Japan and South Korea and Southeast Asia. The videotapes in the video hall are also dominated by Xiangzhong movies, and occasionally there are other countries, but the cover is very explicit. However, just after watching a Hair Brother movie and taking another one, Li Zhanyuan felt a bit difficult to replace. This feeling, like the older brothers in the family courtyard in order to thank themselves for their homework, insisting that they had watched Lio Leo all day. In the next episode, the end of the film is almost entering the end of the film. The frequency of the original episode was difficult to describe every day. After the large tube was full, there was only the aesthetic fatigue under the same mode routine. Lei Zi went out for a while before he changed his trip. He bought 4 bottles of soda from the next small sales department and a bottle of one person. In fact, the Kill factory has not earned many bricks. They were taken away by half of them by their parents. As soon as the movie was shown for a moment, 4 young people came in all of a sudden. The one who took the lead was not hot. Wearing unfact suit vests, the other 3 took off the tops and hung them on their shoulders, and they were flowing. They smoked with a loud voice, and deliberately made an exaggerated laughter during the communication. They should have watched this movie long ago. They are still spoiled while chatting, and they have to be swear at the beginning or end of each sentence or end of each sentence. People around them are dissatisfied, but no one will say anything. After all, there are 4 other people. Pan Zi and Lei Zi whispered to Runsheng and Li Zhanyuan who were the four people and what names were on the way. Young people of this age have a strange sense of worship for such two outlike characters. It seems that it is an extraordinary thing to know with them. However, because of Li Lan, the old Li family attaches great importance to education. Pan Zi and Lei Zi are also in high school. If they drop out of school in junior high school, it is estimated that it is likely to follow them with them. Li Zuyuan didn't mind the smell of smoke. After all, Li Wei was smoking, but he didn't like the big voice of the four people. After unbearable, he had to get up and go to the end of the wall. There is a chair where you can sit, then to earlier, then to the front, then to the front. The short bench is a lot tall. Pan Zi and Lei Zi confirmed that Li Zhanyuan was still sitting back, and turned back and continued to watch the movie. At this time, the opponent of the suit wearing a suit shouted, "Sister Mei, people, what about people, how about it, all have been here for so long, people." Sister Mei poked her head from the wooden board and cursed, call your mother's soul, and don't look at the current point, shouted for you, just come. Hey hey! The man in the suit was not annoyed, but just whistled at Sister Mei. It seems that Brother Leopard has been sucking too much, you see you drooping. Look at your grandma. Sister Mei scolded again, and she disappeared from the wooden board. It didn't take long for two women to come in. They were all the age of 30. After the two came in, they sat down on the left and right sides of Li Zhanyuan, then lowered their heads, and looked at the boy curiously. Yo, a handsome guy, sit here and wait for my sister. The thin skin and tender meat are quite white, but are you so sensible when you are so young? The two began to tease. At this time, the two younger brothers beside the suit man got up and walked over, sitting next to a woman, and then began to be irregular, and began to explore. Li Zhanyuan realized that the last chair seat was not prepared for the normal audience. When he was about to sit away from Runsheng, the two teams around him got up first, opened the curtain, and walked into the mysterious passage. Soon, there were two sounds of closing, and there should be a few small compartments in it. At this time, the suit man began to shout, Sister Mei, change, change. Sister Mei poked out and cursed, before the evening, change the fart. The men's dissatisfaction said, add a little ignition, make some atmosphere, change it. Several people watching movies followed. Although Sister Mei has leopard behind her, she is a mixed man on the road. Sometimes scolding, but she still has to follow them. Therefore, she can only go to the videotape and take out heroes. Flipped out of the long stripe drawer and put it in. Li Zhanyuan noticed that Pan Zi and Lei Zi began to show excitement and expectations, like teenagers in African tribes are about to accept the most primitive adult gifts. Soon, the new movie began to play, which was in costume. There is no Mandarin dubbing but Cantonese, but fortunately there are subtitles, but after looking down, you will find that there is no great impact on whether there are subtitles. At first, the plot was still normal. There was a sense of relaxed drama. Li Zhanyuan saw a short man selling cooking cakes. He thought that this should be the Xiangzhong version of water margin. Until, a man and a woman entered the room to drink, and then lay on the table, and the clothes began to get less and less. Li Zhanyuan realized what film this was. Pan Zi and Lei Zi widened their eyes, and they were more invested than watching my brother's movies. They were afraid of missing any details. They seemed to imprinted each frame into their heads, so that they would be convenient to return after returning. Li Zhanyuan felt that his two brothers would definitely not be so serious when looking at the blackboard during class. Runsheng began to blush and lowered his head. He was not pretending to be twisted, but he was really embarrassed to watch. During this period, it was also the golden age of Xiangzhong and Beidao midnight movies. A series of classics were born, leaving a stroke in the history of film history. After a while, the two men who went in before came out. They pretended to smoke cigarettes and ignited, and seemed to want to use smoke to cover up some kind of embarrassment. So fast. The suit man didn't hesitate to face his younger brother. "I haven't mobilized emotions yet." He said that, but he was unwilling to wait again, and got up and walked into the deep passage with another younger brother. Then, the passion scene in the movie was not finished, and they came out. At this moment, 4 people, all sitting in a chair, smoking cigarettes, unlike the previous noise, and finally quietly. As if it is interpreting, what is to put down the butcher knife and stand to become a Buddha. After a while, the suit man began to shout, Sister May, put heroes." In the state of becoming a Buddha, compassion in his heart, he can't see killing. Damn, there are so many farts. Sister May is really annoying, but she can understand it. She came in and to take the belt, and also adjusted the progress. After doing it, Sister May deliberately looked at them, smiling at the corner of her mouth, with ridicule. She knew when the man was like a tiger with his teeth. Those 4 men really avoided their attention, as if they were a gentleman who suddenly became non-courtesy. The 2 women were still sitting in the back. They were not supposed to come to work so early. They were called here to do 4 temporary jobs. At this moment, they were too lazy to go back. Anyway, they had to come again at night. Not long after, they stood up and began to sit next to the moviegoers, talking and chatting with them, and their fingers were also playing with the men. At first, the 2 selected men refused righteously, then politely refused, and then refused to accept. Then, they all sighed and stood up, as if they were forced to feed the tiger, or as if they were helping to do good things. In the end, with the determination that if I don't go to hell, who will? They were dragged to the deep passage. And Pan Zi, Lei Zi, and Run Sheng were ignored from beginning to end. They had good eyesight and knew which people they should not waste time on. If there were good-looking people, they wouldn't mind sitting with them and watching movies and chatting. They would be happy even if they didn't charge money. After all, this kind of demand has always been mutual. But unfortunately, Pan Zi and his friends didn't meet the standard. There was a boy who looked very good, but he was too young. It would be better if he was a few years older. However, there were few people in the afternoon show. Most of them came to watch movies. They soon ran out of potential targets, so they stopped sitting on the chairs and went out to chat with Sister May. When the movie was over, it was almost dusk. Seeing that there were not many people tonight, Pan Zi and Lei Zi moved from the middle area to the edge area and sat down, ready to watch another show. Li Zuiyuan was going home for dinner, so he said goodbye to Pan Zi and Lei Zi first, and then walked out of the video room with Runsheng. Runsheng liked watching movies, but he loved eating more. Li Zuiyuan went to the next door store and bought 4 bottles of soda and a few bags of snacks, ready to give them to Pan Zi and Lei Zi. When she passed by Sister May's small table, Sister May was talking to the 2 women. They were in a cooperative relationship. Sister May provided the venue and looked out for them, and they had to share every order with Sister May. Seeing Li Zuiyuan coming back with something in his hand, Sister May teased, "Oh, little brother is here to bring food to your sister, how embarrassing." As she said that, Sister May pretended to reach out to take it. She originally intended to tease the boy and make a joke, but who would have thought that the boy not only did not avoid her with the things, but took the initiative to spread out and move closer to her, making it easier for her to take it. She really brought a bottle of soda over. Li Zuiyuan put down a bag of spicy strips for her. This move made Sister May a little confused. Then, Li Zuiyuan went in and gave the soda and the remaining bags of snacks to Lei Zi and Pan Zi. When Li Zuiyuan came out again, Sister May pointed at the soda and spicy strips on the table and said, "Take it away. How can I eat your child's food? It's okay. I'll treat you." Li Zuiyuan shook his head. He had no intention of pleasing Sister May, and he would probably never come to the video hall again. But Sister May had made them watch half a movie for nothing today, and now Pan Zi and Lei Zi were still inside and were allowed to continue watching. He. Sister May and the two women behind her laughed, thinking that the boy was very interesting. At this time, shouts came from outside. An old man rode a tricycle while shouting. There was also a middle-aged man lying on his back on the tricycle, with his feet and hands spread out of the car, like a turtle with his belly facing up. Li Zuiyuan noticed that the middle-aged man's 10 fingers were blue, and his lips were even more frighteningly purple. Sister May ran out anxiously and quarreled with the old man on the tricycle. The old man waved his hands and explained aggrievedly that he just took the money to send the person there, and it was none of his business. The context of the matter became clear during the quarrel. The middle-aged man who was in a coma was Brother Bao, Sister May's man. He went to a bathhouse in Shigong town in the afternoon to take a bath and then had a big back massage. Li Zuiyuan didn't know why he had to go to the bathhouse to take a bath in summer. He didn't know what a big back massage meant. He could only understand that a big back massage was a more powerful back massage, and Brother Bao should not have been struggling, so he fainted during the back massage. The owner of the bathhouse didn't send the man to the hospital, but called a tricycle to take the man home. It costs money to send him to the hospital, and the man is not willing to pay. Sister May was so angry that her face turned red and white, and she pinched the man several times. The two women next to her kept persuading her. In the end, Sister May could only add some more money, and she also got on the tricycle and urged the old man to ride to the town health center. But the old man had already pedaled to exhaustion after pulling the man from Shigong to Shinan. After all, his work in Shigong town was only short distance. Even if Sister May was willing to pay more, he really couldn't ride any more. But the middle-aged man in coma was already in a very bad condition. He couldn't be awakened even by patting his face. If he wasn't sent to the hospital, he might die. Sister May was so anxious that she scolded and cried. Xiao Yuan. Runzheng looked at Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan understood what he meant and nodded. Runzheng walked forward and motioned the old man to get off and sit in the back, and then he rode on the tricycle. The great-grandfather's family had a 3-wheeled cart. According to the great-grandfather's instructions, Runzheng has been practicing riding a bike these days, and now he has learned it. However, for short-distance transportation, it is more convenient to push a cart. At this moment, although there are 3 adults sitting on the tricycle, this weight is nothing to Runzheng, and he rode out quickly. Li Zuiyuan could only wait for Runzheng to come back and then go home together. However, he did not go back to the video hall. Instead, he went to the next store to buy another bottle of soda and sat on a bench next to it, drinking while waiting. There was a pool table in the open space outside the store. At this moment, 2 guys were playing. The level of these 2 guys was very poor. After watching for a while, Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but feel sleepy and leaned against the wall of the store and yawned. About half an hour later, Li Zuiyuan saw Brother Bao coming back. Li Zuiyuan was very confused. The patient came back, so why didn't the person who sent the patient to the hospital come back? Fortunately, before leaving home, he told Aunt Lu and the others that he was going to the town with Pan Zi to watch the video. Even if he came back late, the grandfather would not worry, just thinking that the child forgot the time because of playing. Brother Bao was no longer depressed and decadent when he was in a coma before. When he walked, he showed the unique unrestrained and arrogant middle-aged second-rate people, shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders. Unfortunately, the 2 young men playing billiards seemed to be ignorant of the underworld. When Brother Bao passed by them, he didn't even say hello. At this time, Li Zuiyuan suddenly saw Brother Bao walking out of the cover of the billiard table. The heels of his leather shoes were raised. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. This scene instantly reminded him of the posture of the bearded father and son leaving home and walking towards the fish pond that night. They also walked on tiptoe with their heels hanging in the air, so they were wobbly when they walked. Li Zuiyuan's heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly realized something. At the same time, Brother Bao seemed to have noticed a gaze looking at him. He stopped, tiptoed, slowly turned his head, and looked at the canteen. Li Zuiyuan immediately put his head against the wall, picked up the soda in his hand, took a sip, and pretended to be very bored looking at the billiard table. Brother Bao looked back and forth several times, but did not find that special look. Then, he continued to tiptoe forward and walked into his own video hall. Li Zuiyuan kept his original posture and did not move, thinking in his heart, although it is not the first 7 days, it is understandable that Brother Bao is anxious to go home. Then, Li Zuiyuan became worried again, because Lei Ziai, Pan Ziai and others were still in the video hall. But it shouldn't be so unlucky, right? At this time, a woman in a skirt came out of the video hall. When Sister Mei sent Brother Bao to the hospital, she asked them to help look after the store. The woman walked straight to the canteen, and Li Zuiyuan sat at the entrance of the canteen, which meant that she had to pass almost close to him. Li Zuiyuan found that she was also walking on tiptoe, but unlike Brother Bao before, there was another pair of feet under her feet. It was a pair of leather shoes, very familiar. Then, behind the woman's legs, there was a pair of men's legs close to her. As for the part above, Li Zuiyuan couldn't see it unless he looked up, but he could probably imagine that Leopard Brother was almost on her, her feet were stepping on Leopard Brother's feet, and she was almost equivalent to Leopard Brother's clothes, or a puppet. So, what is this? However, whether it was the record of strange things in Jianghu that I had read before or the record of the righteous way to subdue demons that I was reading now, the theme was death, and the existence of non-death was beyond the scope of Li Zuiyuan. The two guys at the pool table whistled at the woman, but the woman ignored them and walked to the owner of the canteen and asked for a pack of cigarettes. The owner asked in surprise, "Why do you smoke this?" The woman replied, "I want to change the taste." The owner gave her a cigarette and wanted to tease her a few more times as usual, but found that the woman had a gloomy face, so he swallowed the teasing words in his throat. The woman turned around, tore open the cigarette paper, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Hiss! Hiss! Li Zuiyuan heard 2 puffs of smoke from a man and a woman. Obviously, the woman was not the one who wanted to take a puff of the cigarette. The woman was obviously going back to the video room, but she stopped in front of Li Zuiyuan, bent down, and looked at the boy who was half dozing and dazed. Li Zuiyuan wanted to get away with it in this way. He knew that Leopard Brother was invisible before, but the woman could be seen by people around. However, the woman reached out and pushed his shoulder. There was no way. Li Zuiyuan could only show that he had just come back to his senses from confusion and looked at the woman with some doubts. "Little handsome boy, go inside and wait." The woman's face was very close to Li Zuiyuan now, so Li Zuiyuan could clearly see the second man's face behind the woman's head. When the woman spoke, Leopard Brother's mouth was also moving. "No, the smoke inside is so strong that it makes me dizzy. I'll wait here. It's getting dark. It's not safe to be outside. Come, go in with your sister." The woman held Li Zuiyuan's hand. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan felt 2 hands grabbing his wrist at the same time, one warm and the other cold. "No, no." Li Zuiyuan shook his head, then shook off the restraint of the pair of hands and walked to the billiard table. "I want to watch billiards, I want to learn this, these 2 brothers are really good at playing. Haha, little brother has good taste. Come on, little brother, stand by and watch carefully, the brothers will teach you." The 2 guys who played billiards very badly felt great satisfaction because of the boy's flattery, and took the initiative to pull Li Zuiyuan between them and let him watch their professional moves. The woman stood up, but did not continue to ask to take Li Zuiyuan back to the video room, but walked back on her own. Although Li Zhanyuan watched the white ball into the hole stupidly, Li Zhanyuan had always been covered with a woman. This kind of two people walking together are really weird. For the sake of safety, now it seems to shout out their two brothers. Hey! The owner of the small sales department came out very dissatisfied. The one hasn't finished the game, either renewed or stopped. At this time, the billiards were not calculated by time, but the number of games. If it was strange two people made a fight, it was the cost of losing the game. Therefore, the boss hates the poorly pair of friends who come to the pair of poor levels for a long time. What shout, isn't it just adding money? That's how we can't afford it. Both guys started to reach out and touch their pockets, but when the hand reached in, it seemed to forget how to pull it out. I don't know if I really have no money in my pocket, or I intentionally waited for the other party to take out the money first. At this time, Li Zhanyuan also touched his pocket. The two guys stared at them immediately. Little brother, do you have money? Well, yes. Then you continue a table. Just now the brothers deliberately taught you to fight slowly. The boss is unhappy. That is, we are all for you. Oh, I'm sorry, my fault. Li Zhanyuan took out a banknote from his pocket. I will continue the table for you. The young man's face showed a smile. Li Zhanyuan pointed to the video hall again. My brother Pan Zilzi is in it. Who can you help me call them and let them come out and take me home? Brother, why don't you shout yourself? Li Zhanyuan replied very embarrassedly, I am embarrassed to go in the movie where men and women are playing men and women. Ha 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 ha. Li Zhanyuan took the money to the owner of the cellar to continue the table. One of the guys walked into the video hall to help shout. After a while, he came out. Li Zhanyuan looked at him. There was no one behind him, and he didn't hold his feet. However, Pan Zi and Lei Zi did not come out. Little brother, your two brothers said to let you go back, they want to watch movies. Another guy asked curiously, what movie is now? I don't know, but it's very strong. The man stands, hugs the woman, very fierce. The young man said as he said. Fuck, you can still shoot this way, or let's go in and see. I won't go to see it, I go home after playing at this table. I have to scold my mother too late. Li Zhanyuan frowned. Although Pan Zi and Lei Zi were sometimes playful, they were still responsible for being brothers. Not to mention why they should be curious why their younger brother who has long been home is still outside, that is, under normal circumstances, knowing that they call them, they will at least come out to explain the situation in person. But as a result, it was obviously not normal for others to pass a word. However, although the young man went in and shouted, he was safe again, but he still dared not walk into the video hall again. If the brother Runzhung is here at this moment. Last time, when the Niu family lived, he faced the evil Lu Blind and Master Shan, who was slapped, and it was called a sharpness. At this time, two people walked out of the video hall, which was two of the 4 second-class sons. There was nothing to stick behind them, but the steps were frivolous, as if drunk and shaking, and the eye sockets were sunken and the eyes were dark, as if they had stayed in a row for several days. But when I saw them before, although the Buddha stopped, the spiritual head was still okay. Wherever I watched the movie became so decadent, as if the whole person was hollowed out. The strangest thing is that Li Zhanyuan noticed that their pants were wet at the crotch, dark all the way down, and overflowing along the ankle to the slippers. It's like urinary incontinence. No, it doesn't seem to be urine, because some white and thick. Gradually, the liquid appeared brown-red. They walked towards the distance, leaving a red slippers behind them. Li Zhanyuan pulled the sleeves of a billiard guy next to him, pointing to the mark. Look. What's wrong, what? The guy was unknown. Shoe printing. Where can I have shoe prints? Li Zhanyuan turned his head again, and found that the red shoe print on the ground disappeared. Even if it is summer, it will not evaporate so fast, and it is also colorful. At this time, two people came out of the inside, the suit man and another younger brother. The two people walked out, and after the younger brother walked in front, and the suit man walked behind. It is a feeling that may fall at any time. The men's mouth murmured, "It's too fierce, comfortable, comfortable, this movie is comfortable." Li Zhanyuan moved down and found that the pants of the suit were all red. And the red liquid is dripping along the pants tube. At first glance, he thought he had just soaked in the red paint tank. Li Zhanyuan hesitated, or stepped forward and asked the man in the suit, "Brother, what's the matter in it? What's wrong?" The fans of the suit stared at Li Zhanyuan. He seemed to be drunk. It seemed that it took a long time to finally be sure that the boy in front of him was talking to himself. He, let me tell you, there are good things in there, but it's not suitable for children, not suitable for children, he. As he said that, the man in the suit waved and called out to the younger brother in front of him, wait for me, let's go together." With a thump, the man in the suit fell down, but he immediately got up and continued to move forward. The red mark he left on the ground was like a sprinkler truck just passed by. This time, Li Zhuiyuan did not move his eyes away. He stretched out his hand to pull the billiard boy to take another look, but as soon as his hand was stretched out, the mark disappeared from Li Zhuiyuan's sight at a speed visible to the naked eye. The four people who just came out seemed to be not in danger of life, but Li Zhuiyuan could feel what they had lost. The sixth book of the detailed explanation of yin and yang physiognomy has such a description: the appearance is born from the heart is connected to the origin, the source is deficient, the heart is scattered, and the heart is scattered, the appearance is weak. This means that the face is not static, and the real-time influence of factors such as spirit and energy should be considered. Although the faces of the four people were originally only the next level, which was one level lower than the ordinary one, and probably meant a lifetime of confusion, now, the faces of the four people all have a tendency to collapse and decline. Although his face was quickly verified correctly by Shuiliang Liang and Zhao Hequan, Li Zhuiyuan did not believe in this, nor did he think that he could determine a person's life by looking at a face and deducing a fate. But this is just like going for an examination when seeing a doctor, at least it can show that the bodies of these four people have suffered great damage. If Pan Zi and Lei Zi continue to stay in there, will they also suffer the same fate? But what can I do now? He has discovered that after the incident with the little yellow warbler, some changes should have occurred in his body, allowing him to have a more acute perception of those dirty things. But the problem is that he also found that after he had this perception, it seemed that those dirty things were more likely to be interested in him. The woman or leopard brother wanted to call him into the video room for no reason. The billiard boy can go in and come out, but Li Zhuiyuan feels that there is a high probability that something unexpected will happen after he goes in. Finally, Li Zhuiyuan's eyes fell on the telephone in the store owner's hand. Fortunately, the grandfather had left him a sample question. He walked into the store again, and the boss was happy. He was quite curious. The boy seemed to have a lot of pocket money in his pocket, and he didn't know which family the child was from. "What do you want to buy this time?" "Boss, I'll make a call." "Okay, you call." Li Zhuiyuan picked up the receiver and put it to his ear, then his eyes showed thinking, as if he was recalling the phone number. After watching for a while, the boss turned his head and continued to calculate his own bill. Li Zhuiyuan took the opportunity to quickly dial 3 numbers. And the other end of the phone beeped twice before being connected. Li Zhuiyuan first described the location here in a clear voice, and confirmed with the boss in the middle, and got the boss's detailed correction. The boss thought that this child should call his family to pick him up in the store. Well, it turns out that his family is well off. But Li Zhuiyuan's next words made the boss drop the pen in his hand and his face froze. "I report the Meija Video Studio next to this store. Not only is it illegally distributing pornographic videos, it is also organizing pornographic transactions." Chapter 27. Li Zuiyuan hung up the phone and asked the boss, "How much?" The boss swallowed hard. He still felt that the child was being naughty and pretending, but to be safe, he pressed the hands-free and then pressed the call back. The short call back tone made the boss's eyebrows tremble. After the call was connected, the voice of the police officer came from inside. "Hello, this is Tongzhou Public Security Bureau." "Pop." The boss hung up the phone immediately. He looked at Li Zuiyuan in disbelief. He didn't expect that the child actually called the police. "Zina Kangzi, what are you doing?" The boss left the counter and ran to the next door like crazy. He wanted to tip off the police and not wait for them to arrive and catch him in the act. Li Zuiyuan glanced at the phone. He originally thought that the boss called back to say, "Just now, it was just a child's play, don't take it seriously, and cause you trouble." As a result, the boss was so scared that he hung up directly after confirming that he was calling the police. He didn't think of this at all. However, Li Zuiyuan still put the phone bill on the counter and took 2 candies from the jar on the counter as change. At this time, after peeling off the outer packaging of the candy, there is often a layer of sugar coating inside, which can be put into the mouth to dissolve, but Li Zuiyuan is still used to picking it off. After the sugar coating was cleaned, the candy was thrown into the mouth and eaten for a long time, and the owner of the candy store did not come out of the video hall. Li Zuiyuan knew that the owner probably had an accident inside. Sighing silently, Li Zuiyuan decided to walk farther away. After the car on the road passed, he crossed the road to the opposite side, but still felt that the straight line distance was too close, so he walked a long way to the west and stopped in front of a bicycle repair shop. "Here, you can see the situation in the video hall across the road, and when the police come, they will pass by first." Not long after waiting, Li Zuiyuan saw a police motorcycle driving over, followed by a police car. 2 cars stopped in front of the video room, and 6 uniformed policemen got out. 4 entered from the main entrance, and 2 went around to the back of the shop. The arrival of the police vehicles attracted the attention of many people nearby. Some people who came to shop at night and the owners of the surrounding shops came to watch the excitement. Li Zuiyuan did not move forward, but stood there, quietly waiting for the result. In less than 2 minutes, a policeman ran out of the video room in a panic, with an unbelievable look on his face. Li Zuiyuan was shocked. Could it be that even the police uncle had a problem? However, after seeing that the policeman went to the police car to pick up the walkie-talkie and started talking, and another policeman came out of the video room behind him, Li Zuiyuan knew that the miasma had broken. In The Righteous Way to Subdue Demons, the miasma is discussed in a separate volume, which generally refers to the special environment formed after the dead fell and entrenched in a certain place. In that volume, many methods of exploration, analysis, and breaking the situation are described. But it is obvious that there were no telephones or people's police in Wei Zhendao's era. Soon, reinforcements came in waves. Among them was a middle-aged policeman in plain clothes with a stubble on his chin. After he got off the car, he quickly scanned the surroundings. Although it is not appropriate to use such words to describe the police uncle, this man gave Li Zuiyuan the feeling of being watched by a hawk, because his eyes were too sharp. What surprised Li Zuiyuan even more was that the other party did not go to the video hall, but pushed aside the crowd in front of him, as if he was going to walk towards him. But his behavior was blocked by the shouting of his colleagues behind him, and he had to turn around. At this time, the people in the video hall were brought out one by one. Each of them looked soft and weak, and they could sprain their feet and fall down at any time when walking, but their faces were flushed and they shook their heads violently. The middle-aged policeman walked up, grabbed a man's arm, and pushed his fingers up on the other's forearm, which was very similar to a classic action of pushing the forearm in massage. Then, he shook off this arm, grabbed the second and third, and did the same action. "Captain Tan, what's wrong?" Tan Yunlong shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like he's taking drugs." As soon as this was said, many policemen around him looked stunned. To be honest, it was just a relatively simple anti-pornography and obscenity campaign at first, but when the police colleagues arrived at the scene to check, they immediately made an excited report. Then, the whole station was boiling. Who would have thought that in this township area, a den of people taking drugs could be caught out of the blue? Tan Yunlong knew what his colleagues were thinking, and he could only say, "This is just my personal judgment. Take them back to the station first, and then ask the town health center to send medical staff to check." "Yes, Captain Tan." In fact, Tan Yunlong himself was not too sure, because the performance of these people was too similar. Soon, everyone in the video room was taken outside. Li Zuiyuan saw Lei Zi and Pan Zi among them. They were not afraid of the police, but talked to themselves and clapped hands from time to time. The two women who worked part-time in the video hall were the same. They took the initiative to talk and laugh with the police around them. Even a blind person could see that something was wrong with this kind of behavior. In addition, Li Zuiyuan noticed that Brother Bao behind the woman was gone. But Li Zuiyuan didn't know where Brother Bao had gone, and he couldn't find it. Next, they were taken to the police car one by one, and the video hall and the small shop next to the video hall were blocked by the police. Originally, the report call came from the small shop, which was known after checking, but the owner of the small shop was the most twisted now. After getting on the police car, he kept making faces against the car window. Maybe it was because he was the last one to go in and was in the most excitement now. Li Zuiyuan looked around and was a little confused. Why didn't Brother Runsheng come back? There happened to be a yellow rickshaw parked there to watch the excitement. Li Zuiyuan walked over, got on the car, reported the location of the town health center, and asked the price. After the tricycle driver quoted the price, Li Zuiyuan suddenly realized that because of the previous phone call, he naturally switched from Mandarin to dialect, so he asked the price again in Nantung. The tricycle driver smiled embarrassedly and quoted a 50% discount on the previous price. Arriving at the town health center and walking in, before Li Zuiyuan could ask Meiji and Runsheng where they were, he saw two policemen walking in front. He followed them and soon found a quiet ward. Runsheng sat quietly on a bench outside the ward. The police pushed the door open and Li Zuiyuan walked in front of Runsheng, gently pushed him and asked, "Brother Runsheng, what are you doing sitting here?" Runsheng raised his head, "Xiao Yuan." After the conversation, Li Zuiyuan knew what happened after he was sent to the hospital. First, Brother Bao failed to be rescued and was declared dead. After hearing the news, Sister Mei fainted immediately. The tricycle old man left directly after arriving at the hospital. Therefore, Runsheng was asked by the health center staff to stay and pay the fee, but Runsheng had no money in his pocket, so he could only sit here as a hostage. He thought that when Sister Mei woke up and made her words clear, he could leave, but Sister Mei was in a coma for a long time. Li Zuiyuan took the initiative to push the door and go in to find the police. In the ward, Sister Mei was lying on the bed, surrounded by two uniformed policemen and a plainclothes officer. The plainclothes officer came first, and Li Zuiyuan didn't know it in advance. If he knew, he might have hesitated before coming in, because the other party seemed to notice him at a glance in the crowd. Li Zuiyuan first found the two policemen and explained the situation, saying that his friend was just doing good things and shouldn't get involved in such troubles. After the police heard the whole story, they took the initiative to communicate with the staff of the health center. Soon, Runsheng was told by the health center that he could leave. "Great, I can finally go home for dinner." Runsheng was so hungry that he wanted to carry Li Zuiyuan on his back and run home. But a voice came from behind at this time, "Little friend, wait a minute." Tan Yunlong walked in front of Li Zuiyuan, bent down, and looked at the boy seriously. "Little friend, did you call the police?" The feedback given by the police officer was that the caller was a boy. After Tan Yunlong arrived at the scene, he immediately captured Li Zuiyuan's presence. How to say it, when everyone was rushing forward to watch the excitement, the person standing alone and quietly on the periphery with an excellent view was even more abrupt, and the boy's friend also sent the video hall owner and his wife to the hospital. All these things together are not coincidence. Yes, police uncle, I called the police. Li Zuiyuan did not deny it. In front of such a senior policeman, lies are really not cost-effective. Why did you call the police? But, shouldn't I call the police? Tan Yunlong was choked for a while, and finally could only smile and say, you should, you did a good job. Uncle, can we go home now? Of course. The specific test results of the video hall have not come out yet, but no matter what, the person who called the police should be protected. Come, where is your home? Uncle will drive you home. It is not safe for children to walk on the road at night. Thank you, uncle. Tan Yunlong asked Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng to get in the car. Before driving, he took off the siren on the roof. He did not send Li Zuiyuan home directly, but drove the car to the village road and stopped. Li Zuiyuan said goodbye to Tan Yunlong, and then got off the car with Runzheng and walked to his grandfather's house. At the fork in the road before turning into the small road, he saw Li Vihan riding a 28-bar bicycle in a hurry, followed by 4 uncles, who were about to leave the village in a hurry. Li Vihan's face was serious, and the 4 uncles, 2 of them were worried, and the other 2 were livid and still cursing. Grandpa, uncle. Little Yuanho, go home quickly, Grandpa and your uncles have something to go to town. Li Vihan didn't even have time to look at his most beloved grandson at this moment, because the words passed by the messenger were really shocking. It was said that Lei Ziai and Pan Ziai were smoking that in the town and were arrested by the police. This news was simply a bolt from the blue. They were rushing to the town police station at the moment. The 2 uncles who were muttering "kill this evil creature" were Pan Ziai and Lei Zi's fathers. Runzheng asked curiously, Xiao Yuan, what happened? Let's go home first. I'm hungry, brother Runzheng. Yes, me too. When they got home, Aunt Lu said with some anger, how come you forgot the time when you went out to play? We have already eaten, and your grandfather also went out for a walk after eating. However, Aunt Lu quickly brought out the reserved food, but it didn't look that good. There is a bowl in front of Li Zhanyuan, and the rice's meals on the bottom, a pot in front of Runzheng. Run Sheng hurriedly ordered the incense. He took several big mouths in a row first, and chewed into the face, as if he was finally slowing down. His appearance is more like sucking than the doubtful person in front of the video hall. Qin Li sat down in front of Li Zhanyuan and watched Li Zhanyuan for dinner. I was eating, my grandfather came back, and said with emotion. His mother, why is Pan Ziai and Lei Ziai joining the gangs of smoke in the village? The status is not low. Li Zhanyuan almost stunned the rice. When he was cough, he felt a gentle little hand pat on his back. Li Sanjiang sat down, ordered a cigarette, and continued, I can't see it. The 2 of them look honest in the village on weekdays. Master, it should be the villagers who talk nonsense. How can it be possible? This is not allowed. Your grandfather and your uncle went to the police station at the moment. Xiao Yuanho, Master, you want to warn you, other things are good to say, but you must not touch this thing, but when you touch it, you can basically be over in this life. I know, Grandpa. By the way, who did you go out in the afternoon and play with it so late? Brother Pan Ziai and Lei Zizi. Li Sanjiang's face was wrinkled a bit, and then he stretched and nodded, that should be the villagers who listen to the wind and say the rain. After dinner, Li Sanjiang went upstairs and washed and slept. Ming'er had to get up early to go to the old Zhao family to take fast. Run Sheng went to Jingkao to take a shower without wiping it, so he couldn't wait to turn on the TV and sit up. His wet appearance, with the white light projected by the TV, was like a dead fall ashore. Li Zhanyuan was on the dam, and he picked up the horse. A Li stood beside and accompanied him. After practicing enough time, Li Zhanyuan stood straight and relieved his breath, with a layer of fine sweat on his body, and at the same time, the fatigue accumulated during the day was soothing. Lu Yumei has been sitting on the dam to enjoy the evening breeze with melon seeds. What's the use of practicing this? Look at your serious look. Just be a radio gymnastics. This answer made Lu Yumei a stagnant expression, unknowingly spit out the meat seeds, chewed the melon seed shell. Li Zhanyuan also seemed to be aware of his wrong words, and looked for the replenishment. After I feel that I have practiced this, my body is much more comfortable, and my spirit is much better. I am amazing. You are still young, the bone shelf has not been opened yet, it is not suitable for practicing hard work now. Okay, Grandma Lu. Li Zhanyuan looked at the belt around Ali's waist. Grandma, Ali's waistband, will it be a little inappropriate? When Ali met strangers or stimuli, it was easy to run away, and then paired with a soft sword on her body. Then she was going to cut people. Grandma, I think it is appropriate. Only this belt can be worthy of our clothes. As soon as Lu Yumei finished speaking, she saw that Ali immediately unbuttoned her belt and threw it on the ground because Xiao Yuan said it was not suitable. At this moment, the corner of the old lady's mouth could not help but start to draw lightly. Li Zhanyuan bent down and picked up his belt carefully. Although this thing was thin and soft, it would be very dangerous if he applied his strength. Okay, it's not early, Ali, you should sleep, we will play together tomorrow morning. Ali returned to the room disobedient. Li Zhanyuan apologized, Grandma Lu, sorry, I shouldn't say this in front of Ali. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Grandma is just a bit unable to come to Taiwan, so I can't distinguish it. I know you are also kind. However, there is something wrong. It should be what you said to you. Ali really became ill. It doesn't matter if there are weapons around you. What? You go back to the house, listen to Ating, you asked her to buy a lot today. I asked Aunt Lu to help me buy some job materials. Then you can do your homework well, I will sleep first. Good night Grandma Lu. Li Chanyuan went to the second floor, opened his bedroom, and saw a variety of materials in a room. The original empty room suddenly became fulfilling and compact. Aunt Liu's work efficiency is really high. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of a cage. There was a small black milk dog in it, and there were water bowls and food bowls in the cage. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. When I was downstairs, Aunt Lu did not mention it. Obviously, she was only responsible for buying it for herself. As for how to explain to Tai Yat, it was her own business. Including, raise a little black dog. It stands to reason that puppies this age should be the most lively and noisy, but this puppy is lying on the cage and sleeps. Even if you have come to follow, it does not even open the eyelids. After confirming that this dog is not suitable for looking at the door and let it look at the door. It will get up early and sleep late. However, Li Zhanyuan wanted it to do this, but to need its blood. This sounds a bit cruel, but it is not the other. The boy black dog blood appears very frequently in the Amaska magic record, which is one of the necessities used by many appliances to inspire. But this thing, only one essence is taken, that is, a little bit of blood wiped it up and used it as a catalyst. Like when the grandfather performed rituals before retrieving the corpse, he would often use a basin to sprinkle black dog blood. Actually, it was wrong. Li Zhuiyuan flipped through records of strange things in Jianghu and records of righteousness to subdue demons, but he had never seen any death caused by being sprinkled with black dog blood. And it seemed that the blood that the grandfather sprinkled was not dog blood, but he mixed it with pigments in advance. The specific blood used depended on whether the meat dishes at home were chicken or pork a few days ago. Normally, in order to ensure the vigorous blood, it is best to use black dog blood taken within 1 month. If it exceeds the time, the effect will be greatly reduced. Each time, take the amount of a beer bottle cap, and then add other things to make it similar to red ink. When you need it, open the ink cap, press it with your fingertips, and then apply it to the required place. This amount and frequency have little impact on the dog's health. At most, you can give it a big chicken leg to supplement it after taking blood. As for the method of raising a boy dog, it is also recorded in the book. It is not complicated, just feed it medicine. There is a prescription in the book. Even if you show it to an old Chinese doctor, he will think it is just a tonic for humans. But if a dog eats it, in addition to tonic for the dog's body, it will have a side effect for the dog, which is that it will greatly reduce the desire in that aspect. If you lock the dog in a dark room and isolate it from the outside world, the dog is prone to mental disorder, and the dog's blood will carry evil spirits, so the effect will not be good. And simply watching the dog is too energy consuming, and if you accidentally give it a chance to go out and lose its virginity, you can't verify it. At that time, you will face death with useless black dog blood, and you will be unlucky. The price is too high. As for castrating the dog once and for all, it is even more undesirable. The dog blood of a castrated dog has no vitality and is useless. Therefore, it is most appropriate to feed the dog with this tonic. As long as it is fed according to the course of treatment, it will be a gentleman even in the estrus period. Wei Zhendao is a kind-hearted man. He also mentioned in the book that when the dog is 3 or 4 years old, you can stop feeding it medicine, give it freedom, and then find a new dog to continue to draw blood. As for the dogs that have taken medicine, they are often stronger and healthier. The only drawback is that they can't go to the dog track for a few years. But after it is freed, it can still have a broad sky and a wonderful future. It's better to take it as bitter first and sweet later. Seeing that the little puppy still ignored him, Li Zuiyuan didn't pay attention to him anymore. He took his list and started to put it into the warehouse one by one. Fortunately, Brother Liang gave him a sum of money before, otherwise it would not be enough to buy so many things with his previous pocket money. In addition, this is only the first batch of raw materials, and the subsequent experimental losses and processing costs have not been calculated. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan finally felt the financial pressure. He regretted that he had rejected the jade ring given to him by Lu Yumei. After counting and confirming that there was nothing missing, Li Zuiyuan sat back at the desk and began to draw the design. The pictures in the book are rather sloppy and are often supplemented with text descriptions. I have to translate it myself so that I can find someone to make it in reality. This kind of handmade book is really hard to read. After working until 1 o'clock in the morning, Li Zuiyuan left the desk, took a shower and went to bed. When he woke up the next day, he looked sideways and saw A Li in a red dress sitting on a chair. Li Zuiyuan was a little worried. If he returned to Beijing, would he feel lost and uncomfortable when he woke up and couldn't see her? The little puppy in the cage seemed to be very interested in A Li, facing A Li and scratching the cage with its little paws. But A Li was different from other girls. She had no interest in these cute little animals. Otherwise, Lu Yumei would have set up a small zoo for her long ago. While washing up, he heard someone talking on the dam below. It was Li Vihan and Li Sanjiang. Li Zuiyuan listened quietly upstairs for a while. The police arrested someone yesterday and took him back to the police station. After checking, they found that no one smoked that. However, among the 4 gangsters who left earlier, there was a leader in a suit who was involved in this kind of thing. The guy was lying at home. The police came to his house and asked him to go to the police station to assist in the investigation. He was scared and confessed everything. He was just a small follower. He just found an online distributor to make quick money. Now he was directly caught. As for what happened to those people in the video room, the reason given by the police was that the gas valve in the small stove in the corner of the video room was not closed properly, and everyone was poisoned by gas, causing many people to have hallucinations. Li Sanjiang was surprised and asked, is this the reaction to gas poisoning? Li Vihan responded, that's what the police said. Pan Ho and Lei Ho were given an 4 drip and returned home, and they were back to normal. Li Sanjiang was still frightened, my goodness, city people take such a big risk to use gas, our earthen stove is better. Li Zuiyuan went downstairs and greeted Li Vihan. Li Vihan stroked Li Zuiyuan's head and scolded Pan Zi and Lei Zi as a typical example. Although he didn't smoke that, he went to the video hall to watch that kind of video and was arrested by the police for anti-pornography. It was embarrassing enough. After Pan Zi and Lei Zi went home after the 4 drip, they were severely encouraged by their 2 uncles with rattan sticks to help them improve their sleep quality. However, Li Zuiyuan also heard that Pan Zi and Lei Zi were very loyal. They got into trouble and were beaten, but they didn't say that they went to the video hall. After Li Vihan left, Li Sanjiang called Runzheng and together they pushed the paper-wrapped paper to the old Zhao family where the funeral was held today. Li Sanjiang asked Li Zuiyuan to go with him to the banquet, but Li Zuiyuan refused, saying that he needed to study at home with peace of mind. Next day, Li Zhanyuan was handmade in the room, mainly because of the basic preparation of some materials. The puppy dog was also released by Li Zhanyuan to run it, but after he was scared by the coldness that he was approaching Ali's body, he was too lazy to explore it again, and he returned to the cage by himself, sleeping in it. Moreover, from last night to the present, except for the in the morning, it reminded yourself that there is no water in the bowl, and it has not been called any more. Li Zhanyuan even doubted that even if he did not feed it that medicine, it may grow up with that function, and he would not go outside to mix because it was too lazy to move. Originally, Li Zhanyuan just tried to let Ali help himself to do some simple jobs, but after discovering that Ali got started quickly and did well, he regarded Ali as his formal collaborator. To a certain extent, Li Zhanyuan even had to admit that Ali's handicraft ability was above herself. In this atmosphere, the two spent a whole day, and the interaction was stronger than when reading together, but she made Ali dirty. Before dinner, Li Zhanyuan took a towel to help Ali wipe his face, and those dirty ones on his clothes were not easy to deal with. As soon as Lu Yumei picked up the chopsticks to eat, she saw the dirty boy who was dirty and the granddaughter of the same dirty body went downstairs, so he almost squeezed the chopsticks. Her granddaughter has a cleanliness, and she needs to keep cleaning on her body, but after being with this boy, she didn't even care about it. Although it is rational to know that all this is developing rapidly, but in terms of emotion, she is still unacceptable as a grandma. This scene in front of me is not just a girl who has a big brocade and jade food. Suddenly one day says she is willing to go out with a poor boy to work hard. Moreover, she is no longer talking. Lu Yumei quickly reappeared her emotions. When eating, she also observed that her granddaughter no longer eats her head purely today. She will eat a few mouthfuls, look up again, look at the boy in front of her, and then a little bit of limb swinging. This made Lu Yumei's hard-to-rest emotions fluctuating again. God was killed, and this worker was actually useful. After dinner, Li Zhanyuan did not plan to continue to work at night, and was worried that he was tired. Just draw new drawings by himself at night. After sending Ali back to the east house, he went upstairs, squatted on the terrace first, and returned to the room to start drawing. Late at night, Li Zhanyuan walked out of the house and wanted to wash his face. On the way, he found that the bedroom was empty. After hearing the sound of TV came downstairs, he walked down the stairs and saw Runzheng stunned by Xiang. Television. Brother Runzheng, what about my grandpa? Still drinking on the bar? Runzheng was not suitable for serving as a table. Li Sanjiang packed him alone, so that he was sitting in the corner and ate in the corner. After eating meals, he greeted him to come back to watch TV early. Oh, so. Xiao Yuan, do you watch TV? No, I look at Brother Runzheng, I'm going. Back to the second floor bedroom, Li Zhanyuan drew a few pictures. It feels like it has reached the limit today. After seeing 0, you can wash and sleep. I took the wash basin and went to the shower room. I glanced at Tai Yi's bedroom deliberately, and found that the grandfather hadn't returned yet. When I went downstairs, Runzhung was playing with the antenna beside the platform. Brother Runzhung, Grandpa hasn't returned yet, it will not be drunk at others. Li Zhanyuan knew that Tai Yi liked to drink. When he was fasting, he would have to drink a good meal. I don't know. Brother Runzhung, go and see with me. If the master is drunk, let's carry him back. Okay. Li Zhanyuan took out the flashlight and assembled the battery. The old Zhao family was not far from here, but the night road was not easy to go. Walking on the countryside, when he was about to reach the old Zhao's house, seeing that although he was still in the shed, he had basically extinguished the lights. However, as soon as I walked to the dam, I saw a light under the greenhouse still lit up. There were 3 people under the lights, and they were still drinking there. One of them was Li Sanjiang. Li Zhanyuan couldn't help sighing. It seems that the grandfather met a drinker tonight. He didn't care about the owner's house. He just talked with others and talked until now. At this time, Run Sheng couldn't get forward, and he raised his hand and shouted, "Uncle, people are attending, let's go home too." When Li Sanjiang heard Runzhung shouting, he looked at him drunk and waved his hand. "It's okay, I told the master that I was afraid that his family would not be able to return home at night." The family was very happy, adding cold dishes and reserved wine. Immediately after, Li Sanjiang began to introduce to the 2 people who drink together, "See you, that's my great-grandson, my great-grandson is so handsome and smart, and the pleasure is very good. That silly big, that's from a mountain artillery house." Li Zhanyuan walked to the table, and wanted to apologize to the 2 drunkards of the grandfather, and then picked up the grandfather who had already drank it to rest. "When I came over before, I thought it was because of the dim light. But now it is on the side, but I still can't see their faces. I just feel that the 2 drivers of Tai Ye seem to be younger. Is it forgotten?" Li Zhanyuan picked up the flashlight in his hand, pretended to swing unintentionally, and swept over their faces. Moment. Li Zhanyuan trembled. Because one of the people sitting at the table drinking was Brother Bao. The other person looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen him. I just felt that he was too young, just a little older than Runzhung. However, the answer was soon given, because the flashlight swept across the faces of the 2 people and stopped right in the middle of the morning hall, on the black and white portrait. The funeral here today was for him. And now he was at the table, eating his own meal. Chapter 28. During a wedding, the newlyweds are busy entertaining their relatives and friends, and they are so hungry that they sit down at the end of the table to eat something. This is very common. But I have never heard of anyone who is holding a funeral going down to the table to eat. Only then did Li Zuyuan notice that when he and Runzhung walked over here, Runzhung shouted from a distance, "Uncle, everyone has finished their banquet, let's go home too." At that time, he just felt that something was not in harmony, but he didn't think deeply about it. Now he realized it. Under normal circumstances, if you see your elders drinking with others at the table, you have to walk over to greet the others at the table and then take your elders home. If you shout from a distance, it means that you don't take the people at the same table seriously. Although Runzhung is a bit honest, he also knows etiquette and rules. So the reason why he did this is because in his eyes, Li Sanjiang is the only one drinking at the table. Li Zuyuan looked at Runzhung on the side and saw that Runzhung had already turned his back to Li Sanjiang and squatted down, ready to carry Li Sanjiang home. Yes, it was confirmed that Runzhung could not see the 2 people. According to his previous habits, Li Zuyuan subconsciously wanted to pretend that he could not see them, but this path dependence was quickly rejected by himself. Although he did not talk to the other party directly, his posture when he walked all the way to the table, and after standing beside the grandfather, he turned sideways to face the 2 people at the same table. In fact, they all silently revealed that he saw them. At this time, pretending to be stupid would only make him look like a fool. Li Sanjiang took the initiative to shake Li Zuiyuan's hand and said to the two people at the same table with a smile. "Look, my great-grandson is so fair and clean. This is a seed that will study and have a promising future. Runzheng is a little used to it. His uncle Li praises Xiao Yuan many times every day. Now that he has drunk, he keeps praising him." Brother Bao nodded and said meaningfully, "This child does look very smart." The host today, the deceased Zhao Xing, also echoed, "Anyway, he is smarter than when I was a child. I am not good at studying." Li Sanjiang was happy to hear such praise and laughed, "Ha, did you hear that, Xiao Yuan Ho, I am praising you." Li Zuiyuan felt helpless. He was just thinking about how to get out of the situation, but he didn't expect that the grandfather would directly pull him into the drinking party. At that moment, Li Zuiyuan could only pretend to be shy and lower his head, with a shy face. "Come on, Xiao Yuan Ho, sit down and eat more." Although Li Sanjiang was old, he was still strong. Otherwise, he couldn't pull the body out and couldn't carry it ashore. In addition, he was drunk now. Li Zuiyuan couldn't resist his strength and was forced to sit down. "Come here, Xiao Wenho, I'll pick up some ribs for you. This is what you like." Li Sanjiang picked up several pieces of sweet and sour ribs and put them on the plate in front of Li Zuiyuan. Runzheng, who was waiting on the side, turned around and scratched his head in confusion. Didn't Xiao Yuan say that he would carry the old man home? Why did Xiao Yuan sit at the table and eat by himself? If you want to have a midnight snack, you should have said it earlier. If you bring some food from home, you can also sit at the table and eat a few more bites. Xiao Yuan. Brother Runzheng, wait for us for a while. Okay, Xiao Yuan. Uncle Shan told him that Xiao Yuan was smart and asked him to listen to him more. Runzheng himself felt the same way, so he simply turned his back to Li Sanjiang and Li Zuiyuan, squatted on the ground, rubbed his eyes and yawned. Li Zuiyuan was also relieved. As long as there was room for things to turn around smoothly, he was unwilling to take the risk of tearing his face directly. If they were to die, it would be fine. With Runchen's brute force and experience, he could fight them. But the problem now was complicated. The two men in front of him were not dead. At least, they had no bodies here, and Runzheng couldn't see them at all. So how to fight? Fighting ghosts. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it into his mouth. After all, it was a real banquet, different from the paper man banquet held by the cat-faced old lady. Li Zuiyuan dared to eat it, chewing it in his mouth. However, in this environment, no matter how delicious the food was, it tasted like chewing wax. He was very worried at this time whether Leopard Brother would still remember him. "Xiao Yuan, right? Have we met somewhere before?" Li Zuiyuan looked at Brother Bao with some doubt. "Have we met before?" Li Sanjiang said, "I'm afraid I haven't seen him before. This is my first time back home. I haven't been here for long, so I don't recognize many people." Brother Bao continued, "Really? I just looked at him carefully and he looked familiar. You went to the market yesterday, right?" Li Zuiyuan nodded, "Yes, I went to the store to buy snacks and stationery." "Oh, which store?" "The one next to the firecracker shop. I sat there and watched people play billiards for a long time." "The store is next to the firecracker shop to the west, and Sister May's video hall to the east." Li Zuiyuan deliberately avoided mentioning the video hall, firstly because he was afraid of irritating Li Sanjiang. After all, Li Sanjiang knew what happened in the video hall yesterday, and now he was drunk, so he might start talking if he was not careful. Secondly, Li Zuiyuan was betting that when Brother Bao had sex with that woman yesterday, he could only control her movements but could not know her memories. He was also betting that when the owner of the convenience store went into the video hall to tip off, he did not have time to explain the situation clearly and got high directly. Li Zhanyuan felt that the winner of gambling was very successful, because if Brother Leopard knew that he had called his own police yesterday, he would never be so calm now. After pause, Li Zhanyuan continued, "Hey, there is a aunt yesterday, I want to invite me to sit next door, but I prefer to watch a billiards, and Brother Runsheng sent the next door to the health center at the time. Let me wait for him to come back, and take me back together, I have to listen to my brother obediently." "Yes, Brother Runsheng?" "Ah." Runsheng was cleaning his left nails with his right nails, "Well, yes." He vaguely felt that this sounded something wrong. When he was with Xiao Yuan, although he was old, he was mainly Xiao Yuan every time he took the idea. The big brother used? "Hey, no, who is Xiao Yuan talking to?" "Xiao Yuan, you." "Brother Runsheng, you are quiet for a while, we will go home when we sit for a while, don't quarrel, don't talk." "Oh, okay." Runsheng continued to pick nails obediently and stopped talking. Brother Leopard said, "That's right. I bought a pack of cigarettes in the small selling department yesterday. I should have seen you at that time, but you probably don't remember me." Li Zhanyuan lowered his head slightly and said slightly with apologies, "I should watch billiards at that time." It seems that Leopard did not know that he was reported by himself, and seeing him like this, he didn't seem to remember to send him to the health of the hospital. Is it because he was still in a coma at that time and didn't die? But Brother Leopard should come out of the hospital after the death of the health center to the hospital. He did not see Runsheng in the hospital? Li Zhanyuan recalled that Runsheng said that he wanted to walk, but was stopped by the staff of the hospital and asked him to pay the medical expenses. Later, he couldn't help but wait for May's sister May to wake up, so this just staggered? Brother Leopard asked again, "I just heard you say, send people to the hospital, how about she?" "The doctor said it's okay, just rest and rest." "Oh." Li Zhanyuan noticed that Brother Leopard looked at his eyes softened. This is also the purpose of his previous intention to mention Runshen's sending Sister May to the hospital. In fact, there is another problem at the moment, that is, they can see them now, which is a huge flaw. But at the same time, because Li Sanjiang was here, it seemed to be able to cover it, because Li Sanjiang first saw them and drank with them. And Li Sanjiang's identity is a bit special. The corpse people and the fairy of yin and yang have some special characteristics. Not only are living people who will find corpse people to help, in fact, the deceased will also. There are similar records in Jianghu Lama. At least, so far, neither Leopard or Zhao Xing has not been surprised to see them. Lian Runsheng was also covered by herself, in a state of seeing. Alas! Li Sanjiang entered his throat again. After wiping his mouth, he took a chopstick and put a bite of dishes and pressed it. Li Zhanyuan sighed silently, and he was bent his brain to make up for him carefully here, but his grandfather had eaten and drank. Zhao Xing asked, "How is the dishes today? I'm not satisfied." Li Zhanyuan bowed his head and continued to eat ribs, "It's delicious." Li Sanjiang nodded and said, "Your old Zhao family is kind. The dishes on this seat are really good." Li Zhanyuan speculated that Tai Ye should treat Zhao Xing as a nephew of the Zhao family. "That's good, everyone can eat and drink well, I'm afraid of not doing well, neglect everyone." Zhao Xing smiled on his face, but his complexion was pale, and the smile was even more panicked. Li Zhanyuan picked up a piece of bacon, dipped it on the plate, and put it in his mouth. The table can be eaten cold now, and other dishes are cold. However, the master is really attentive. In fact, the banquet on Bai Shire, any of the owners who should be lying there in person, get up inquiring about it. It is estimated that no one dares to say that the seat is not delicious. Brother Leopard said, "If you don't know that you are good here, can I run to eat quickly?" Zhao Xing laughed, "Okay, don't I have to go to you in 2 days, do you have to go to you?" It will definitely be like you today, accompany you well. Zhao Xing waved his hand, it is secondary, mainly this atmosphere. We don't need to pay attention to those politeness. Li Zhanyuan picked up a chopsticks and cold spinach. This kind of communication with each other after death was really novel. However, how should I end this wine bureau in a more natural way? In addition, the two of them appeared to drink with Tai Yat. Is it because of loneliness or something? Li Sanjiang looked at Brother Bao, oh, your family is going to work too. Well, it's almost, when my wife is better, it will be done. Then you can't do this, your wife is sick, you still stay here to drink and drink so late, shouldn't you go back and take care of others, and it is also irresponsible. Besides, it is very troublesome to do such a thing. Since your wife is sick, you must have to come to the principal, and you can't avoid it. Li Zhanyuan nodded immediately, when I was sick, I hope someone will accompany me. Brother Leopard shook his head helplessly, I was sorry for my wife, and her illness was also angry with me, so it is not appropriate to go home now. Counting it today, then hiding outside for 6 days, waiting for by the 7th day, I went back, and she should get angry at that time. Hee hee. Li Sanjiang refers to leopard with chopsticks. You are really young people, either don't get married. Uncle's teaching is. Brother Leopard picked up chopsticks and flipped in his hand. Li Zhanyuan noticed that Brother Leopard was angry. As a brunt in the town, how can you allow others to point out to educate yourself like this? In the past, you are old or young, and you can learn directly. But now, he is forbearing. Zhao Xing took the initiative to accept the words, I said uncle. Well, how old are you? It looks like it is only 20, and it is called my uncle. Li Sanjiang pointed at the Ling Tang. This old Zhao is enough to call me uncle. This is still me. Regarding him, your age is almost the same as that of the positive corner today. Seeing Li Sanjiang turned his head to see the photos on the Ling Tang, Li Zhanyuan was afraid that after seeing the faint grandfather, he realized who was black under the lamp on the table. He hurriedly picked up the wine bottle to pour the wine, and deliberately overflowed the wine. Hey, it's enough, but unfortunately, the wine was spoiled. Li Sanjiang's eyes were quickly pulled back. While supporting the wine bottles, the pool of wine overflowing over the plastic paper over the wine table was such slippery a bite. It's my hand shaking, Grandpa. After looking at Brother Zhao Xing and Leopard, he rechanged his mouth, Uncle, our brother, want to ask you one thing. Let's talk about it first. The old Zhang in Qigong town, owed our brother's account, and kept dragging it. Old Zhang. Li Sanjiang patted his forehead lightly and tried to make himself think of through the wine. I am old in that area. I heard that in the early years, I started to do so in earthwork? Yes, it's him. That's hard to do, he owes you money, why don't you go to him for himself? Is there any lack of bars? Isn't this a handle by him, it is really not convenient to see him. Hey, I can't control such a thing. Li Sanjiang hurriedly shook his head. We are not a big person, just fishing in the river, how can you help this kind of thing? Have you come out and pick up the live? There is a cylinder in the center of his pond, and there is a big one in the tank. He was caught from the river many years ago because he was deceived by him to eat that thing, making our brothers uncomfortable now. Don't dare to find him without saying, and continue to do things under him. What too old? Li Sanjiang heard the mist in the clouds, is it poison, did he give you 2 medicines? We only ask you to help us destroy his tank too old. I said, what are you talking about? Isn't this to let me steal things? I am a lot of people, how can I do this kind of thing, you find wrong? From the table, Zhao Xing kept pulling out the unity one by one, and a total of 9 stacks were pulled out. Every stack of money is brand new, tied with white paper. Li Sanjiang swallowed his mouth, and his breathing became rapid. Uncle Li, as long as you promise to help, this money is yours. Li Sanjiang's hand holding the wine glass was already trembling. You know, he had been dragging the injured body to know that he knew that there was something in the Niu family but still dragged. But this time, even if he was drunk, Li Sanjiang still lowered his head. At the same time, he poured the wine glass on the table and touched it. Don't do it. Immediately afterwards, Li Sanjiang continued to pat the table with his hands and cursed. Two blind-eyed little forced cubs, I thought your grandfather was the kind of person who was willing to make chickens and dogs for money, ah. Both Leopard and Zhao Xing were stunned, and then the blue color began to appear on the face of the two, which was a sign of anger. The surrounding air was cold. Even Run Sheng, who was almost asleep, couldn't help but snoring. Li Zhanyuan asked, that old Zhang, what's the matter with? Seeing that the two turned their eyes to themselves, Li Zhanyuan explained, I want to help me, and ask clearly. Zhao Xing shook his head, he didn't know. Brother Leopard said, I have seen it. In the pond sludge under the tank, a person was buried. What, are you still killing? Li Sanjiang heard this, and the wine immediately disappeared, but his first reaction was, you and his mother let me go to the murderer to steal things at home. Zhao Xing looked at Brother Bao and asked, when did you see it? Brother Leopard replied, because I helped him bury it. Lao Zhang said that the body was buried there, which can nourish too old. Zhao Xing said in surprise, so, you have helped him to do things long ago. You don't tell me earlier, otherwise I won't be so miserable. Brother Leopard sneered, have you forgotten, we walked back and forth. Also, I really forgot this stubble. Unfortunately, my family should be. Zhao Xing looked around. His family had good conditions, and his father had the ability to make money, so he could have continued to enjoy life. Some days enough to marry his daughter-in-law. His father couldn't smash the family affairs. However, what he didn't know was that it was because his father was too much to make money, which led to his blessed person who couldn't stand it prematurely. Li Sanjiang was about to say something, but suddenly his stomach rolled, and he began to vomit sideways. Li Zhanyuan helped him pat his back, and Yu Guang continued to pay attention to Leopard and Zhao Xing. Brother Leopard urged, if you answer, don't agree, hurry up and give you a sentence, and look at my wife's face, I don't want you to be too ugly. Li Sanjiang just spit out, resting his breath. When he heard this, he asked puzzled, what does I have to do with your wife? After asking, Li Sanjiang began to vomit again. This time, he vomited more powerful than before. The whole person bowed his body and lay on the bench on his side. Li Zhanyuan continued to pat the back of Li Sanjiang and said, if you can help us, try to help, and the money is not available. At this time, there were two people who had been barely regarded as a personal, and suddenly they sat upright at the seat at this moment. The complexion is irony, and a piece of corpse is revealed on the skin, and those eyes are completely filled by white. Their lips quickly opened and closed quickly, as if they were talking, but they couldn't hear clearly. Li Zhanyuan tried to listen to a little useful message, even if it was a threatening words, but things were not involved. He really couldn't understand at all. He only felt that there were countless flies buzzing by his ears. What's going on? Don't communicate well just now? Is there something wrong with them or something wrong with them? Pap. Pap. Two pairs of chopsticks are neatly inserted on the rice bowl in front of the two. The two people's mouths were still shaking rapidly, and they still couldn't hear everything. But in the blink of an eye, the two stood up. A blink of an eye, the two left their seats. When the third blink of an eye, the two left the shed. When Li Chaoyuan looked at it again, he found that the two had appeared in the field in the distance, and the figure was very vague. Then, the two disappeared completely. However, in the end, Li Zhanyuan still couldn't understand that the plan he said, did the two recognize? However, the probability should not recognize it. Otherwise, before they leave, they will not say so much. Although they do not understand a word, there are a lot of words. At least, it will not be simple goodbye. Li Zhanyuan looked at Li Sanjiang, but found that Li Sanjiang was already lying on the bench and fell asleep. When did you sleep? It seems to be the two guys who can't hear them clearly. Brother Runzheng. Li Zhanyuan pushed Runzheng. Ah, have you eaten? Run Sheng stretched his waist. He really fell asleep, and suddenly felt a little cold in his dream. Well, Grandpa is drunk, Brother Runzheng, you can memorize Tei. Okay. Run Sheng got up, grabbed Li Sanjiang's arm first, and then shook his trend. Li Sanjiang was carried by him in a very standard posture. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. It is indeed a standard corpse posture. Li Zhanyuan looked at the 9 strokes in the center of the table, reached out and took it with a flashlight. The original unity turned into a banknote at this time. Wall away, Xiao Yuan. Runzheng asked. Wait again. Li Zhanyuan found the match from Li Sanjiang's pocket, then picked up the banknotes on the table, and came to the Lingtang, where there was a flame that had already extinguished. After putting the banknote in the banknote, Li Zhanyuan ignited it, picked up the wooden stick with half burnt next to him, and turned it over a face to ensure full combustion. The money you dropped will be returned to you. No matter what the matter is in the end, it is not wrong to break the relationship with such dirty things as much as possible. After doing these, Li Zhanyuan walked back. After passing that wine table, the flashlight swept the flashlight to the position where Brother Leopard and Zhao Xing were sitting, and a strange reflection immediately appeared. He stepped forward and looked at it. It was water stains. Regardless of the nausea, I touched it with my fingers, which was very greasy. The flashlight took a picture under the chair, and found that under the chair, the water stain had accumulated a pool, as if it had just a light rain. Because the terrain here is uneven, the water stains have not flowed to the positions of myself and the grandfather. Wet, so much water. Li Zhanyuan immediately followed the memory to explore the position where the two people stayed a few times before. A pool of water. A pool of water. 2 pairs can see the water stains of footprints. The 4th place is in the field, and Li Zhanyuan didn't go to find it again. At this moment, the two thought that the two of them said that the tank raised too old was placed in the pond, and a corpse was buried under the pond. And, the two were too old in the water tank, obviously they were controlled. Li Zhanyuan's eyes gradually sank. You two, won't it have anything to do with death? Run Sheng turned his head and was urging again, but after seeing Li Zhanyuan, who was holding a flashlight at this time, he didn't know why. His words were stuck in his mouth and dare not say it. Because he suddenly felt that the small far in front of him was so strange and scary. The more pure and simple a person is, the more sensitive he is to the outside world. Obviously, everyone around him thinks that Li Zhuiyuan is very well behaved and sensible, and they all praise him and like him, but Runzheng took the initiative to go up to the 2nd floor once when he first came to Li Sanjiang's house, and he never went up again. Others in the family thought that it was because the girl was there, and the girl didn't like to contact outsiders. But only Runzheng knew that he was more afraid of Xiao Yuan than the girl, and he didn't dare to disturb him unless he took the initiative to find him. Li Zhuiyuan raised his head, and Runzheng immediately turned his head back, not daring to look at him. Let's go, brother Runzheng, let's go home. Yet, on the field road late at night, Runzheng was walking in front with Li Sanjiang on his back, followed by a boy. The boy half squinted his eyes, lowered his head, and clenched his hands lightly while walking. Li Zhuiyuan is very angry now. Because he once again felt this sense of powerlessness. Before, he didn't wonder if the frequency of his encountering such things was a bit too high. But look at my grandfather again, he can drink with two dirty guys at the same table. And I feel that my frequency is still normal. Moreover, although there are many people who died in these incidents, in the eyes of ordinary people, those people all died of accidents or diseases. Indeed, it is difficult for an ordinary person to encounter or hear such a thing, but if it is replaced by various accidents, it will become very common all of a sudden. I am just because of some special changes, which makes me see through some accidents in the eyes of ordinary people and know what I have touched. Just like in real life, bacteria are obviously everywhere, but just because the human eye cannot see them, they think it is normal. If you look at it with a microscope, they are everywhere. Li Zuiyuan actually enjoys this kind of change, and likes to explore and learn this path, but he hates this kind of suddenness again and again, and he hates his paleness and powerlessness again and again. He can admit that he is a poor student, but it does not mean that he can accept the practice of reminding him to report his grades every now and then. Poor students also have dignity. After returning home and placing Li Sanjiang on the bed in the bedroom, Li Zuiyuan walked into his bedroom and turned on the desk lamp. The fatigue he felt when he went out before was stimulated and disappeared at this moment. He held a pen in his hand and quickly drew on the drawing. Under the desk lamp, the boy's eyes were full of determination. Like a student who usually doesn't study hard, he made a final struggle before the exam. In Li Zuiyuan's life experience, he has never entered such a hard and focused state of study. Finally, when the clock reached 5 o'clock in the morning, Li Zuiyuan finished drawing the drawings in his hand. He got up and prepared to organize, but found that his shoulders and legs had lost consciousness, and the whole person tilted. If his hands had not supported the table in time, he might have fallen down. After a long time, he recovered from the numb state. Without taking more rest, Li Zuiyuan sorted out the drawings. Of course, this is not all of the right way to subdue demons. In fact, these drawings are just the tip of the iceberg in the book. But this is the most convenient and practical set of tools that Li Zuiyuan selected for himself. Some of the raw materials prepared yesterday were also sorted and classified by Li Zuiyuan again. Next, they will be assembled and made. The door was gently pushed open at this moment, and A Li walked in. Usually, when she came in at this time, Li Zuiyuan should be sleeping in bed. The girl walked to the boy, squatted down, looked at the boy, stretched out her hand, and touched his forehead. Her grandmother had done this to her more than once. In her cognition, this means care. A Li, you are here, I'm fine, but today, I have to continue to work hard for you. Let me tell you about these drawings and processes. Yesterday, A Li showed a strong talent for handwork. Li Zuiyuan only needed to tell her the drawings once, and she could make them with the existing materials. Today, A Li was wearing a black tight-fitting training suit. Li Zuiyuan suspected that Lu Yumei had learned from yesterday's lesson and felt that black was resistant to dirt. After talking to A Li, Li Zuiyuan and A Li made it together. Not long after, it was bright. Ali, you do it first, I'll go out for a while. After saying that, Li Zuiyuan came downstairs with a stack of drawings and a prescription. Xiao Yuan, it's time for breakfast. Aunt Lu just came out of the kitchen. Aunt Lu, can you help me boil this medicine? Aunt Lu took the prescription and glanced at it, then looked at Li Zuiyuan. Please, Aunt Lu, this is what the old man wants to drink. The old man has been weak recently. He said he needs to replenish his body. This is your job. Okay, Auntie knows, I'll boil it for you. Boiling medicine is a troublesome job, and it is also a technical job. If Li Zuiyuan boils it himself, it will be time-consuming and laborious, and the medicinal properties cannot be guaranteed. He can only ask Aunt Lu for help. Although it is not appropriate to use this method to half-force others, Li Zuiyuan is very short of time now. The two guys will give him 3 days at most. When they see that he has not completed the work here, they will probably come back. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Hey, it's time for breakfast, where are you going? I'm going out for a while. Li Zuiyuan ran to the old carpenter's house in the village. The carpenter's house was a two-story building and quite impressive. Because the other party was originally a regular worker in Xinggren Machinery Factory. Although he is now retired and at home, he will take some work on weekdays. In addition, his two sons also work in the machinery factory, so the family conditions are considered good in the village. When Li Zuiyuan came in, the old carpenter was eating breakfast. Are you, the grandson of Li Vihan's family? It's me, Grandpa, my name is Li Zuiyuan, this time it was my great-grandfather Li Sanjiang who asked me to come here. He said that there are a batch of tools and you need to hurry up to help make them. The sooner the better. The old carpenter took the drawings, looked at several of them in succession, and asked in surprise, who drew this drawing? This handmade drawing is very detailed and professional, and it is also very considerate to the production party. In fact, Li Zuiyuan did not learn the ability to draw. In the past, there were these drawings on the table and on the floor in his mother's study. He crawled on these drawings when he was very young. I don't know, my great-grandfather gave it to me. My great-grandfather said it was urgently needed and said he owed you a big favor. Li Sanjiang's favor is still very useful in the village, especially for the elderly. Because people can't escape the fate of their lives, and in the end they have to ask Li Sanjiang to sit in the fast at their funeral. Li Zuiyuan didn't think he was abusing his grandfather's favor. After all, it was his grandfather who was approached by those two guys this time, and he was also helping his grandfather by making these things quickly. Okay, leave it to me, no problem, I'll start working right away, we still have materials at home, already made. However, some of the parts on your drawing need to be machined. I'll ask my son to take them to the factory and borrow the machine tools from the factory to help you make them. Thank you so much, how long will it take you to finish it? So urgent? Yes. Come and get it tomorrow morning, I'll call our two apprentices to help, it will be done quickly. Thank you for your hard work, I'll come and get it tomorrow morning. After thanking him, Li Zuiyuan ran home. When he was about to go upstairs, Lu Yumei called him, Xiao Yuan, call A Li down to have breakfast, we can't call her. It's okay, I won't eat, we have snacks. Eat snacks while working, so as not to delay progress. Seeing Li Zuiyuan running upstairs, Aunt Lu was a little surprised and said, Xiao Yuan has been in a hurry since early in the morning, what's wrong? Lu Yumei, who was sitting next to her drinking porridge, snorted. Who knows, maybe he saw a ghost. Should we call A Li down? Who can call A Li down to eat if that kid doesn't say anything? That's right. Aunt Lu just called, but A Li didn't respond at all, I don't know what A Li is doing in the room. Lu Yumei sighed. What? Working for that kid. Back in the bedroom, Li Zuiyuan opened the snacks and placed them in front of himself and A Li. The two continued their work while eating. A Li didn't talk, and Li Zuiyuan didn't care to talk today. There was only the sound of pounding and knocking in the room. Various materials were processed in an orderly manner in the hands of boys and girls, and small parts were made one by one. The two did not go downstairs for lunch. They just ate snacks when they were hungry. By the evening, all the work on hand was almost completed. Li Zuiyuan slumped on the ground, while A Li looked at the results of the past 2 days between her and the boy. She did not seem tired, and even felt a little unsatisfied. At this time, Aunt Lu called out from below, Xiao Yuan, it's ready. Aunt Lu did not ask the grandfather to take the medicine. Li Zuiyuan walked out of the room. He had not slept all night. He was a little dizzy now, and had to hold on to the wall when going down the stairs. Tomorrow morning, as long as he went back to get the tools he had built, and assembled them with the various materials he had prepared, it would be completely completed. Today, there was only the last step left. Once it was done, he could have a good sleep. Downstairs, Li Sanjiang was sitting there watching TV with runs hung. Seeing Li Zuiyuan coming down, Li Sanjiang asked. Little Yuanho, what are you doing in the house today? You didn't even come down to eat. Grandpa, at the wine table last night. I drank too much last night and had a dream. In the dream, someone gave me a lot of money and asked me to do something illegal, but I refused. Oh, I still feel sad. This dream was too real. I almost thought it was not a dream. Fortunately, I asked Runchenkao, and Runchenkao said that when he came to pick me up last night, I was the only one drinking. Li Zuiyuan. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan suddenly empathized with Uncle Shan. Li Zuiyuan went to get the medicine. Li Sanjiang sniffed and asked, Is this Chinese medicine? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Zuiyuan took a sip from the bowl and said, No, Aunt Lu was afraid that I would study too hard, so she made me a soup to nourish my brain. Oh, then drink more. Li Zuiyuan returned to the room with the medicine. As soon as he put the bowl down, the little black dog actually ran over by himself and drank it up. The taste of this medicine was not bad, but it was not good either. Li Zuiyuan originally wanted to force it down. The little black dog drank all the medicine, and then walked back to the cage by himself, staggering, as if his stomach was a little bloated. Li Zuiyuan took out a small syringe, walked to the cage, and waved. The little black dog sat with its belly facing the cage, one paw holding the cage, and the other paw poked out from the gap of the cage and handed it to Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan had seen this posture before. It was when his parents took him to the zoo when he was a child. He saw a giant panda undergoing a physical examination. Li Zuiyuan held its paw, pierced it with a needle, and drew a little blood. Then he wiped it with a cotton ball. The little black dog didn't bark or make a fuss, but waited quietly for Li Zuiyuan to finish. After confirming that it was okay, it fell back and began to sleep. Why are you so obedient? Li Zuiyuan felt that if Wei Zhendao was resurrected, he would drool with envy when he saw such a sensible black dog. After dripping the black dog's blood into each of the prepared accessories in proportion, the last link of the production process was quickly completed. Only the final assembly link tomorrow morning remained, which was easy. Ali, thank you. Ali walked up to Li Zuiyuan, reached out and touched Li Zuiyuan's head, and then pointed to the wooden bed in the room. In the past, Li Zuiyuan always coaxed her back to the room to sleep. Okay, I'll go to sleep. Li Zuiyuan couldn't bear it any longer. He would wash up after waking up and lie down on the bed. Although there was a hard mat under him, he felt so comfortable as if he was sinking into cotton. Before closing his eyes, Li Zuiyuan looked at the ceiling above him and silently said in his heart. Fight back, starting from now. Chapter 29. This time, Li Zuiyuan slept very soundly. He did not dream, did not get up at night, and did not even change his sleeping position. He simply closed his eyelids and opened them again, and the long night was over. He turned his head habitually, and as expected, the girl was sitting on the chair near the door. But soon, Li Zuiyuan found something wrong, because the girl did not change her clothes. She was still wearing the black training clothes she wore yesterday, and the stains she got from rushing to work were still clearly visible. This meant that the girl did not go back to the east room to sleep last night, and she sat here all night. Li Zuiyuan probably guessed why the girl did this, because she was too exhausted yesterday, and she was worried that she might die suddenly while sleeping. This reason, which was difficult to understand in the eyes of outsiders, was the girl's purest and simplest idea. Although she had never spoken in front of him since the first meeting, Li Zuiyuan found that he could understand her more and more. He got up from the bed and walked to the girl. The girl's face was still delicate, without any trace of fatigue. Maybe, she used to stay up late like this, and in her world, the concept of day and night has long been blurred. Otherwise, Lu Yumei would not often remind herself to coax Ali back to the east room to sleep every night. The girl raised her head and looked at the boy. In her eyes, Li Zuiyuan saw a nearly complete self. It's not that he didn't analyze why the girl treated him differently. Everything started from the night when the old cat demon came. The girl stood on the dam, raised her head, and looked at herself standing on the second-floor terrace. I should be the first person to walk into her dream. This is definitely not a beautiful dream, because her eyes can see the terrifying back of this world. A 10-year-old, no, it should be earlier and younger, she was already like this. It's hard to imagine how a babbling child faces such an environment. Looking around, there is endless ugliness and evil. She should have cried, feared, and screamed, but the world did not change because of her emotions. In the end, she chose to change herself and completely close herself off. Autism, obsessive-compulsive disorder, aphasia, and other symptoms are only external manifestations. The real internal cause is that she rejects all contact with the outside world. Although she blushed a little, it was true that her appearance that night was like a beam of light suddenly appearing in the long dark night for the girl. She was like a balcony sealed with glass windows. She stood on the balcony and carefully contacted and felt the outside world through herself. Perhaps, I just happened to temporarily carry all her enthusiasm and expectations for the world at this moment. But at the same time, isn't she the same for me? My mother already hated me, and my father couldn't stand this family anymore. No matter whether it was Grandpa Nan or Grandpa Bei, they didn't have only one grandson. But at least the girl in front of her had her eyes full of herself. Li Zuiyuan stretched out his hand to help Ali tidy up the messy hair around her ears, but the girl stretched out her hands first, hugged his neck, and then put her face on his chest. Ever since she saw him do this to Li Sanjiang that day, she had memorized it and liked it. She had been secretly imitating it, clumsy but cute. Li Zuiyuan had no choice but to reach out and pat her head, and continued to recite the line. I will buy you whatever Ali wants. I have money, plenty of money. Although the line was a bit inappropriate, the girl was very satisfied. She moved away from the boy's chest and looked at him with bright eyes. Li Zuiyuan knew that she was just expressing a kind of joy, celebrating her recovery from a serious illness. Yes, in her eyes, I was sick after staying up late and feeling extremely tired. Li Zuiyuan smiled at Ali and silently said in his heart. In fact, we are both very sick. I got up later than usual today, and everyone else had breakfast. When Li Zuiyuan took Ali's hand and went downstairs, Lu Yumei was drinking tea with her head down on the dam. Li Zuiyuan did not dare to look closely at Grandma Liu's expression, anyway, it would not be very good. Aunt Lu put the breakfast on the table and came over with a suggestive look in her eyes. Li Zuiyuan understood and said to Ali, go with Aunt Lu to wash up and take a bath. If you feel sleepy, go to sleep. Ali turned around obediently and walked to the east room. Aunt Lu followed and closed the door. Li Zuiyuan sat down and started to have breakfast. While eating, Li Sanjiang came back from the toilet at the back of the house, came to him, bent down, took a closer look, and said, Little Yuanho, you look much better today than yesterday. Grandpa, please sit down. I have something to tell you. I was too tired yesterday and didn't have time to tell you. Are you short of pocket money? Li Sanjiang touched his pocket and took out a denomination that was basically impossible for a village child to have in his pocket money. He put it next to Li Zuiyuan's porridge bowl. If you are short of money, tell your grandfather. I have plenty of money. Li Zuiyuan didn't rush to take the money, but said. Master, on the seat of Lao Zhao's house the day before yesterday, you are not drinking alone, but drinking with two people. One is the video's owner of the video checked by the police the day before yesterday. He is dead. The other name is Zhao Xing. You didn't notice the darkness under you. He was the son of the old Zhao family. The funeral the day before yesterday was for him. Wait, wait. Li Sanjiang interrupted Li Zhanyuan, reached out and covered his forehead, and then put his palm on his forehead to compare the temperature. Oh, it seems a bit burning, it's all talking nonsense. Master, I am talking about it. The two of them are looking for you to let you help you go to a family named Laozhong in Shigong town to deal with the two old in the pond water tank. They will come to find you again, you'd better be careful recently. Xiao Yuanho, what you mean, my master, I was with the two. Li Sanjiang suddenly lowered his voice. Well, it's the fault of Tei. The dream that Tai Ye shouldn't tell you yesterday made you a nightmare at night. I don't, Grandpa, I am talking about it, I have prepared something that can be sent to use, and I can help you solve it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Okay, Tai Ye believes what you said, come, wait for the breakfast, the uncle takes you to Zhang Daqian to measure individual temperature, and then take a needle. Li Zhanyuan smiled, Master, you are not scared by my story, you are so amazing. Hey, you are a fine sparrower, I still want to scare me, I will not know when I drink in the middle of the night? Run Chenkao didn't see it, you saw it? No scrutiny. Well, I will make a better compilation next time. Thinking of more snacks in learning, thinking less about these gods. By the way, start tonight, Grandpa continues to transfer you. Li Sanjiang patted the boy's shoulder, and no longer mentioned the clinic to get an injection. Instead, he walked into the house. He went upstairs. What if you dream tonight, do you want to give that group of zombies in the Forbidden City? Li Zhanyuan lowered his head, picked up the salted duck egg that had been eaten by half of his herself, looked at him while turning, murmuring. Don't say it, why can't you say it? It's right if you can't say. This is Lu Yumei's voice. Li Zhanyuan stood up and walked over, Grandma Lu, what did you just say? The tea is cold, soak another pot, put less tea leaves, and my mouth is light today. Li Zhanyuan nodded and began to make tea. He understood the meaning of Lu Yumei's words. In this family, when he said some special things, he had to try it out. That's the kind of dumb mystery in their hearts. Lu Yumei leaned slightly on the chair, looked at the boy, and said. Do you think that you are sometimes a little stupid? Some things, he just can't see clearly, some words, he just can't listen. Li Zhanyuan nodded. Child, this is normal, people are old, they are all like this. At this age, you are vibrant and have an instinctual curiosity about new things. But when normal people are in middle age, you will resist to accept new things, and you will naturally move towards the old. When you are old, most of them believe in one, that is, according to your previous habits, like a rolling ring, continue to roll down until you roll into the coffin. They often become very stubborn. You say they are wrong, they will feel that you are young, you say they should not do this, but they just live to this age according to their own set. It is not important for them to be or wrong. It is the best proof of living, and it is also a kind of ability. Do you understand it? I understand a bit, but I want to listen to it again. Oh. Lu Yumei took the teacup, took a sip, and asked, Tang Yin has the first Peach Blossom song, have you read it? Read. The last two sentences. The world laughed at me, and my people couldn't see it. Remember the tomb of Wulinghuja, no wine, no flowers, or a field. Yet, you can't understand when you laugh, he laughed, you don't understand. Grandma Lu, what do you mean? My grandfather deliberately pretended to be the back of the ear, couldn't hear it. No, you are not like your little guy. Grandma laughed. What do you think of your grandfather? Tai Ye has a story. Sometimes I feel that I understand, but sometimes I find that I am confused. You can see too complicated, make things simple, don't involve so many bending around. Grandma Lu, you walked in again. You are a grandfather, in fact, you are a grandfather. He is not unusual. Unlike others, the only one is probably that he is more rich, no, it is too rich. Too rich. Li Zhanyuan began to think, what does the money here mean? This person, if you have a lot of money, you will be easy to float, you will be self-righteous, and you will not be able to listen. There is no way. Who told him to have money? Sometimes, if you have money, you can use money to settle for a lot of things. But spending money to go, after all, it is a matter of unbelievable things. Sometimes I don't even know where the money was transported. Anyway, when the thing developed to a certain time or a certain link, I was inexplicably settled. I also feel that it is difficult to turn off. The people around him, over time, came back to taste, and hated him to hate itching. It wasn't really hate, or it was uncomfortable but helpless. In the end, it was numb and recognized. Li Zhanyuan asked, Grandma Lu, if you live with rich people, can you pick up money and make money? Lu Yumei looked at the boy in front of him, and she knew that the boy understood. Well, how can you pick you up on the ground, so I will occasionally placed on the corner of the dam. Buy pieces of sugar. Li Zhanyuan took out the banknotes that Tai Ye had just gave himself and asked, that Tai Ye, I don't know that I have so much money. He should just feel that he is a little small money, but he didn't expect that he was so rich and so rich. That grandfather, can I take the initiative to spend this money? He. Lu Yumei laughed with her mouth covering her mouth. You asked this, and he didn't know how much money he had, how could he take the initiative? But this money is still used. Yes, it's used out. Li Zhanyuan drank the tea in the cup, and the doubts about the grandfather who had lingered in his heart before were finally solved. The money mentioned in the conversation refers to the luck and luck. People with strong blessings can often come to fierce good luck and whether they come. According to Grandma Lu, the matter is simpler, that grandfather is Tei, and an ordinary corpse fishing person. To some extent, Uncle Shan seems to be more professional in business capabilities than master. Because of this, the effect of Fuyun is very hanging when the grandfather is on the grandfather. Because the grandfather does not really know much, the appliances of the grandpa are also useless shelf goods. There are not enough bearer. The so-called good luck will be difficult to be rational when presenting, but it will become more and more too much. Division and outrageous. For example, in the last time in Niu's family, Lu Bluz and Master Shan were confused, and it was called a wolf, but the grandfather actually fell asleep there, nothing at all. Another example is the drinking of the night before, and the grandfather just spit out, and then slept over. The next day, he felt that he had just had a dream. Recently, just now, he and the grandfather face to face. When he officially stated the things on the wine table the day before yesterday, Tai Ye didn't listen at all, thinking that he was naughty. In fact, this seems very unreasonable, no matter how, it shouldn't be such an arbitrary attitude. Occasionally, I can understand it at a time, and this is the case, not just coincidence. So, is he avoiding? No, it is it, which affects Tei to avoid and seek the safest transition. The grandfather was not stupid, nor was he pretending to be stupid, but that there was an invisible hand in the underworld. He would tease him at a certain time. This made his behavior look stupid. With this logic, the things that happened before, it seemed to be explained. Why did I feel that the grandfather was unpredictable for a while and felt that the grandfather was a little unreliable? I am afraid that it is what Lu Yumei said, numb, and recognized. It is hard to imagine that Li Zhanyuan's blessing can be so good to this extent. Suddenly he remembered that he had calculated the life of Tei. It was his first attempt and deduced it with face combination. As a result, he calculated all the upside-down approval. That time I was really hit hard. For the first time, I experienced the sense of frustration in learning, but if I did not do anything wrong? After all, after seeing Shuiliang Liang and Zhao Hequan, they were quickly confirmed correctly. But if he did not count the wrong master, how deep the blessing of Tei can completely cover this life, or even reversed? Li Zhanyuan asked, that Tai Ye, hasn't he doubted? Lu Yumei picked up a snack, took a bite, and answered. Who would have lived and comfortable because of a life-free and disaster-free days, and often walked by the river but never wet shoes, so I took the initiative to doubt that I had problems in this regard. How about digging out this secret? Can you change it? He is sick. Li Zhanyuan realized that he did ask a very stupid question. Who would feel that he was lucky? However, he quickly thought of one thing: will this money be used on others? What do you mean? Do you want to pick up money too? No, I just play an analogy. For example, the role of this money will affect me. Lu Yumei pursed her lips and flickered her eyes. She seemed to want to avoid this problem. Li Zhanyuan continued, several times. When I picked up dirty money, my first reaction was to hide the grandfather. I didn't tell him the truth. When he really told him about dirty money, master did not believe it every time. I do not believe it. I can understand it now. What happened to my reaction before, is it affected here? Do you want me to tell you? Think, Grandma Lu. But I'm afraid you will regret knowing. How can it? Lu Yumei fingertips gently rubbing at the edge of the teacup, and his eyes fell on the note that the boy just took out. Some things have long been secretly, the price is marked, and the transaction has been completed. Li Zhanyuan's mind immediately shocked, and he dared not look at Lu Yumei. Lu Yumei continued, you said, since you were hit by your grandfather, you and Runchen's grandpa, what is the difference? Li Zhanyuan stared at the ground with a stunned look, and quickly appeared in the series of things in the past. The grandfather did not hesitate to drag the injured body to go to Niu's house to earn money. Finally, he went to communicate with the old lady of the cat. Under the sword. The grandfather was invited to go to Julai port to export evil spirits to Grandpa Yingzi, and went to the river to work, and then died with Shueliang Liang. Finally, he met Taiyet after he went to the People's Hospital. Next, the two key figures who truly handled the Beijiaquan incident, Shueliang Liang and Uncle Qin, were found by themselves, and the grandfather went home to sleep. The night before, Taiyet and the two guys who were not people drank until late at night. In the end, Taiyet thought that he had a dream. Runzheng didn't see it. Those who saw it all the way, leaving only himself, and then he had to rest and hurried overnight to catch up workers overnight. Make an appliance, prepare to counterattack. These three things are directly related to Taiyet, but the final processor seems to be himself. From this point of view, there is no difference between yourself and Uncle Shan. I know, your kid, it seems to be able to see the dirty money, tell Grandma when it starts. Li Zhanyuan recalled that it started after encountering the little yellow warbler. No, under the leadership of the grandpa, it became more obvious and more intense after led the little yellow warbler. In the magic records of the Masaway, the feature exposed on his body is very similar to yin yin. The living people have too many yin atmosphere. Yang Road and Yinjian Road are easy to walk away. When you see things that you shouldn't see, the book is also specifically marked, those who have deep minds are particularly heavy. Li Zhanyuan looked up at Lu Yumei. He didn't answer her last question, but asked, so, this is why Uncle Qin wants to return to his hometown and leave here. Dirty money, there is always a place to spend, either buried his head, and treating yourself as an ordinary person, or he is waiting to be inexplicably pushed out of the disaster. I know your kid, what book has been reading these days, your kid has a dirty money, but he is so obsessed. Grandma Lu, why should you tell me this today? Because you are a boy, your brain is good. Even if you do not have master taught, you can read the book by yourself, and you will be amazing to learn things. I am afraid that I will not remind you anymore. It may not take long, you will find a way break. But why do I do this? This is not what I need to care about. I only know that your kid may soon have the ability to do this. I have to continue to take Ali to live here. I don't want you to break the atmosphere of the scene here. Can you break it? Yes. Lu Yumei said affirmatively, no matter how rich, it is useless to encounter the real hard stubble, and the money is useless. His Li Sanjiang's money is enough to put a spectrum in this small place in this township. 1. After pause, Lu Yumei continued, the old man is old, and he has always lived according to his own habit of rhythm. If anyone disrupted this rhythm, then the old man himself is messy. It didn't take long for the ending, this is the second. Then I just... Your grandfather is really confused, but you are thinking about waking him up and forcibly coming over for him. This is a kind of destruction of his habits, but you have not succeeded. If you wait for you to learn more, master more abilities, and show higher levels, no longer just talk about it, then you can really take him back. So, do you know what to do? Old children, just like children, you just coax him. Isn't this what your little guy is best at? Li Zhanyuan covered his face with both hands and rubbed slowly. Lu Yumei pursed tea while paying attention to the boy's reaction, waiting for the boy to leave his cheeks with both hands, and in front of herself, there was a clean and cute face with a childlike smile. She couldn't help but want to reach out to pinch this face, emotional and rational, and there was obvious contradiction at this moment. Grandma Lu, what about brother Runs Hung? He went down the ground in the morning, and he should come back soon. What do you want to do? I have made some things to let Run Sheng accompany me to pick it back. Then what? Then, of course, do what I want to do. Lu Yumei sat up, got close to the boy, and stared at the boy's eyes carefully. Do you want to continue? There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Otherwise, you are not uncomfortable, don't be wronged, don't you be afraid. No, I only know that the grandpa hurts me really. Even if he seems to be blocking Tei. However, first of all, this road was chosen by myself. Second, every time I took the initiative to care about the grandfather, voluntarily made a choice, no one was coercion. The most important thing is that the grandfather himself does not understand this. He is really rare that his great-grandson is rare. Even if everything is marked with a good price, what happened to the transaction? He chased Yuan, happy. Li Sanjiang is still Li Sanjiang. Even if he knows these things, Li Zanyuan's attitude towards the grandfather has not changed. No, it is still a bit changed. He can coax him with peace of mind in the future. Lu Yumei tried to observe that she wanted to see from the boy's face even if it was an extra emotional emotion, but she did not succeed. But this, how is it possible? Even between the parents and children of the biological, involve this kind of thing, even if they do not immediately turn their faces, they will inevitably give birth. But the boy in front of him, in an instant, left only a few of the simplest logic to kill all unnecessary emotions. This is terrible. Is there no emotion in this child? There is something. Grandma wants to ask you, that time the paper was leaked and the rain was completely destroyed, wasn't your grandfather injured? Before that, what did he do? Li Zhanyuan blinked his clear eyes and shaken the teapot. Grandma, tea drinks. Then soak another pot. I can't drink it anymore, it's already supported. Li Zhanyuan patted his belly, stood up, and packed up the tea set. At this time, Runs Hung came back with a hoe. Brother Runs Hung, accompany me to the old carpenter's house to take things. Okay. Runs Hung walked to the well, rushed his feet with a barrel water, and pushed the car and followed Li Zhanyuan to the old carpenter's house. The old carpenter had long been waiting, and everything was done. Grandpa, I said money for a while after a while. He came for a while. A farting wages, this is the old man, I have sealing the interests of Sanjiang in advance. Then you better find a book to write it down. If you're for a long time, you forget that you have a long life. After speaking, Li Zhanyuan bowed seriously at the old carpenter. Hey, you are fine, where you learn these ways, your mouth is very sweet. The old carpenter took out a red envelope that had already been prepared from his pocket and handed it to Li Zhanyuan. Come, take it to buy sugar. I didn't give you money, why are you embarrassed to receive your money? 1 yard to 1 yard. Last time you came suddenly, I didn't have time to prepare grandpa. The first time the junior came to the door, it should be given, this is the rules. Thank you grandpa. Li Zhanyuan accepted the red envelope, and Runzheng had already moved everything to the car. After returning home, Li Zhanyuan and Runzheng moved things to the second floor together. What surprised Li Zhanyuan was that Li, who had changed her clothes after taking a bath, was waiting in her room. After the production was moved in, she began to assemble naturally. Xiao Yuan, what are you? Some are familiar, like objects in our door. After Runzheng moved, he squatted at the door, and he couldn't be too close to Ali. Well, it's something in the doorway. Li Zhanyuan responded, Runzheng, you go downstairs to watch a while to eat for a while to rest. Oh, you call me. After Runzheng left, Li Zhanyuan was assembled with Ali. This is the simplest job and the strongest part of harvesting. Soon, everything was assembled. Ali gently intertwined with her hands, watching what she and the boy worked hard, and then looked up at the desk. There were many blank drawings there. I will continue to draw in the future. At that time, I have to invite Ali to help me to do it together. I can't do it. I can't do it. I really can't do it. The girl's eyes were so bright that she hid the stars. Take 2 bottles of Jianlibao for the girl and let her sit and rest, while Li Zhanyuan began to pick up his own set of appliances. There are 6 utensils in total, plus 4 small pieces. Luo Sheng's umbrella, black body, the book says that it can be isolated after being opened. The yellow river shovel has a variety of uses to switch. When looking at the design drawings, Li Zhanyuan could not help thinking of the Luoyang shovel, but the 2 main attack directions were different. The 7-star hook can stretch 7 quarters. It is used by the corpse people to get the death of the water, but it has a special design in each section, which is metaphorical to the Baidu 7 stars, which can be countermeasure for different states of death. Next, there are Back to the Soul Basket and sixiang.com. These 2 plus the 7-star hooks above are actually the same in Tai Yi's guise, but it is completely different from Tai Yi's set of things. The grandfather's things can only be drifted simply by cant move. It is impossible to restrain them. The last one is Sanking Fan, which is very famous. According to the requirements of the book, runes are carved on each fan blade, and then various modulated materials were added at the bottom of the embedded grooves. Essence. The purpose of this play is mainly to draw yourself. When encountering an old lady like a cat face, she is good at confusing the heart, so she takes a fan to pat her face or head, and then open the dark buckle as needed to release the special powder mist, so that I can wake up quickly from the falsehood. The 4 small pieces are special black dogs, black canvas, gossip plates, and a rune paper drawn by Li Chaoyuan. The black canvas has a layer inside, which is filled with wooden flower rolls. However, each wooden flower roll has a special texture, which was carved out piece by Ali with a small carving knife. When dealing with a dead person, you can wrap it around yourself or try to cover it on the head of the dead person. The former can play a protective effect against evil spirits, while the latter can kill the dead person. Anyway, that's what the book says. The bagua plate is relatively simple. It is made of wood and has no pattern decoration. It is not high-end at all. The needle inside is ground by Li Zuyuan himself. He tested it and found it inaccurate. But it is inaccurate in a standard way. Li Zuyuan only needs to correct it by mental calculation. As for the stack of talisman paper, Li Zuyuan is the least confident. This is his first attempt to draw this. Most likely, it will be useless. And even if it is useful, do I have to run to the dead person, jump up on tiptoes and stick it on the other person's forehead? Li Zuiyuan pressed his fingertips on the talisman paper and drew it outward. A piece of talisman paper floated out 1 meter away, then turned back and floated to the ground behind Li Zuiyuan. This effect is not as good as a playing card. Let's test whether the talisman paper I drew has any effect. If it has even a little effect, I will find something similar to the material of playing cards to draw on it next time. But no matter what, this set of tools and small items is complete. Next, I will test their effects. Li Zuiyuan went out to call Runzheng to come up again. He wanted to give a few things to Runzheng, such as the 7-star hook and the yellow river shovel. Only people with great strength can really use them. Even if they have no special additional effects, Runzheng can use them to beat them to death. Ali, who stayed in the house, bent down and picked up the talisman paper on the ground. Put the talisman paper on the palm of your right hand, press the index finger of your left hand on the talisman paper, and draw it with your fingertips. Swoosh! The talisman paper flew out and stuck squarely in the middle of the door frame. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan led Runzheng in. In order to keep a distance from Runzheng, Ali simply took off her shoes and got on the bed. The girl hugged her knees and sat on the corner of the bed, watching the boy explain the functions and uses of the tools to Runzheng. After listening to the explanation and practicing it himself, Runzheng was shocked and said, "Xiao Yuan, many of these things are also in my grandfather's place, but they just look like yours, but there is a big difference. Mine should be the most professional. I can feel it, good stuff, really good stuff." Runzheng has experience in corpse recovery, and he has really worked with the dead. He thinks that things that are comfortable to the hand must be convincing. "Let's go, brother Runzheng, let's find a place to test it." "Okay. Let's not talk about anything else first." Brother Bao and Zhao Xing, those two guys, acted as accomplices and dared to take the initiative to come to the door to coerce. "Then I will go to them and settle this account first." Runzheng went downstairs first. Before the equipment was assembled, it was difficult to take all the parts at once. Now he could carry all the equipment by himself. Li Zuiyuan walked to the bed and said to Ali, "I'm going out for a while. Ali, be good and go back to your room to sleep well, okay?" After giving instructions, Li Zuiyuan walked out of the bedroom. After the boy left, Ali lay down on the bed and began to sleep well obediently. When Li Zuiyuan passed by Li Sanjiang's bedroom, the door happened to be open. The grandfather rubbed his eyes. He had just taken a nap. Next, he planned to take a shower and then go back to sleep. "Little Yuanho, are you going out?" "Yes, grandfather, brother Runzheng and I are going out to play." "Oh, go out to play." Li Sanjiang habitually touched his pocket again. Although he always put his children's studies first, he never had the heart to refuse his children's request to play. "Grandpa, you gave me pocket money this morning. Then take some more." Li Sanjiang took out the change in his pocket. Generally, people in the village rarely put large bills in their pockets, and it is not convenient to break money. "Grandpa, thank you." "Hey, why are you so polite?" Before Li Sanjiang finished speaking, he found that his waist was hugged, and the boy's face was pressed against his stomach with his eyes closed. Li Sanjiang reached out and touched the boy's head, wondering, "What's wrong with you?" "Grandpa, you are so nice." "Hee, come on, Grandpa will go to the room and get you a few more." "No, Grandpa, that's enough, I'm going out to play. Remember not to come back too late, you still need to change your luck at night." "Got it, Grandpa." Waving goodbye to Li Sanjiang, Li Zuiyuan's expression returned to calm when he went down the stairs. When he faced Lu Yumei in the morning, he didn't lie, because he only needed to know that Grandpa was really good to him, and the rest didn't matter. To put it bluntly, if he really cared about this, then what was the essential difference between him and the three brothers and sisters of the Niu family? In addition, there was one thing that Li Zuiyuan deliberately concealed from Lu Yumei. Grandma Lu lives here and describes herself as someone who picks up coins in corners. Isn't it equivalent to a large remittance for Grandpa to change her luck? If the old lady knew about this, she would probably be so angry that she would pass out. People often cherish their lives more as they get older, and they are also more afraid of death as they get older. Grandpa is so old, but he is willing to change his luck for himself at the cost of shortening his life. This alone is enough for Li Zuiyuan to be willing to do anything for him as a junior. I have never been forced to get involved. I always take the initiative, so there is no resentment. When he reached the last floor of the stairs, Li Zuiyuan suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought of the Jin Sha Luoyan Sutra he had seen in the bedroom of his grandfather. At that time, he found that the formation diagrams drawn by his grandfather were somewhat different from those in the book. So, if his grandfather was very skilled in art, drew very accurately, and the formation effect was fully utilized, and he directly transferred the fortune to himself, with the great fortune of his grandfather that was so strong that it could change his fate, wouldn't he be burst? Cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. That, is it that even the Qin family members avoided him for fear of the backlash of the fortune they provoked? Hey! That was close. But think about it the other way around, didn't he also get involved in the good fortune of his grandfather? If he hadn't lived with his grandfather, how could he have found so many good books in the basement, and how could he have met A Li? Since I got familiar with A Li, the cold and peeling feeling in my heart has appeared less and less frequently. Misfortunes are the root of blessings, and blessings are the root of misfortunes. Li Zuiyuan shook his head. He didn't plan to think about these things anymore. He just wanted to be happy and be himself. When he reached the dam, Runzheng had already ridden out the tricycle. All the tools were placed on the car and covered with plastic sheets. Ding ding ding! Runzheng fiddled with the bell. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the tools in his hand before, but now that he saw good things, he had the urge of a wild boar eager to taste the bran. Li Zuiyuan got on the tricycle. Lu Yumei and Aunt Lu stood at the entrance and exit of the dam. Xiao Yuan, don't blame me for being nosy. I just want to remind you one last time, think it through. Once you go, you can never turn back. Li Zuiyuan patted Runzheng on the back. Brother Runzheng, let's go. Don't look back. Ride forward. Okay, sit tight. Xiao Yuan, didn't you say you were going to Shigong? Why did you ask me to ride here first? Brother Runzheng, wait for me at the door. I'll go in and find someone. Li Zuiyuan got off the tricycle and walked into the police station. After asking questions along the way, he found Tan Yunlong's office. At this time, Tan Yunlong was taking a nap with his eyes closed, leaning on the office chair. His face was shiny. He must have stayed up too late. However, when Li Zuiyuan walked in, he immediately opened his eyes. The familiar feeling of being watched by a hawk came again. Is it you, kid? Yes. How did you find my office? I asked someone. Do you know my name? I asked where the policeman with long, thick eyebrows that are a little slanted and scary when he glares is. They all know. Ha ha ha. Tan Yunlong laughed. Okay, kid, what do you want to talk to me about? Yes, I'm here to report a crime. As soon as he walked out of the police station gate, Li Zuiyuan turned around again and faced the plaque. Then, he stretched out his arms, walked forward, and hugged the plaque tightly. The window of the guard room was opened, and an elderly auxiliary police officer poked his head out and asked, Kid, what are you doing? I want to be a policeman when I grow up. Okay, being a policeman is good, haha, good boy. The old auxiliary police officer said nothing more, lit a cigarette, and quietly watched the boy continue to hold the plaque. After holding it for a long time, Li Zuiyuan was willing to let go. I think, you've had enough, right? Looking down, his clothes and pants were already covered with a thick layer of black dust. After hesitating for a while, Li Zuiyuan decided not to swat them away and keep them. Then, he got on Runchen's tricycle. Lao Jiang's house was easy to find. It was a self-built villa on the edge of the town. It had 5 floors and a large walled yard outside. There were ponds and rockeries inside. In this era, it could be considered quite luxurious. Runzheng picked up the yellow river shovel and said, "Xiao Yuan, come on, let's kill our way in." Li Zuiyuan looked at Runzheng with some doubts. Seeing that he was not joking, he quickly reached out and grabbed Runchen's wrist. "No, brother Runzheng, it's like having a banquet. We don't sit in the first batch. We wait for the second batch, because we are not dealing with people. Then who sits in the first batch, and who will deal with those people?" As soon as the voice fell in the distance, the sound of sirens came. Chapter 30, Remarks on the Launch. Missing for a year. In the first half of the year, I was recovering from my illness. Normal people recover from facial paralysis in half a month, but I had a big one. A few months later, I went to the hospital for an electromyogram, and there was still no signal on half of my face. My eyes could not close completely, and I could only rely on eye drops to relieve it every day. After consulting a doctor, I learned that if this disease has not shown signs of recovery for such a long time, it will be difficult in the future. So I quickly prepared myself to have facial paralysis for the rest of my life, and then gave up treatment and let it go. After a while, it actually began to recover little by little. For a while, I was used to having only half of my face, and I still only used half of my face when making expressions. Every time I realized that the other half of my face could move, I would fill it back, and the lag symmetry belonged to it. Although there are still some sequelae now, it no longer affects my life and is basically invisible. In the first half of the year, in addition to facial paralysis, there were many other problems with my body. I used to think that I was young and fearless, but I worked hard on my body and it collapsed directly. When you start to reminisce about your youth, it proves that your youth has left you. When you really understand "I wish you good health" and no longer regard it as an insignificant polite word, it proves that you have at least lost it. At that time, a friend in the same industry was sick, and he came to tell me. I comforted and encouraged him, asking him to stay optimistic and positive. He did the same, and used to add a smiley face when chatting later. Then suddenly one day I got the news that he was gone. In fact, our relationship was not that close. We were both otakus and had not met many times in real life. I still remember that when we met last time, after everyone finished eating and the waiter came to pay the bill, I silently stepped back half a step and let him show up and pay the bill. Thinking about it now, I really deserve to die. In the last period of his life, he still behaved very open-minded and optimistic, but his departure had a great impact on me, and it happened that my body was not good at that time. It turned out that I, who encouraged him to be optimistic and positive, was a coward. I think I was depressed during that time. When it was serious, I would wake up every night with palpitations. Every day, I was either not interested in anything or inexplicably angry and wanted to lose my temper. At that time, every time I thought of coding, I would feel disgusted and fearful, and shuddered. It was really that the psychological shadow caused by that incident was too great. I once thought that my career should be over. After recuperating for half a year, my body recovered a little. I thought that I didn't have time before and had been staying at home for several months without going out, so I went out for a walk to relax. Then I drove a 318 trip by myself. After returning, I drove G331 around the northeast. After returning, I drove to Hainan. After returning, I drove to WLMQ around the northern Xinjiang. I was like an ant, crawling around on the map of the motherland. So much so that later there was really no place to go, and I actually began to complain in my heart why my ancestors didn't lay down more land back then. The broken bridge of the Yalu River, the magnificence of Chenbai Mountain, the grandeur of Kilian Mountain, the tranquility of Seiram Lake, the sandstorms in Inner Mongolia. Really, going out more often is really useful. I realized that, in a more literary way, I felt my own insignificance, and in a more popular way, I finally found out that I was nothing. Then, I felt itchy and found the desire to write a book again. Although I said last time that I would use the window period to study hard to make up for my shortcomings and improve myself. But, I am sorry to tell you that I really haven't made any progress. As an author, I haven't read much for several years. Not only that, I also found myself getting more and more out of touch. In the previous chapter, Lu Yumei said that middle-aged people lose the motivation to learn new things, which is about me. I went to find books to read. I can feel that the authors of many books are well written, interesting, and exciting, but I just can't read them. Some trendy styles are not suitable for me. Then, I was unwilling to force myself to scan the charts, study and analyze. Reason told me that as a creator, this was a slow death, and I was destined to be eliminated by the times, but emotion told me that I should give up. Because the last experience of physical and mental collapse told me that it was not certain which would come faster, being eliminated by the times or myself. I knew very early that my style could not write a hit book, and I was only suitable for a niche. So this time, I simply wanted to write something that I was interested in. Nantung is my hometown, and I wrote my hometown dialect. I know that this may increase the difficulty of your reading, but it's okay, I have a strong sense of substitution. The characters' homes in the book are actually my relatives' homes in my hometown. I have positioned them in my mind. Who lives in my uncle's home, who lives in my aunt's home, and who is my relative of Li Sanjiang's family who does papermaking business. When I was a child, I often went to watch Ultraman with children of the same age in his family. So when Xiao Yuanho and others were running maps in the village, I was in the perspective of God. Oh, I went to cloud visit relatives again. I'm over 30 now, and I've finally reached the threshold to write some period stories. Actually, I've wanted to write for a long time, but it's not suitable because I have to wait not only for myself to get older, but also for my readers to get older. Fortunately, everyone is old. I can happily reminisce. My interest in writing this book lies largely in the fact that I suddenly thought of an old object from the past, and then I wrote it in, waiting to see what this chapter says, waiting for old readers like me to post this chapter and say, oh, yes, I used to use this in my hometown. However, it is inevitable that there will be some cognitive biases caused by geographical factors or uneven development of rural areas in that era. For example, when I wrote that there was a small river behind Li Vihan's house, I remember that day a reader came to criticize me for writing nonsense, saying that if the house was built by the river, wouldn't it be washed away by the water? I saw the IP address and it was a reader from Shaanxi. This is normal. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there would be a town built against a cliff. I can only say that our country is really too big, and the landform features are really too rich. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one forum. In fact, many times, the supernatural elements are more like a thread that is strung together in this book, and the beads on the thread are stories and individuals. In my understanding, traditional supernatural stories don't follow the pure upgrade route, so that they don't break barriers and ascend to heaven in the end. Therefore, the pace of this book will be very slow, and many things will be written in detail, which will be very watery, and will be flooded with water, so watery that it will be crazy. When I showed the beginning of the manuscript to the editor-in-chief, my editor-in-chief reminded me that the pace was too slow and it was easy to discourage people. I said it was okay, I did it on purpose. If you want to be bad, you have to have a bad attitude. Anyway, readers who are not used to this style will be discouraged by the beginning, and those who stay, those who have read all the way to the comments on the shelf have all survived the hardships. When I don't have any big requirements for the performance of the book, I think I can also take the initiative to choose my readers, so this should be called looking for people with the same frequency resonance. Our country has a large population, and I am not a perverted one in a million. I always think that if I like something I find interesting, there will definitely be a group of people who have the same taste as me. After I persuaded some readers to leave, when the number of words is more, everyone who stayed in this chapter is good friends with similar interests. We can communicate and play more harmoniously and happily, which helps to create a more comfortable atmosphere. Here, I want to thank my editor-in-chief Yizhuo and editor Zusha, because I have never been an obedient author, and they have always been very tolerant and helpful to me. I also want to thank Yintian, PP, Yashao, Fanfan, Miao Sang, Sisi, and others. I suddenly said that I would publish a book, and then I called them to help me set up the operation team. I also want to thank the readers who kept sending me private messages to ask when I would come back in the past year, and you who gathered quickly after the book was published. I found that I am really getting lazier and lazier now. I really can't say sensational words. You see, I am too lazy to even take the title of each chapter. Of course, it is also because each chapter is too long and it is not easy to take a title. The only author's words I said during the entire new book period were "there is another chapter before 0 o'clock." Other than that, I didn't say a word. Because I don't think it's necessary, just communicate with everyone through the content of the chapter. I add a string of my own words or words of thanks below. I think it will ruin everyone's reading experience. Well, after saying so much, it's time to end. The next chapter is the chapter for the shelf, which will be posted at midnight tonight, maybe delayed for a few minutes. Don't say that I am lazy and blacked out today's update. In fact, I only had 3 chapters in hand when I posted the book, and then I wrote them on the 3rd day after the book was posted. If I had saved the manuscript, I wouldn't have been so crazy that I would post updates every day, and post them later and later. Old readers are familiar with my writing habits. In addition, due to some reasons, the shelf plan was temporarily advanced. Therefore, today's update can only wait until midnight to post the shelf chapter, because if I write the update at night, what awaits me is that I don't have time to write the update for the shelf, and the superiors arrange a shelf activity for me, and then everyone sees, oh, this guy doesn't have a VIP chapter. Finally, I am lucky to have you accompany me on the road of life. Everyone should post more chapters and brainstorm more. You may not be as good as me in writing long articles, but I am not as imaginative as you. Finally, don't panic. Hold the dragon tightly. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.